Chapter 45:10. Yes, I only need 3 days. After 3 days, we will set off for the extraterritorial battlefield. Zhuowen said seriously. Seeing Zhuowen's confidence, Old Man Anqi didn't want to refute him, so he nodded in agreement. After entering the room arranged by Old Man Anqi, Zhuowen set up restrictions around the room and sat cross-legged in the middle of the room. First, he took out the Eternal Divine Killing Array. Mu Feng released the primordial stone and began to help him comprehend the array. After comprehending it once, he memorized all the complicated patterns in the Eternal God Killing Array. Then he took out the Thunder Source Array and tried to set up the array by simulating it. As Zhuowen continued to familiarize himself with the Thunder Origin Array diagram, he had also developed many functions for it, and the simulation of setting up an array was one of them. Through the Thunder Origin Array diagram, he could simulate and set up all kinds of array formations and restrictions inside. After Zhuowen became proficient in the operation, he would collect the corresponding array materials and start to arrange the array, thus increasing the success rate of the array. Zhuowen set up the Eternal Divine Killing Array again and again in the Thunder Source Array, but he failed again and again. He had to admit that the difficulty of setting up an array at the fourth heaven of the Eternal Realm was really high. Even with the help of the primordial stone, the Thunder Source Array, and so on, the failure rate was still so high. Zhuowen set up the array from early morning until late at night, and finally succeeded in the early morning of the next day. Zhuowen's mind was in the Thunder Source Array. When he saw the terrifying killing array in front of him, his eyes flashed with excitement. After setting up the array day and night, he finally succeeded. When his mind withdrew from the Thunder Source Array, he let out a long sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth revealed an excited smile. He knew that the model of the Eternal Divine Killing Array was left in the Thunder Source Array. He only needed to collect the corresponding materials for the Eternal Divine Killing Array, and he could easily set it up. I have most of the materials for the Eternal Divine Killing Array, but there are a few main materials which are really rare. I don't have them on me at the moment. Zhuowen looked at the list of materials for the Eternal Divine Killing Array and frowned slightly. It seems that I need to ask Senior Anqi. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He then kept the ancient Ultimate Killing God Array and took out the mysterious Incomplete Array diagram. This formation diagram had extraordinary origins and was related to one of the founding ancestors of the primeval Heavenly Tao Academy, so its might was definitely extraordinary. I can only rely on the primordial stone. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Zhuowen stared at the incomplete diagram in his hand. The primordial stone in the depths of his spirit emitted an extremely dazzling purple light. In his spirit, the various details and lines of the map fragment gradually became clear. In an instant, a picture that was exactly the same as the incomplete map was formed in Zhuowen's divine soul. The two primordial stones began to rapidly revolve around the map fragments, and the mysterious purple light became even more intense and exuberant. Zhuowen was very clear that this was the primordial stone, releasing its own power to deduce the remaining content of the map fragment. As the purple light continued to flourish, Zhuowen could clearly see that the incomplete map was gradually being repaired. Although the speed was very slow, it was enough to make Zhuowen excited. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a complicated and shocked light burst forth. I didn't expect that this wasn't an array diagram. Zhuowen muttered to himself, but his eyes became more and more blazing. It's the lifetime experience of the founding ancestor, the experience of a divine array master at the fifth heaven of the Eternal Realm. At this point, Zhuowen unconsciously took a breath, and the light in his eyes became more and more exuberant. If this incomplete array diagram was not a complete version, at first glance, it would look like an ordinary array diagram. However, once it was assembled, it would no longer be an array diagram, but a divine array master's legacy diagram. My name is Tianyan, and I have integrated my lifetime of comprehension into this array diagram. If the fated person can decipher this array diagram, then he or she will be able to obtain my lifetime of array Tao inheritance and achieve great enlightenment. A vast and dignified voice faintly sounded from within the inheritance diagram, and it shook Zhuowen's eardrums to the point of exploding. The voice left as quickly as it came. Zhuowen's attention fell on the array diagram in his divine soul again. The content of the legacy diagram was completely hidden, and the array diagram was restored to its original appearance. It seems that if I want to obtain the legacy diagram, I have to decipher the patterns on the surface of the array diagram. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. After all, this was one of the founding ancestors of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. It would not be so easy to leave the legacy diagram to the person who obtained it. He had to go through some tests and tempering before he could finally obtain the legacy diagram. When Zhuowen walked out of the room, he found that Elder Anqi, Duan Jipeng, Li Yinglong, and the others were already waiting outside the door. Zhuo Xiaoyu, you're finally out. If you hadn't come out, I might have forced my way into your room. Elder Anqi joked. Zhuowen glanced at old man Anqi, speechless, and then threw the two diagrams to him. I finished comprehending these two array diagrams. Elder Anqi, you can send someone to return them to the Archean Scripture Pavilion. Zhuowen said lightly. Elder Anqi took the array diagrams, still in a daze. You finished comprehending them? Old man Anqi asked rhetorically. Yes. Zhuowen shrugged and replied. Elder Anqi suspiciously handed the two array diagrams to the servants and asked them to return them to the Archean Scripture Pavilion. The passageway to the extraterritorial battlefield has been opened. Let's go, Elder Anqi said. Zhuowen nodded and followed Elder Anqi out of the mountain with Duan Jipeng, Li Yinglong, and the others. The entrance to the extraterritorial battlefield of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy was located in a valley in the outer courtyard of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. This valley was the core of the outer courtyard, and it was heavily guarded. When they entered the valley, they found that there were already several groups of people waiting in front of them. The group at the front was the most conspicuous. They were all wearing the uniform of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. Their uniforms were slightly different from the uniforms of the outer courtyard disciples. Their cuffs and collars were laced with gold, and they looked much more noble than the uniforms of the outer courtyard disciples. They are all inner courtyard disciples, and their talents and strength are much stronger than those of the outer courtyard. Elder Anqi explained to Zhuowen in a timely manner. Zhuowen nodded. The auras of these inner courtyard disciples were extremely powerful, and their eyes were filled with arrogance. Did the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy obtain the remnant map as well? Zhuowen asked in a low voice. Elder Anqi shook his head and said, The Archean Heavenly Tao Academy has a rule that no one is allowed to fight for the remnant map. These inner courtyard disciples must have been given the quotas by other forces. This is also allowed by the Academy. Zhuowen nodded and followed Elder Anqi silently. They stopped at a rock and waited for the passageway to open. Suddenly, the sharp gaze of a handsome young man in the lead of the group of inner court disciples at the front descended onto Zhuowen. His brows furrowed for a moment before they relaxed. He took a step forward and walked toward Zhuowen and the others. The handsome young man's actions immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Chapter 45:11. The handsome young man finally stopped in front of Zhuowen and the others. His eyes were fixed on Zhuowen from the beginning. He did not even look at Elder Anqi, who was standing beside Zhuowen. He was extremely arrogant. Elder Anqi looked at the handsome young man in front of him and frowned slightly. He was not angry at the young man's rudeness. Instead, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Your name is Zhuowen, right? The handsome young man looked at Zhuowen up and down. There was an undisguised, domineering look in his eyes as he asked indifferently, Do I know you? Zhuowen glanced at the handsome young man and said indifferently. The handsome young man was stunned. Then he laughed and said, "Interesting. No wonder that guy pays so much attention to you. You are indeed not ordinary. Unfortunately, you are already as different as clouds and mud. In his eyes, you are just an ant that he can crush at any time." Zhuo Wen's brows furrowed. This handsome young man was truly baffling. The moment he came over, he spoke such confusing words. However, Zhuo Wen immediately thought of a person. Sakyamuni. He only knew 3 people from the Archean Heavenly Academy. They were Lianrong, Elder Anqi, and Sakyamuni. It was impossible for Lianrong and Elder Anqi to be here. The only possibility was Sakyamuni. "Did Sakyamuni ask you to come here?" Zhuo Wen asked indifferently. The handsome young man was stunned. Then he laughed loudly. His laughter was full of mockery and disdain. "Zhuo Wen, aren't you overestimating yourself? An ant like you is not worthy of Sakyamuni's attention. I just happened to meet you and wanted to see what kind of person you are that Sakyamuni mentioned occasionally." At this point, the handsome young man shook his head and said disdainfully, "Now that I look at you, you are really nothing." "Are you done?" Zhuo Wen said indifferently. He already understood that the handsome young man in front of him had some relationship with Sakyamuni and was here to cause trouble. Therefore, Zhuo Wen naturally did not have a good attitude towards this person. The handsome young man could not help but be stunned. He clearly did not expect that the ant in his eyes would actually dare to speak to him in such a manner. "If you're done, then scram. You're nagging like a mouse in front of me. Even if you don't find it annoying, I do." Zhuo Wen looked at the handsome young man with disgust, as if he was looking at an annoying fly. The handsome young man's pupils constricted and the veins on his forehead bulged. He coldly glanced at Zhuo Wen, and his aura suddenly erupted. It was as if Mount Tai was crashing down, extremely terrifying. "Do you dare to say that again?" The handsome young man said coldly. "All right, Xing Hang Shu, Zhuo Xiaoyu is my friend. Don't go overboard." Old man Anqi frowned and said coldly. The handsome young man named Xing Hangshu glanced at old man Anqi indifferently and slowly withdrew his terrifying aura. He snorted coldly and no longer targeted Zhuo Wen. Instead, he returned to the front line. However, his cold eyes glanced at Zhuo Wen from time to time, which made him very uncomfortable. "Senior Anqi, who is this person? He's too arrogant. He doesn't take you seriously at all." Duan Jipeng curled his lips and said unhappily. Old man Anqi said helplessly, "This person's name is Xing Hang Shu. He's one of the personal disciples of Master Yuan Sheng, one of the 9 great sacred masters of the inner yard." Everyone understood. No wonder this young man was not afraid of old man Anqi at all. It turned out that this person was a personal disciple of one of the 9 great sacred masters. Although old man Anqi was much stronger than Xing Hangshu, he was only sent out to patrol after all. His status was actually not much higher than a personal disciple like Xing Hangshu. This person has a good relationship with Sakyamuni. Zhuo Wen frowned slightly and asked. The reason Xing Hangshu had come to talk nonsense to him was all because of Sakyamuni. You can't say that. Sakyamuni is also a personal disciple of Master Yuansheng. Speaking of which, Xing Hangshu is Sakyamuni's senior brother. At this point, old man Anqi's eyes flickered, and he continued. The Nadi Shiva is extremely heaven-defying. It's said that when he became Master Yuansheng's disciple, he taught all of Master Yuansheng's disciples a lesson and taught them a lesson. Zhuo Wen did not find it strange. Sakyamuni's Tao root was extremely special. Previously, he had fought with Sakyamuni many times and knew that the latter's Tao root should have some sort of evolutionary nature. If this person entered the primordial Heavenly Tao Academy, he would definitely be like a tiger that had grown wings. No one would be able to stop him. Zhuo Wen looked at Xing Hangshu's back and thought to himself, I wonder if the Nadi Shiva will come to the ruins. Suddenly, two petite figures walked out slowly from the depths of the valley. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a pair of delicate, porcelain doll-like twin girls. The two girls looked exactly the same. The only difference was that their hair color was different. The girl on the left had black hair, while the girl on the right had white hair. Both of them had a strange smile on their faces. "Hello, everyone. We are the guardians of the passageway to the extraterritorial battlefield. Before entering the passageway, we need to remind you of some things to take note of." The white-haired girl was the first to speak. Her voice was cold and emotionless. "The passageway is connected to the extraterritorial battlefield. Therefore, many dangerous illusions will appear during the journey. Everyone just needs to stay calm and ignore the illusions. If you attack because of the illusions in the passageway, you will die." The black-haired girl pursed her lips and smiled, but it looked exceptionally strange. Entering the passageway requires 500,000 chaos crystals per person. You can enter the passageway after paying. The white-haired girl continued. Most of the people in the valley knew the rules and handed over the chaos crystals they had prepared to the girls. After keeping all the chaos crystals, the two girls came to an altar in front of the valley. Their hands overlapped on the altar, and black and white energy wreaked havoc like angry dragons. Instantly, a terrifying light exploded from the altar, and a black and white pillar of light shot into the sky. The sky of the valley seemed to be pierced through. Then the wind and clouds changed, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. It spun continuously as if it was swallowing everything. "Go in." The twin girls withdrew their hands and retreated to the back of the black and white pillar of light. They smiled faintly at the crowd. Xing Hang Shu led a group of inner yard disciples and stepped into the black and white pillar of light. Their figures disappeared without a trace. However, before Xing Hangshu left, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the former's cold gaze swept over him. Next, people entered the black and white pillar of light one after another. Before long, it was Zhuowen's group's turn. The moment Zhuowen stepped into the black and white pillar of light, he immediately felt a strong tearing sensation all over his body. Chapter 45:12. It felt as if 4 people were grabbing his 4 limbs and pulling them with all their might, as if they were going to tear his limbs apart. Moreover, the feeling of being torn apart did not only come from his limbs, but also from every part of his body. At the same time, Zhuowen suddenly felt a strong sense of danger in his mind. A sharp gust of wind swept from behind him. Zhuowen could not help but turn around and find a figure strangely appearing behind him, holding a long sword and thrusting it straight at him. Zhuowen snorted and was about to use his divine power to resist, but soon he remembered the words of the twin girls. He forced himself to stop and watched as the long sword pierced between his eyebrows. The long sword pierced through and did not cause any damage to Zhuowen. "It's really an illusion." Zhuowen raised his eyebrows, but his heart was filled with dread. The illusion was too real. He couldn't tell if it was real or fake at all. Zhuowen continued to walk forward and encountered more and more illusions. However, he naturally did not move and was as steady as Mount Tai, completely ignoring these illusions. Soon he walked out of the passage and appeared in a huge open space. This open space was surrounded by many palaces, which were overflowing with colorful lights. Surrounding the palaces was a vast and boundless blood-red starry sky. This starry sky seemed to be dyed red by blood, which gave people a strange feeling. Is this the extraterritorial battlefield? Zhuowen looked around and saw many cultivators coming and going, all of them with a strong murderous aura. One look and one could tell that these cultivators were all experienced warriors who had come out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yes, where we are now is the outpost of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. Old Man Anqi and the others gathered around Zhuo when as Old Man Anqi explained. Zhuo nodded. Old Man Anchi had already told him about the outposts of the extraterritorial battlefield. There were a total of 6 outposts in the Outerium battlefield. They were set up by the primeval Heavenly Tao Academy and the 5 invincible realms to provide services to the cultivators who returned from the Outerium battlefield. For example, trading, lodging, eating, drinking, playing, and so on were all provided in the station. As long as you had enough contribution points or chaos gems, you could purchase anything you wanted from the station. Zhuowen, you'd better hide in the outpost and not come out. Otherwise, if you come out, you'll probably be killed by me. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Not far away, Xing Hangshu shot a cold glance at Zhuo before he swaggered off. There's something wrong with this guy, Duan Jipeng said unhappily. Zhuowen sneered, not minding it at all. If he really met Xing Hangshu in the foreign battlefield, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't show any mercy. As for Sakyamune, if he encountered her in the Outerium battlefield, then Zhuowen would definitely use all his strength to kill her. There's a reaction from the map fragment again. Zhuowen suddenly sensed something. He probed the great world with his divine consciousness and found another projection of the map fragment inside. The projection showed the opening time of the Outerium battlefield. The Outerium battlefield will open in 3 months. Zhuowen whispered to everyone, 3 months? Why didn't the map fragment remind us before? Li Yinglong asked curiously. Maybe it has something to do with entering the Outerium battlefield. After all, the Outerium battlefield is in the Outerium battlefield. The closer the map fragment is to the Outerium battlefield, the more information it will give us. Elder Anchi guessed. Zhuowen nodded. He looked at Elder Anchi and said, Elder Anchi, I need the Scales of Chaos, the Void Rainbow Horn, and the Dragon Stone Divine ore. Do you sell them here? These 3 materials were the main materials for the ultimate divine array of eternity. They were the only 3 materials Zhuowen lacked at the moment. As long as he gathered these 3 materials, Zhuowen would be able to set up the ultimate divine array of eternity. Elder Anchi's eyes narrowed as he said, These 3 materials are all top-grade materials. They can only be found by chance. It would be difficult for you to buy them in the outside world, but it's much easier in the Outerium battlefield. Where? Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he asked. There's a huge auction house here in the immemorial Heavenly Tao Academy, called the Immemorial Auction House. Every once in a while, many precious treasures obtained by cultivators from the Outerium battlefield will be auctioned here. We can go there and try our luck. Elder Anchi looked at Zhuowen and said seriously. Next, Zhuowen followed Elder Anchi to the Immemorial Auction House. The Immemorial Auction House was on the west side of the Immemorial Heavenly Tao Academy. It stood out among the buildings on the west side. After asking around, they learned that the next large-scale auction would be in 5 days. We'll come back in 5 days. I'll take you to the Central Divine Palace first. Elder Anchi led the way in front and introduced the Central Divine Palace to Zhuowen and the others. The Central Divine Palace was the most important building in the immemorial Heavenly Tao Academy. There were all kinds of rewards and missions. The first thing cultivators did when they returned from killing enemies in the Outerium battlefield was to go to the Central Divine Palace to exchange for the corresponding contribution points. It could be said that the Central Divine Palace was the pillar of the immemorial Heavenly Tao Academy. Many other buildings and businesses relied on the Central Divine Palace to exist. When Zhuowen and the others entered the Central Divine Palace, they were immediately shocked by the bustling scene inside. The Central Divine Palace was huge, but there were even more cultivators. It was almost packed to the brim. At the front of the Central Divine Palace, there was a huge screen that displayed all kinds of missions and rewards. Behind each bounty and mission was the corresponding amount of contribution points awarded. In front of the hall, there were many counters. Each counter was occupied by an extremely beautiful female cultivator. Almost every counter had a long line, and they were all dealing with the corresponding business. Contribution points are very important in the Outer Rim battlefield. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can survive in the Outer Rim battlefield for a long time and continue to grow stronger. The most common way to obtain contribution points is to kill enemies. The more enemies you kill, the more contribution points you will get. In addition, there are all kinds of rewards and missions displayed in the hall. You can also obtain contribution points. Also, if you obtain a treasure in the Outer Rim battlefield, you can exchange it for the corresponding contribution points after measuring its value. Elder Anchi explained the use of contribution points to everyone in detail. Do we also need to use contribution points to bid for the auction in 5 days? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Yes. You can also use chaos gems at the auction, but it's a big loss. Contribution points are the most cost-effective, Elder Anchi said. It's my first time here. I don't have any contribution points. Isn't that a big loss? Zhuowen frowned. Old Man Anchi said with a smile, Not necessarily. As long as you have something good on you, you can exchange it for contribution points. It doesn't have to be a treasure from the Outer Rim battlefield. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Just now he had entered the wrong line of thought. Old Man Anchi's words had completely awakened him. After all, Zhuowen was a divine array master and an alchemy master. He could use array Dao restrictions and pills to exchange for enough contribution points to prepare for the auction in 5 days. Chapter 45:13 Archean Heavenly Dao Academy's extraterritorial battlefield encampment inside a high-end inn. Zhuowen sat cross-legged in the room, with a huge pill furnace placed in front of him. Streams of divine fire gushed out of his palm and entered the furnace. The entire room was burning with a terrifying temperature, as if it was in a furnace. If Zhuowen hadn't set up a restriction in the room in advance, the terrifying temperature would have spread throughout the entire inn and affected thousands of kilometers away. Clang! Suddenly, Zhuowen opened his eyes. An array of divine light burst out from his eyes. He slapped the lid of the furnace with his right palm, and the lid was thrown high, and a lot of brilliance gushed out from the furnace. These brilliances seemed to have spirituality and quickly fled towards the windows, doors, and other places in the room. However, the moment the brilliance was about to escape, it immediately activated the restriction in the room. Countless array patterns quickly emerged, and like a net catching fish, caught the brilliance back. The brilliance converged, revealing round pills that exuded spirituality. Phew! The divine pill of the second heavenly layer eternal realm, the big yellow divine pill, has finally been successfully refined. Zhuowen breathed a sigh of relief. His level of alchemy had not improved for a long time, and now he felt a little strain to refine the second heavenly layer eternal realm divine pill. Since receiving Old Man Anchi's advice, Zhuowen was ready to refine the divine pill and divine array within 5 days, and then exchange them for the corresponding contribution points in the central palace. As long as he had enough contribution points, he would naturally not miss out on the materials for the eternal, deathly divine array at the auction. In the next 3 days, Zhuowen tirelessly refined pills and set up arrays, refining nearly 100 bottles of big yellow divine pill and 10/3 heavenly layer eternal realm grand arrays. Creak! Zhuowen opened the door, walked out of the inn, and headed towards the central palace. The central palace was still crowded with people coming and going. Many cultivators were lined up in a long line, going through various procedures there. When it finally came to Zhuowen's turn, the female cultivator at the counter who received Zhuowen had an extremely impatient look on her face. At the same time, the counters were closing one after another. Apparently, something had happened today, and the central palace had to close early. What kind of business? The female cultivator in yellow clothes said coldly without raising her head. Exchange for contribution points. Zhuowen said, What's the exchange? The female cultivator's voice was still stiff. A second sky of eternal divine pill and a third sky of eternal divine array. Zhuowen said calmly. As soon as he said this, the originally impatient female cultivator suddenly raised her head. She first sized up Zhuowen, then sneered. Your cultivation is so low. How can you have a second heavenly layer eternal divine pill and a third heavenly layer eternal divine array? Zhuowen frowned slightly. Were all the female cultivators at the counter of the Central Divine Palace so ill-mannered? You'll know if it's real or fake when you get it appraised. Zhuowen took out a jade bottle and handed it to the female cultivator. The female cultivator took the jade bottle handed over by Zhuowen, opened it casually, glanced at it, and threw it back to Zhuowen. Your divine pill is not shiny enough, full enough, and spirituality is not enough. It's simply a fake. How dare you fool me with this kind of thing? The female cultivator said coldly. Huh. Zhuowen stared at the female cultivator in front of him with cold eyes. The big yellow divine pill was a second sky of eternal divine pill. Its characteristics were relatively introverted and difficult to appraise. The female cultivator in front of him was obviously an amateur. She didn't see the extraordinariness of the big yellow divine pill at all. Get lost. The female cultivator saw Zhuowen holding the jade bottle and staring at her coldly, and said, rather impolitely, Call your appraiser out. He can definitely see that the pill in my hand is indeed a second sky of eternal divine pill. Zhuowen said flatly. The female cultivator coldly snickered. Why do I need an appraiser? I have a certain amount of experience in appraising. Whether or not it's an eternal divine pill, I know for sure. Zhuowen's expression turned ugly. The female cultivator before him was simply too unreasonable. That customer, can you let me appraise your divine pill? Suddenly, a female cultivator's soft voice from the counter caught Zhuowen's attention. Zhuowen turned his head to look and found that this female cultivator looked rather pure. When she saw Zhuowen look over, her face flushed red, and she didn't dare to look at Zhuowen. Okay. Zhuowen didn't even think before he handed the jade bottle to the pure female cultivator. The pure female cultivator took over the jade bottle, opened it, and sniffed. Then she took out a pill and studied it carefully. Junior sister Qiaoqing, do you not trust me? This person is a liar, and you dare to question me? Come and appraise him again. The female cultivator in yellow's eyes were cold. The female cultivator named Qiaoqing immediately turned into a yes man. She nodded and bowed to the female cultivator in yellow. Senior sister, I just don't think this customer is the type to lie, so. The female cultivator in yellow coldly snickered. You can't judge a book by its cover. You just got here, so of course you don't know. I've met more people than you have, and I've met all kinds of people. This person doesn't look like a good person. Qiaoqing didn't argue with the female cultivator in yellow. After she replied, she continued to examine the big yellow divine pill. Just like the female cultivator in yellow had said, she couldn't tell what was so special about the big yellow divine pill. She glanced at Zhuowen and hesitated for a moment before she said, Fellow Taoist, why don't I call an appraiser over for you? Okay. Zhuowen gave Qiaoqing a long look. His eyes were sharp. Naturally, he could tell that Qiaoqing couldn't appraise the big yellow divine pill. However, this woman was very serious about her work and was willing to call an appraiser for him. This made Zhuowen like her. Qiaoqing, are you crazy? The owner of the counter is very busy. The counter is about to close. If you go and bother the owner now, you'll get scolded. The female cultivator in yellow was in a bad mood. It's okay. What if the big yellow divine pill is real? Qiaoqing smiled and walked into the room behind the counter. You are a liar who wants to fish in troubled waters. If you had taken your fake big yellow divine pill and left, maybe you wouldn't have made a fool of yourself. But now it's too late. The female cultivator in yellow taunted. Zhuowen didn't even look at the female cultivator in yellow. This woman was ridiculous. He was too lazy to talk to her. The female cultivator in yellow saw that Zhuowen was ignoring her and became angrier. The words that came out of her mouth were even colder and more sarcastic. In the inner room behind the counter, several black-robed old men were in the midst of a discussion. When Xiao Qing walked in, she caught their attention and they all frowned. Wu Xing, your new disciple doesn't know the rules. How can she just barge in when we're in the middle of a discussion? An old man with a red nose glared at the nervous Xiao Qing. Then he glared at the skinny elder. The skinny elder said helplessly, Xiao Qing just started working here not long ago. She's old, please forgive her. Then the skinny elder's gaze landed on Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing, why are you here? The skinny elder asked. Xiao Qing nervously lowered her head and didn't dare to look at the skinny elder. She held onto the big yellow divine pill and said, a customer said he's here to exchange for contribution points. I can't tell if this big yellow divine pill is real or fake, so I wanted to ask you to do it. Chapter 45:14. Big Yellow Divine Pill. The skinny elder was surprised. He eyed the jade bottle in Xiao Qing's hand. Let me see it! The skinny elder knew his disciple's skill level very well. She may not even be able to identify normal eternal level pills, let alone the big yellow divine pill. The skinny elder opened the jade bottle, poured out a single pill, and studied it. The other elders all gathered around. Xiao Qing's hands were clasped together, and her eyes were full of nervousness. This is indeed the big yellow divine pill. Xiao Qing, you did well. The skinny elder handed the jade bottle back to Xiao Qing and smiled. The counter had its own performance. The more valuable the item, the better the performance. The skinny old man was in charge of a few counters. Most of them were managed by his people. Now that Xiao Qing was able to bring in a Dan that was at the second level of the Eternal Realm, of course it would help him a lot, though there were countless powerhouses in the outer space battleground. Normal cultivators wouldn't choose to come here if they could find something good. Their first choice was to go to the auction house and sell it. That way they could get a higher price. If they couldn't sell it, then they would come here. This was why the counter's performance hadn't been very good over the years. Xiao Qing took over the jade bottle and her face turned excited. She didn't think Zhuowen was telling the truth. This Dan wasn't a fake. Master, that customer is still outside. He said other than the Dan, he also wants to exchange for a third sky of eternal level array. Xiao Qing clenched her fists and said again, What, a third sky of eternal level array? The skinny elder could no longer stay calm. His voice rose a few octaves as he stared deadly at Xiao Qing. The red-nosed elder and the others all widened their eyes and stared at Xiao Qing. Yes, yes. Xiao Qing was startled and said nervously. The skinny elder's breathing quickened. The value of a third sky of eternal level array was much higher than a second sky of eternal level pill. To put it bluntly, it's been a long time since the Central Temple's counter had an item of this level. Wu Xing, your disciple sure is lucky. The red-nosed elder was a little jealous. The skinny elder named Wu Xing couldn't stop grinning. He humbly said something and impatiently followed Xiao Qing out. The red-nosed elder and the others curiously followed. Currently, Zhuowen was standing in front of the counter. His expression was calm. The female cultivator in yellow continued to watch on and on and on and on and on to taunt Zhuowen. When Wu Xing and the others walked out, the yellow-clothed female cultivator finally stopped and looked at Zhuowen gloatingly. She had already determined that Zhuowen's divine pill was a fake, so she wanted to see Zhuowen make a fool of himself. Dear guest, are you here to exchange for divine pills and great formations? Wu Xing walked up and asked Zhuowen in a very polite tone. Zhuowen said calmly. Wu Xing smiled and took the jade bottle from Xiao Qing. He handed it to Zhuowen. Guest, this is your Dan. I've appraised it, and it is indeed the big yellow Dan. I wonder if it's the third sky of eternal level array you were talking about. Zhuowen waved his sleeve lightly and past a brightly glowing formation disc to Wu Xing. Wu Xing hurriedly took over the array board, and his eyes were full of surprise. Though he hadn't appraised it yet, he knew this array board was extraordinary based on the energy it emitted. After taking a closer look, Wu Xing revealed a look of surprise. It's actually the peerless Green Dragon Divine Array, a third sky of Eternal Realm formation. At this, the red-nosed elder and the others were in an uproar. A third sky of Eternal Level Array. The value of this array was extremely high. Even if it was placed in an auction house, it would sell for a sky-high price. The yellow-clothed female cultivator, who had a look of ridicule on her face, was completely petrified. How was this possible? She had seen the Dan Zhuowen gave her. It didn't look like an eternal level Dan. How did Master Wu Xing make it sound like a real second sky of eternal level Dan? This man also brought out a third sky of eternal level array. That was impossible. It really is a third sky of eternal level array. The red-nosed elder also walked up to take a look. His eyes were full of envy. Wu Xing's luck is really good. He encountered a third sky of eternal level array. This year's performance will surpass ours. How unlucky. Why didn't this customer register at my disciple's counter? That old man Wu Xing just had to benefit from it. All the appraisers shook their heads and didn't try to hide the disappointment in their eyes. The red-nosed elder walked up to the female cultivator in yellow. When he saw how dumbfounded she was, he patted her shoulder. "Disciple, don't be discouraged. This customer chose Qiao Qing. This means Qiao Qing is lucky. If this was the first time he came to your counter with your appraisal skills, you would have been able to identify it. You wouldn't have to call me out." The red-nosed elder's words were to comfort the female cultivator in yellow and also to comfort himself. "I really don't trust her appraisal skills." Zhuowen glared at the female cultivator in yellow and suddenly sneered. The red-nosed elder frowned and looked at Zhuowen in confusion. "Customer, there are some things you shouldn't spread rumors about. Do you think I don't know my disciple's abilities?" The female cultivator in yellow's face turned even paler. She subtly stepped back a few steps. "Oh, if your disciple is very capable, he wouldn't say that my big yellow divine pill is a fake, right?" Zhuowen said coldly. The red-nosed old man frowned slightly. He glanced at the pale, yellow-clothed female cultivator and then at Zhuowen, who had a mocking expression. His eyes immediately darkened. "Dear guest, can you tell me in detail what happened?" The red-nosed elder paid his respect to Zhuowen. "It's not a big deal. I originally came to your disciple to exchange for contribution points. It's just that she..." Zhuowen spoke slowly and told him everything that happened. After hearing Zhuowen's story, the red-nosed elder trembled in anger. He coldly glared at the female cultivator in yellow. It turned out that this achievement originally belonged to him, but because the female cultivator in yellow was a snob, she gave this opportunity to Wu Xing. "Master, it's not like what he said. This is his own problem. It has nothing to do with me." The female cultivator in yellow saw that the red-nosed elder's face was turning darker and darker. She panicked and quickly explained. The red-nosed elder wasn't an idiot. From the female cultivator in yellow's attitude, he could tell that she was guilty. "Huang Yi, you are not suited to work at the counter. Go back," the red-nosed elder said coldly. The female cultivator in yellow trembled as if she was hit by a heavy blow. She immediately knelt down and begged, "Master, this really has nothing to do with me. This person is slandering me. You are not my disciple anymore. Scram!" The red-nosed elder flung the female cultivator's arm away and said coldly. The female cultivator in yellow was completely stunned on the spot. She was in a daze. She regretted it. Why did she miss such a great opportunity because of a moment of impatience? In the end, it led to her ending. Chapter 45:15. Guest, your bottle of big yellow divine pills is of high quality. I won't take advantage of you. How about 1,000 contribution points per bottle? Wu Xing held onto the jade bottle and excitedly said to Zhuowen. The rosy-nosed elder and the others all stared at Wu Xing in shock. The latter's price was even higher than usual. Could it be that the quality of the Dan was really that high? Zhuowen nodded. He had some understanding of contribution points and knew that one contribution point could be exchanged for 10,000 chaos crystals. 1,000 contribution points was equivalent to 10 million chaos crystals. This price was out of Zhuowen's expectations. Then, what is the price of an array at the peak of the third sky of eternity? Zhuowen asked. Wu Xing was silent for a while. I am willing to pay 20,000 contribution points. How about that? The rosy-nosed elder and the others were shocked. Wu Xing's price was 2,000 contribution points higher than the market price. He was far too bold. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He stared at Wu Xing deeply. Then, thank you, senior. Wu Xing laughed out loud. You're welcome. After all, I can't be happier that you chose my counter. In the future, if you have any other good items, come find my apprentice, Qiaoqing. She will treat you well. Zhuowen nodded. He waved around his sleeve, and instantly numerous jade bottles appeared on top of the counter. They were densely packed together, and one could see everything. Senior, I have almost 100 bottles of big yellow divine pills. Based on your price, I should be able to exchange them for 100,000 contribution points. At the same time, I have 10 arrays at the peak of the third sky of eternity. They can be exchanged for 200,000 contribution points. Zhuowen said indifferently as he pushed the jade bottle and array in front of Wu Xing. Wu Xing's eyes widened and his face turned green. He didn't think Zhuowen would take out so many pills and arrays at once. The reason why he raised the price was to get Zhuowen to like him. In the future, Zhuowen would be able to find Qiaoqing to exchange for contribution points. Now, Zhuowen took out so many divine pills and grand formations all at once. He was probably going to suffer a loss in the exchange this time. However, Wu Xing did not intend to go back on his word. Instead, he was getting more and more excited. He knew very well that if Zhuowen could take out so many good things at once, it meant that he would have even better things in the future. If he could have such a big long-term customer, his performance would definitely be booming. Good. Here are 300,000 contribution points. Little friend, keep them well. Wu Xing took out a bracelet from his sleeve. He looked at Zhuowen's hands and found that the latter was not wearing the same bracelet. His eyes were filled with doubt. I just came to the extraterritorial battlefield and didn't have time to buy a contribution point bracelet. Zhuowen explained. Wu Xing had a realization and said to Qiaoqing, My disciple, go get a bracelet from the storage room. Qiaoqing accepted the order and left in a hurry. Before long, she returned with a bracelet. Wu Xing transferred 300,000 contribution points from his bracelet to this new bracelet and handed it over to Zhuowen. Little friend, you just need to drip your blood on this bracelet to claim ownership. As long as you're not dead, this bracelet will always be yours. Wu Xing smiled. Zhuowen took over the bracelet and bit his finger. After he dripped his blood on it, he realized that there was a special connection between him and the bracelet. At the same time, he noticed that a bunch of numbers appeared on the bracelet. It was exactly 300,000. This represented the number of contribution points in the bracelet. Little friend, I wonder what your name is. Wu Xing ordered people to take the pills and arrays back to the storage room. Then his gaze landed on Zhuowen again, and he asked politely, My name is Zhuowen. Zhuowen said softly, Oh, so it's Zhuo Xiaoyu. I am Wu Xing. In the future, Zhuo Xiaoyu, please take care of my business. Wu Xing said politely, Elder Wu, you are too kind. Since you've been so kind, I naturally have to return the favor. In the future, when I want to trade, I will definitely find Ms. Qiao. Zhuowen smiled. The price Wu Xing gave him was very generous. Zhuowen had a good impression of the former. In the future, if he ever wants to trade, his first choice would be Qiaoqing. If there's nothing else, then I will leave now. Zhuowen cupped his hands towards Wu Xing. He did not linger in the central divine hall for long and directly left. Zhuowen stayed at the inn for another 2 days. Then the auction began. He, Elder Anqi, and the others left the inn and headed to the immemorial auction house. Due to the fame of the auction house was packed with people today. It was extremely lively. So many powerhouses. Duan Jipeng glanced over the crowd outside the auction house and couldn't help but exclaim. Here, he sensed many auras that were no weaker than his own. Some were even more powerful than his. It was obvious that the immemorial auction house was extremely famous, or else it wouldn't have attracted so many powerhouses. Zhuowen glanced around. Suddenly, he saw a familiar silhouette at the entrance of the immemorial auction house. It was a handsome young man. Behind him was a group of cultivators of similar age. They all wore uniforms from the immemorial Heavenly Academy and were very eye-catching in the crowd. This handsome young man was the one who provoked Zhuowen back at the immemorial Heavenly Academy, Xing Hangshu. Xing Hangshu obviously didn't notice Zhuowen. He was being invited into the auction house by a servant. Young Master Hua, look, it's Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao. Suddenly, Ling Long's aura changed and he reminded Zhuowen. Zhuowen sensed something and looked up. As expected, not far from the entrance, he saw 2 extraordinary silhouettes. Zhuowen was no stranger to these 2. They were Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao. Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao also noticed Zhuowen. They glanced coldly at Zhuowen before being invited into the auction house. I didn't expect these 2 to come to the immemorial Heavenly Academy's encampment too. Li Yinglong frowned. I'm afraid he followed us here. He's really persistent, Elder Anqi said with a gloomy face. Zhuowen nodded to himself and agreed with Elder Anqi's guess. Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao had a huge grudge against him. They only wanted to kill him. Since they were also in the extraterritorial battlefield, they would naturally follow him to the same encampment to find a good opportunity to kill him. Let's go in too, Zhuowen said softly. As soon as Zhuowen and the others entered the auction house, an enchanting female cultivator came to receive them. With Elder Anqi's relationship, they were barely qualified to sit in the VIP seats. The immemorial auction house was divided into 3 levels of seats. The first was the ordinary seats, which didn't have a private room. The second was the VIP seats, which had their own private rooms. They were located on the 2nd floor of the auction house and had a clear view of the ordinary seats. The third was the VIP seats, which were the rarest. They were located on the highest floor. Not only were they spacious, but the service was also excellent. During the auction, they could look down on everyone from a high vantage point, giving off the feeling of a sovereign overlooking the world. Not long after Zhuowen and Elder Anqi entered the VIP seats, many cultivators entered one after another. About an hour later, a dazzling light suddenly lit up on the high platform in the middle of the auction house, attracting everyone's attention. They all knew that the auction was about to begin. Chapter 45:16. On the high platform, an enchanting woman with a graceful figure and revealing clothes had appeared out of nowhere. Hello, everyone. It's time for another exciting auction. I'm your old friend, Qi. The enchanting woman bowed deeply to everyone, revealing 2 snow-white cheeks, causing everyone's souls to be intoxicated, and they couldn't help but fall head over heels. Qi Yi is still as beautiful as ever. If I can get close to her, even if I'm a ghost, I'll still be a romantic. You're dreaming. Qi Yi is a thorny rose. If you don't have enough status and strength, you're not qualified to touch her. Everyone was discussing spiritedly as they looked at Qi Yi with awe, fascination, and fear. As an auctioneer, Qi Yi was able to stand tall in the immemorial auction house. This showed that her background was definitely not ordinary. This Qi Yi is really a stunner. In the box, Duan Jipeng couldn't help but sigh. Li Shuo and Li Ying's eyes were wide open as they stared unblinkingly at Qi Yi on the high platform. Their eyes were filled with infatuation. You too, enough is enough. Li Yinglong's face turned ugly. He slapped Li Ying and Li Shuo's forehead, scaring them so much that they quickly moved their eyes away. Zhuo Wen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This Qi Ye's every smile, every frown, and every action were filled with charm that captivated one's soul. Moreover, Qi Ye's charm didn't have the slightest pretense. Instead, it was more like a natural feeling. If one's willpower wasn't strong enough, they would be easily attracted by Qi Ye's temperament and be infatuated. Now the auction is about to begin. My friends, please bid more for my sake. Qi Yi blinked his eyes and blew a kiss to the audience, which immediately caused a violent uproar. Qi Yi clapped her hands, and a small pillar rose from the center of the high platform. At the same time, a beautiful maid walked out from the curtain behind the high platform, carrying a tray, and leisurely walked over. This is the purple gold divine crown, a divine artifact of the first heavenly layer of the eternal realm. It can speed up the recovery of divine power and greatly prolong the duration of a cultivator's battle. It has immeasurable benefits for improving a cultivator's battle strength. The tray was placed on a pillar by a maid, and the light gathered on it, revealing a divine crown that was flowing with purple gold brilliance. The starting price is 3,000 contribution points. Each bid must not be lower than 100 contribution points. Qi Ye's eyes were filled with charm as she affectionately looked at the crowd below the stage. Her voice was soft and slightly inciting. 3,100. 3,500. 4,000. As soon as Qi Ye's voice fell, the voices of bids rose and fell, continuously resounding throughout the entire auction house. Of course, those who bid now were basically from the ordinary seats. The cultivators in the VIP seats and the VIP seats were basically silent. They just waited in silence. In the end, the violet gold divine crown was successfully bought by an old man for 7,000 contribution points. After successfully bidding for the item, the old man quietly left under the escort of several experts from the immemorial auction house. In the immemorial auction house, there were too many cases of treasure hunting. In order to put an end to this, the immemorial auction house did a good job in terms of security and protection. Following that, one by one, the auction items came one after another. Under the instigation of Qi Yi, almost every item was auctioned at a high price. The next item is going to be incredible. It's an extremely precious material called the Scale of Chaos. The Scale of Chaos is born from the depths of the chaotic void. It is mysterious and unfathomable, but it contains some kind of powerful law pattern. It is extremely extraordinary. Qi Yi pointed to a palm-sized scale with 7 colors on the pillar and slowly introduced it. It's the Scale of Chaos. This is an extremely rare material used to make many fourth, heavenly layer, eternal divine artifacts and great arrays. It's actually in this auction house, as expected of the immemorial auction house. In the seats, many cultivators secretly exclaimed and admired the immemorial auction house even more. The Scale of Chaos, the starting price is 5,000 contribution points. Each bid must not be lower than 100 contribution points. Qi said with a faint smile. The competition for the Scale of Chaos was extremely fierce. In an instant, the price soared to 10,000 contribution points, and the speed was getting faster and faster. It was so fast that it caught people off guard. When the price of the Scale of Chaos was pushed to about 13,000 contribution points, the voices of the bidders became much sparser. The price of 13,000 contribution points was already a sky-high price for many of the cultivators present in the ordinary seats. Zhuowen sat in the box. Seeing that the bids had become much sparser, he knew that his opportunity had come. 18,000 contribution points. Zhuowen said slowly and raised the price to 18,000 contribution points in an instant. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the auction house widened their eyes, wondering if Joan was crazy to raise the price by 5,000 contribution points. In an instant, the auction house became silent and no one bid anymore. The price of 18,000 contribution points had far exceeded the expectations of most people. No one would be stupid enough to buy the scale of chaos at this price. Everyone, is there anyone else who is willing to bid? If not, I will knock 3 times, and this item will belong to the gentleman in the box. With that, Chi-Yi began to knock on the bell beside her, and a clear sound rang out. However, her eyes kept glancing at the other VIP seats, and even the VIP seats, obviously waiting for others to continue bidding. In the private room, Joan was not worried at all. The price of 18,000 contribution points was already a little higher than the market price of the scale of chaos. If anyone continued to bid, it would be easy to lose money. 20,000 contribution points. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from another private room in the VIP seats. The auction house was instantly in an uproar. No one expected that there would still be people bidding at this price. Joan frowned slightly. He looked at the explosion not far away, and his eyes emitted a cold light. 25,000 contribution points. Joan added another 5,000 contribution points in one go, and his eyes coldly stared at the box not far away. 27,000 contribution points. The indifferent voice came from the box again. Another 2,000 contribution points were added, as if the person was toying with Joan. That box should be Xing Hongshu's. Old man Anqi whispered to Joan. Joan's eyes burst with coldness. He nodded and said with a slightly angry voice, 32,000 contribution points. In the box not far away, Xing Hangshu revealed a smug smile and continued, It seems that this kid is angry out of humiliation. It seems that he is determined to get this item. Continue to increase the price. Raise the price high enough for this kid to suffer a loss. In the box, a young cultivator said hesitantly, Senior Brother Xing, this price is far higher than the market price. If Joan doesn't increase the price, won't we suffer a great loss? Xing Hangshu sneered. Didn't you hear Joan's angry voice? Continue to increase the price. After this, we will stop bidding and let this kid get the scale of chaos at 30,000 contribution points. Yes. After the young cultivator finished speaking, he called out a high price of 34,000 contribution points. However, after he called out the price, Joan's box fell silent, and he did not bid for a long time. Ding! Following the crisp sound, Chi-Yi said happily, Congratulations to the guest in Box 5 for winning the scale of chaos at a price of 34,000 contribution points. I have to say that this guest has good taste. As soon as he said that, Xing Hangshu and the others in Box 5 were completely dumbfounded. They completely did not expect that Joan actually did not bid anymore. This completely did not play by the rules. Chapter 45:17. Bang! Xing Hangshu slammed his right hand on the armrest, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Although the scale of chaos was precious, it was just a material. To him, it was of little use. The reason why he was bidding was to drive up the price and make Joan pay a higher price for it. However, he did not expect that Joan would not play by the rules and let him buy the scale of chaos at a price that was far higher than the market price. This guy did it on purpose. Xing Hangshu's face darkened. He felt that he had been deceived. This guy is really sinister. He pretended to be angry because he thought he was going to get it. I didn't expect that he was setting us up. The young cultivator who made the bid said indignantly. Xing Hangshu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I'll settle this with him later. I heard that something like that will be auctioned off this time. If we can get it, we'll be rich. The other young cultivators in the private room nodded repeatedly. Their eyes were filled with excitement and desire. In private room number 3, Joan's face was rather gloomy. Although he was determined to get the scale of chaos, He did not want to fall into Xing Hangshu's trap. If he fell into the trap this time, he was sure that Xing Hangshu would drive up the price when he auctioned off other things. That was not a good thing for Zhuowen. Xiaoyu, are you going to give this material to Xing Hangshu just like that? Elder Anqi looked at Zhuowen in surprise. He knew that the scale of chaos was one of the main materials Zhuowen used to refine the ultimate divine formation of eternity. Zhuowen actually gave it up so easily, which made old man Anqi feel a little strange. Don't worry, Elder Anqi. If it's mine, it can only be mine. A cold light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. Elder Anqi looked thoughtful and did not say anything else. The auction continued. With a beauty like Qi Yi fanning the flames, the auction was extremely lively. Many cultivators gave Qi Yi a lot of face and offered good prices, causing Qi Yi to chuckle nonstop with a face full of smiles. During this period, Li Yinglong and the others also made a few bids and successfully obtained the items they needed. To Zhuowen's surprise, there was no more movement from Xing Hangshu's private room. He did not deliberately raise the price with Zhuowen. Zhuowen sneered. It seemed that Xing Hangshu was afraid of being tricked by him just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so honest. Next up, we'll be auctioning 2 extremely precious materials. Suddenly, on the high platform, Qi Yi spoke again, attracting Zhuowen's attention. When Zhuowen's gaze fell on the tray in the maid's hands, his eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. On the tray, there was a sharp horn shining with 7 colors and a piece of or shining with the shadow of a dragon. Both of these materials were extraordinary. These 2 materials are the Void Rainbow Horn and the Dragon God Ore. This is a top-notch material, and it's extremely useful no matter if it's refining equipment, alchemy, or setting up formations. Qi threw a coquettish glance at everyone and continued. The starting price is 5,000 points. As long as you can bid for it, both materials will belong to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the auction house suddenly became noisy, and the voices of people bidding rose and fell. Soon, the price of the 2 materials was pushed to 15,000 points. 20,000 points. Suddenly, Zhuowen's voice sounded out from room number 3 once more. Suddenly, the originally noisy auction house became silent. Everyone's eyes could not help but look at private room number 3, their eyes full of fear. They still remembered that during the auction of the Scale of Chaos, the owner of this private room increased the price by 5,000 points and then cheated the person in private room number 5. They were afraid that they would be cheated if they bid against this person. In an instant, no one made a bid. In private room number 5, Xing Hangshu's face was gloomy. Although he was very unwilling, when he thought of the lesson just now, he could only grit his teeth and keep quiet. Are there any other guests who want to bid? These are 2 top-notch materials, and they are worth a higher price. Qi Yi looked at the audience, hoping that someone would continue to bid. However, to her disappointment, the audience was silent and no one made a bid. She took a deep look at room number 3 and hammered her gavel. In the end, she sold the materials to Zhuowen. Congratulations, young Master Zhuo. Li Yinglong and the others hurriedly congratulated Zhuowen. Brother Zhuo, you're really something. Looks like you scared a lot of people just now. Now that you've made a bid, no one wants to bid against you. Duan Jipeng gave Zhuowen a thumbs up. Zhuowen smiled and looked at Elder Anqi. Elder Anqi, where else can I sell the Scale of Chaos? Now that the Scale of Chaos had fallen into Xing Hangshu's hands, Zhuowen could not get it back in a short time. Unless Xing Hangshu left the station and went to the extraterritorial battlefield, Zhuowen could still snatch it. Elder Anqi thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know. In the station, only the Archean auction house has the most complete collection of items. If you want to find the Scale of Chaos elsewhere, you'll have to rely on your luck. Hearing that, Zhuowen frowned slightly. It seemed that he had to find a way to snatch the Scale of Chaos from Xing Hangshu. I've got what I want. Let's go. Zhuowen did not plan to stay in the auction house for long. After all, There was nothing he wanted here. Wait! Elder Anchi suddenly called out to Zhuowen. What's wrong? Zhuowen looked back at Elder Anchi. Shuoxiaoyu, there's something you don't know. This auction is unusual. It said that a peerless treasure will be auctioned off at the finale. As he spoke, old man Anchi pointed at the VIP seats above him and said, These seats are for famous figures. Usually there are very few people in the VIP seats at the auction, but it's almost full today. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that. How could he not know what Elder Anchi meant? Elder Anchi was looking forward to seeing what the so-called finale treasure was. Oh, then let's wait here and see. Zhuowen revealed a look of interest. To be able to attract so many great figures, it was obvious that the final item of this auction was extraordinary. The auction continued. The later it was, the more precious the items on display were. The VIP seats and VIP seats, which were originally not very competitive, began to be auctioned off one after another. Naturally, the prices were extremely high. The cultivators in the ordinary seats could not get involved at all. They could only watch helplessly and did not dare to bid. When the auction came to an end, Qi Ye's eyes suddenly shone with excitement. Everyone, the finale treasure is about to be auctioned off. I'm sure you've heard that the finale treasure this time is extraordinary, Qi Yi said mysteriously, but it attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone craned their necks to look forward, craning their necks in anticipation. They were all looking forward to the so-called final treasure. What exactly was it? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the curtain opened, and two maidservants came in carrying a black box. The moment the black box was placed on the pillar, the entire air seemed to have frozen. No one said a word. They just stared unblinkingly at the black box on the pillar. Chapter 45:18. Divine Soul Sovereign's latest chapter. The instant the black box was opened, a soft chime slowly resounded throughout the entire auction house. Although the sound of the bell was very soft, it exploded in everyone's ears. It was as if thunder was exploding in their ears. Uft! There were also many cultivators with low cultivation bases present who spat out mouthfuls of blood the moment they heard the sound of the bell. Blood flowed out of their orifices. In box number 3, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared deeply at the black box on the pillar. After the black box was opened, a palm-sized, pitch-black copper bell appeared. Dense veins appeared on the surface of the copper bell. These veins seemed to be alive and were wriggling continuously. It looked extremely strange. Qi Yi, who was originally laughing, became exceptionally serious at this moment. She formed a seal with both hands, and the restriction surrounding the copper bell was immediately activated. After the restriction was activated, the faintly discernible chime of the bell in the auction house also completely disappeared. Everyone, this copper bell is called the Heavenly Ghost Funeral Bell. It contains an extremely terrifying power. Once the bell rings, blood will flow for thousands of miles. Its power is peerless. Qi Yi slowly opened her mouth and pointed at the copper bell on the pillar in her hand as she slowly introduced it. The Heavenly Ghost Funeral Bell is a peak level 8 astral weapon. A customer obtained it by chance in the extraterritorial battlefield. The customer believes that he doesn't have the ability to control this item, so he entrusted us to auction it off. The starting price is 50,000 contribution points, and each increment is 1,000. Qi Yi glanced at the Heavenly Ghost Funeral Bell with some fear, and then loudly announced to the audience. In an instant, the entire audience fell into silence. Everyone stared at the Heavenly Ghost Funeral Bell on the pillar, and their breathing became rapid. Peak rank 8. The might of a peak star weapon was absolutely not something they could imagine. As long as they had the Heavenly Ghost Funeral Bell, their strength would greatly increase. However, the price of 50,000 contribution points repelled most of the cultivators. This price was truly too high. 55,000 contribution points. Suddenly, someone in the VIP seats on the second floor made a bid. It was Xing Hangshu in box number 5. This bid was like a spark that ignited the entire auction house. Everyone in the VIP seats made their bids one after another, continuously pushing the price up. TSK, TSK, peak 8th rank, peak star soldier. No wonder the honored seats were all full. This kind of star soldier is something that can only be found by chance. In the third box, old man Anchi clicked his tongue in wonder and lamented. Zhuowen looked on coldly. He had no intention of bidding. This was because he knew very well that the Heavenly Ghost funeral bell was just too popular. Even if he had close to 300,000 contribution points, he might not be able to buy it. Soon, the price of the Heavenly Ghost funeral knell was pushed to 100,000 points. 150,000 points. Suddenly, there was finally some movement in the VIP seats. Someone had started to bid, adding 50,000 points right off the bat. The VIP seats that were originally in a heated fight immediately quieted down. Adding 50,000 points in one go? That was way too rich. 200,000. At the VIP seats, another person in a private room also added 50,000 points. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and sighed inwardly, as expected of an important figure in the VIP seats. Even the way he bid was so bold. On the other hand, the VIP seats were completely silent. No matter how rich they were, how could they compare to those big shots in the VIP seats? Sigh. As expected, not only are the experts of the various royal courts from the supreme domains here, even some experts from the invincible domains might have heard the news and come. In the fifth box, Xing Hangshu smiled bitterly. He had completely given up on bidding. Junior brother Shirtian sent me a message? Isn't he still in seclusion? Xing Hangshu seemed to have sent something and took out the communication jade talisman from his waist. He was surprised when he saw that it was a message from Sakyamuni. It's a message from Senior Brother Shirtian? Senior Brother Xing, what did Senior Brother Shirtian say? In the box, many young cultivators immediately came over and looked at Xing Hangshu excitedly. Sakyamuni was extremely famous in the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy and had many fanatical followers. These people basically worshipped Sakyamuni, which was why they followed Xing Hangshu. Junior Brother Shirtan said that the alternate ghost tribe also came to the Archean auction house to bid for the Heavenly Ghost funeral bell. He wants us to help the alternate ghost tribe obtain the Heavenly Ghost funeral bell. After that, he'll owe us a favor. Xing Hangshu gave a simple summary of the contents of the communication jade talisman. Everyone was especially excited. So the alternate ghost tribe is here too. Which box are they in? Asked one of the young cultivators. They're in the 5th VIP box, which is above us, said Xing Hangshu. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the 5th VIP box. If we pool together, we should be able to gather 200,000 to 300,000 contribution points. At that time, the alternate ghost tribe will have a high chance of winning the bid for the Heavenly Ghost funeral bell. Someone suggested, said Xing Hangshu. Xing Hangshu nodded and led the crowd out of VIP box number 5 and into the 3rd floor. When they knocked on the door of the 5th VIP box, it took a long time for someone to open the door. The person who opened the door was a pale-faced child. Who are you? Strangely, the child's voice sounded very old, like the voice of a dying old man. We're from the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. I'm Xing Hangshu. Like Sakyamuni, I'm Yuanqing's personal disciple. Xing Hangshu cupped his fists at the child and said in a deep voice. The child's gaze froze. Then he smiled and opened the door of the box. So you're Shirtian's fellow disciple. Come in quickly. Xing Hangshu and the others hurriedly entered the box and found that it was pitch black. It emitted a gloomy cold air that made everyone feel uncomfortable. Click! The child snapped his fingers, and the pitch-black box lit up with blue sparks. They were like willow, the wisps that floated in the box. The entire box was suffused with a blue glow. It looked eerie and gloomy. Only then did Xing Hangshu notice that there was only the child in the box. There was no one else. "May I know who you are?" Xing Hangshu didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his fists at the child and asked, since there was only the child in the VIP box, and it was in the VIP box the child's strength was definitely not weak. "One of the 3 kings of the alternate ghost tribe, the Ice Ghost King, Ghost Child." The child sat on a seat by the window and casually introduced himself. Xing Hangshu's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that one of the 3 kings of the alternate ghost tribe would come. The alternate ghost tribe was the second most powerful realm in the transcendent realm. The 3 kings were extremely powerful. The Ice Ghost King's strength was also terrifying. He was already an expert in the late stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. It could be seen that he attached great importance to the heavenly ghost funeral bell. "Shirtian, that brat asked you to come, right?" The ghost child pointed at the seat beside him, indicating for Xing Hangshu and the others to sit down. "Yes. Junior brother Shirtian must have asked us to help Senior in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong," Xing Hangshu said in a deep voice. The ghost child nodded and continued, "How many contribution points can you gather?" Xing Hangshu thought for a moment and said, "At most 300,000 contribution points." The ghost child's lips curled up. "That's enough. If we can successfully obtain the heavenly ghost funeral bell, our alternate ghost tribe will never forget your kindness." Chapter 45:19. Senior Ghost Child, do you know Zhuowen? Xing Hangshu came to the ghost child's side and asked in a low voice. The Ice Ghost King, who was originally indifferent, immediately narrowed his eyes and emitted a cold aura. "Nephew Xing, why did you suddenly mention this person?" The ghost child said indifferently. Xing Hangshu saw the change in the ghost child's expression and felt a little puzzled. Although he didn't know what grudges Zhuowen and Sakyamuni had, he knew that Sakyamuni didn't like Zhuowen. This was also the reason why he targeted Zhuowen from the beginning. However, from the ghost child's expression, he felt that this Zhuowen should be extraordinary. Even the ghost child seemed to value Zhuowen. "Because I met this kid in the extraterritorial battlefield. If junior brother Shirtian didn't mention this kid to me, I might not have recognized him." Xing Hangshu smiled. The ghost child said indifferently, "He's in the extraterritorial battlefield? Where?" Xing Hangshu smiled slightly and said, "It's in the primordial auction house, VIP booth number 3. The ghost child slowly narrowed his eyes, and a strong chill spread from the depths of his eyes. He had naturally heard of this kid, Zhuowen, when Sakyamuni was still in the lower realm. This kid was the latter's old enemy and had defeated Sakyamuni. Originally, they didn't care about this kid. So what if he had defeated Sakyamuni? Sakyamuni's Tao root was too special. It could continuously evolve, and he was destined to become one of the strongest experts in the outer realm. And this old enemy from back then would only become an insignificant ant. The ghost child and the other 2 kings of the other ghost clans noticed Zhuowen. They only knew about Zhuowen through the outer realm, heavenly ranking. When they found out that Zhuowen was ranked first on the outer realm celestial leaderboard, they wanted to kill him and contacted Sakyamuni about it. However, Sakyamuni was too arrogant and did not place Zhuowen in his eyes at all. He even told them not to look for Zhuowen. At that time, although they felt that Zhuowen's talent was not bad, they did not take it to heart. After all, this child was just a shadow and did not pose any danger to them. Most importantly, they had blind faith in Sakyamuni. Since Sakyamuni didn't care about Zhuowen, they naturally didn't take it to heart. But now, since the ghost child knew that Zhuowen was in the ancient auction house, he couldn't just ignore it. "Zhuowen, if you hadn't met me, perhaps I wouldn't have bothered to look for you. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll just slap you to death." The ghost child thought to himself. He didn't care too much about Zhuowen as if he was an ant. At that moment, the bidding for the heavenly ghost funeral bell in the auction house was getting more and more intense. The bids were getting louder and louder. The price of the heavenly ghost funeral bell had reached a sky-high price of 500,000 contribution points. On the high platform, Chi Ye's beautiful eyes were sparkling. They were filled with a different kind of brilliance. This time, the auction house had set the standard for the heavenly ghost funeral bell to be auctioned for 500,000 contribution points. Now, she had already reached the standard. Judging from the intensity of the bidding, the price would only go higher. 600,000 contribution points. Suddenly, an old voice came from the fifth VIP seat and instantly increased the price by 100,000 contribution points. The originally heated bidding suddenly quieted down. 600,000 contribution points was a very high price even for the big shots in the VIP seats. Some people had already stopped bidding. They did not have that many contribution points on them. 620,000 contribution points. 630,000 contribution points. However, there were still 2 VIP seats competing with the 5th VIP seat. 700,000 contribution points. The 5th VIP seat made another bid, raising the price to 700,000 contribution points. The 2 VIP seats that were originally bidding immediately fell silent. Chi Yi was wild with joy. She knew that she had exceeded her quota. She had actually sold the bell for 700,000 contribution points. Are there any other guests who want to bid? This is a rank 8 astral weapon. It's a treasure that can only be encountered by chance. If you miss this chance, you might never see it again. Chi Yi guided patiently. Her charming eyes swept across the VIP seats in front of her, hoping that someone would continue to bid. Unfortunately, the VIP seats were silent. No one else made another bid. 700,000 contribution points was definitely a sky-high price. Even if someone wanted to buy it, they wouldn't have enough contribution points. Chi Yi was rather disappointed. She used her small hammer to knock 3 times and finalized the ownership of the heavenly ghost funeral bell. Congratulations to the customer in the 5th VIP seat for successfully winning the heavenly ghost funeral bell. Please come to the auction house's inner hall to collect your goods later, Chi Yi said to the 5th VIP seat with a bright smile. After saying that, Chi Yi bowed deeply to the audience and winked at them. Thank you for your support. Today's auction has been successfully completed. When the next auction begins, I will inform everyone. I hope that everyone will continue to support me. In the VIP room, Zhuowen watched Chi Yi retreat behind the curtain and left with Elder Anqi and the others. The moment he walked out of the VIP room, Zhuowen seemed to have sensed something. At the stairs of the 3rd floor, there, Xing Hangshu and a group of people were slowly walking down the stairs. Xing Hangshu's cold eyes stared at Zhuowen, making him feel very uncomfortable. Zhuowen didn't pay attention to Xing Hangshu. His gaze fell on a child beside Xing Hangshu. The child looked to be around 7 or 8 years old, but he had an ancient and vicissitude aura. What moved Zhuowen even more was that the aura coming from the child was extremely terrifying. It gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. There was no doubt that the child was stronger than Elder Anqi and Li Yinglong. Perhaps sensing Zhuowen's gaze, the child slowly raised his head. A pair of hawk-like eyes fell on Zhuowen. When their eyes met, Elder Anqi's hand fell on Zhuowen's shoulder and pulled him behind him. Elder Anqi stared at the child solemnly and said, Ice Ghost King, it's been a long time. The child's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately looked at Elder Anqi and said coldly, So it's Anqi. Indeed, it's been a long time. Why didn't you stay in the Void Yama realm? Why did you come to the extraterritorial battlefield? Elder Anqi smiled faintly. After staying in the same place for so long, I naturally got bored. So I came here to try something new. The child nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he led Xing Hangshu, Elder Anqi, and the others past them. From the beginning to the end, the child didn't even look at Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen knew that the child's aura had always been on him, and it was filled with malice. It wasn't until the child and the others were far away that the aura gradually disappeared. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura! Duan Jipeng, Liang, and Li Shua were pale. Although the child's aura was only directed at Zhuowen, it still affected them. That aura was like Mount Tai, pressing down on them until they couldn't breathe. Chapter 45:20. Li Yinglong's face darkened. He's the ghost child of one of the three kings of the alternate ghost tribe, the Ice Ghost King. He's already at the late stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. It's the Ice Ghost King of the alternate ghost tribe. No wonder his aura is so terrifying. He's not any weaker than our king of hell. Li Ying patted his chest and said fearfully. Zhuowen's eyes darkened. He did not expect to meet the king of the alternate ghost tribe in the auction house. No wonder the Ice Ghost King was so hostile towards him. Elder Anqi looked at Zhuowen and asked, Shuxiaoyu, I saw that the Ice Ghost King was targeting you the moment he arrived. Did you offend him? Zhuowen said indifferently, I have some grudges with Sakyamuni. Elder Anqi was enlightened. So that's why. Sakyamuni was a peerless genius nurtured by the alternate ghost tribe. For the sake of Sakyamuni, the alternate ghost tribe would do anything. Since Zhuowen had some grudges with Sakyamuni, it was equivalent to having some grudges with the entire alternate ghost tribe. Let's go. There are rules in the encampment. No fighting is allowed. We're in the encampment, so the Ice Ghost King won't dare to act recklessly. Elder Anqi said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded, but his heart was filled with malice. He knew that the Ice Ghost King had probably come for the ruins. Seemed like the ruins had really attracted a lot of true powerhouses. Once the ruins were opened, there would definitely be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Zhuowen felt that his strength was getting weaker. If he wanted to gain the upper hand in the ruins, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. After Zhuowen left the auction house, Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao walked out from another VIP box. I didn't expect that Zhuowen would offend the Ice Ghost King, Xing Hangshu, and the rest. He deserves it, Mi Hao Miao sneered. Su Jiaying's eyes flickered. Family head Mi, why don't we work together with the Ice Ghost King? With the strength of the two of us, wanting to kill Zhuowen is probably not that easy. After all, he still has Li Yinglong and Anqi with him. Mei Hao Miao was tempted. If Zhuowen was alone, it would be easy for them to kill Zhuowen. Unfortunately, Zhuowen still had Anqi and Li Yinglong by his side. Even if they attacked together, the possibility of killing Zhuowen was very low. However, if he could form a connection with an expert like the Ice Ghost King, killing Zhuowen would not be difficult. After Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao contacted the Ice Ghost King, the group of them met in a nearby inn. You want to work with me? The Ice Ghost King sat on the main seat while Xing Hangshu and the others sat nearby. They all looked at Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao. Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao looked nervous. Su Jiaying looked at the Ice Ghost King and licked her lips. Yes, family, head Mei and I have a huge grudge against Zhuowen. I heard that Lord Ghost Child has a grudge against Zhuowen as well. That's why we want to work with you, the Ice Ghost King said indifferently. Do you think I need to work with others to kill Zhuowen? Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao looked at each other, not knowing how to reply. Xian 81 Chinese Network Update Computer // however, if you sincerely want to work with me, I can agree to it. However, you have to show your sincerity, the Ghost Child said indifferently. Su Jiaying's eyes flickered as she cupped her fists. Lord Ghost Child, I wonder if you have heard of the news of the ruins appearing in the demonic corpse cliff of the extraterritorial battlefield? The Ghost Child smiled faintly. Of course I have. Coincidentally, Nephew Xing obtained a remnant map. You want to say that you have a remnant map as well, right? Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seemed like the Ice Ghost King already had a remnant map. It was ridiculous for them to use it as a bargaining chip. The sincerity I want is not this. I want the two of you to do something for our deviant ghost tribe. Ghost Child's eyes revealed a trace of craftiness as he said indifferently. Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao quickly nodded and said, "As long as Lord Ghost Child agrees to work with us to deal with Zhuowen, we are willing to work with your deviant ghost tribe." The Ghost Child smiled and waved his hand. An illusory contract appeared in front of Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao. A verbal agreement doesn't count. Come, sign the contract with me, the Ghost Child said indifferently. Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao looked at the contract carefully. After confirming that there were no problems, they signed it without hesitation. After the two of them signed, the Ghost Child pulled the contract in front of him and signed his name as well. After keeping the contract, the Ghost Child shook hands with the two of them and said, "Let's work together happily then. The relic is about to open, and I will work with you to deal with Zhuowen. When the time comes, you will have to keep your promise." Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao quickly nodded. The only thing on their minds was to get rid of Zhuowen as soon as possible. They did not think about anything else. In the inn where Zhuowen and the others were staying in a huge room, Zhuowen, Elder Anqi, Duan Jipeng, and the others were all in the room. "Brother Duan, you said that you found an inheritance. I wonder what level of expert left it behind." Zhuowen looked at Duan Jipeng and asked solemnly. He needed to increase his strength quickly, so he had to find a way to increase his cultivation level in a short period of time. This method could only be achieved by entering the inheritance of an expert and obtaining the good stuff inside. Duan Jipeng pondered for a moment and said, "I didn't investigate it in detail back then. I only knew that the owner of the inheritance was at least a cosmic avatar. At that time, I was in a hurry to leave, so I hurriedly left a mark there and didn't go back." Zhuowen's eyes revealed a bright light as he said, "Anyway, there's still some time before the ruins open. Let's go to that inheritance that Brother Duan found first. What do you think?" Duan Jipeng nodded and did not object. He also felt that his strength was a little weak. If he entered the demonic corpse cliff rashly, it would be quite dangerous. If you're going to explore the legacy, it's best if you leave secretly. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Old man Anqi suddenly spoke. His expression became very solemn. "Senior Anqi, are you worried about the Ice Ghost King?" Zhuowen said. Old man Anqi nodded and continued. "The Ice Ghost King came with ill intentions, and he didn't hide his malice towards you. If you swagger away like this, it's hard to avoid being targeted by the Ice Ghost King. With the Ice Ghost King's methods, it should be easy for him to find out if we have left or not. If we leave now, it will indeed be quite dangerous for us," Duan Jipeng said with a frown. "I have a divine weapon that can copy the aura and create a doppelganger. Regardless of appearance or aura, it will be exactly the same as the original. The few of you leave quietly, and I will bring your doppelganger with me. Occasionally, we will go out for a stroll. This will greatly dispel the Ice Ghost King's suspicions and buy you some time." As Old Man Anqi spoke, he took out a furnace that was spewing fire from his sleeve. Zhuowen looked at it. It was the heaven and earth furnace that he had brought back to Old Man Anqi. He had not expected the heaven and earth furnace to have the ability to create doppelgangers. However, the doppelganger created by the heaven and earth furnace has a time limit. It can only be used for a month, so you must return within a month. Old Man Anqi said with a solemn expression. Chapter 45:21. Old Man Anqi took out the heaven and earth furnace and formed a seal with both hands. Instantly, terrifying flames erupted from the furnace, enveloping the entire room. "Everyone, extract a trace of your aura and put it into the heaven and earth furnace." Looking at Zhuowen and the others, Old Man Anqi shouted in a low voice. Zhuowen and the others did not dare to be negligent. They extracted a trace of their aura and put it into the heaven and earth furnace. Whoosh! When everyone's auras entered the heaven and earth smelt, The sea of flames in the room was sucked back into the smelt. After about a quarter of an hour, the lid of the heaven and earth furnace opened, and 4 black figures rushed out. The 4 black figures were Zhuowen, Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shuo. The 4 of them looked almost exactly the same as the original. Even their aura, demeanor, and temperament were the same. Li Yinglong was surprised. Why didn't my doppelganger come out? Old man Anqi was a little embarrassed. Family head Li, your cultivation is too strong. The heaven and earth furnace is only an early stage, 4th heaven's eternal realm divine tool. It can't create an avatar of celestial phenomenon of earth. Hearing this, Li Yinglong smiled bitterly. It seemed like he had to stay in the station like old man Anqi. He looked at Li Ying and Li Shuo, and he was still a little worried. The 2 of them were the most talented geniuses of the younger generation of the Su Ming family. If they were careless and died, it would be a great loss to the Su Ming family. Family head Li, don't worry. With me here, they will be fine. Zhuowen observed Li Yinglong's expression and saw the worry in his eyes. He patted his chest and promised, Young Master Zhuo, I'll have to trouble you. Li Yinglong bowed deeply to Zhuowen and said gratefully. With Zhuowen's words, he felt much more at ease. He knew how powerful Zhuowen was. As long as an avatar of heaven and earth expert did not appear, no one could do anything to him. With Zhuowen's protection, Li Shuo and Li Ying's safety was guaranteed. Come here, I'll change your appearance. Zhuowen called out to Duan Jipeng and the others, then used the primordial grand mist technique to completely change their auras and appearances. With the primordial grand mist technique's miraculous effects, even a lawful embodiment of heaven and earth expert would have a hard time seeing through the disguise. Just in case, I'll take my clone and leave the inn first. You guys can leave later. Make sure you're well hidden, got it? Old man Anqi reminded Zhuowen and the others again before leaving the inn with Li Yinglong and his 4 clones. They headed for the central divine hall. After old man Anqi left, some of the spies scattered around the inn also quietly retreated and secretly followed old man Anqi. Those spies who were monitoring us have all left. Zhuowen's divine sense silently spread out. After discovering that those malicious gazes had left, he left the inn with Duan Jipeng and the other 2 and headed towards the entrance of the foreign battlefield. The entrance to the extraterritorial battlefield in the primeval Heavenly Tao Academy's encampment was located in the northern region of the encampment. There stood a huge blood-red door. This blood-red door was extremely strange. The door frame was supported by some kind of huge white bone. On the surface of the white bone, there was blood and flesh wriggling. A pungent smell of blood assailed their nostrils, making them feel nauseous. On both sides of the blood-red door stood 2 burly armored soldiers. Only a pair of bone-chilling eyes could be seen behind their dark and cold masks. They were staring at the cultivators entering and exiting the blood-red door. When Zhuowen and the others arrived at the blood-red door, they saw a long queue. Many cultivators took out their tokens for the guards to check. Go in. When Zhuowen's group of 4 took out their qualification tokens, a guard merely glanced at them before allowing them to pass. Is this the foreign battlefield? After Zhuowen passed through the blood-red door and entered the blood-red starry sky behind the door, he looked around and realized that the blood-red color in the starry sky was due to the strange blood-red clouds nearby. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio Mobile Phone, // swoosh swoosh swoosh. After the other cultivators entered the foreign battlefield, they rushed towards the front of the foreign battlefield without looking back. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. Follow me. The inheritance is some distance away from here. If we go at full speed, it will take about 3 days. After Duan Jipeng finished speaking to Zhuowen and the others, he took the lead and rushed towards the west. The 4 of them didn't rush out for long before they saw a huge battle in front of them. This was a hilly area full of ravines. The hills were not tall, but they rose from the ground like acne on the human skin. They looked extremely ugly. In one of the ravines, 4 figures were fighting fiercely. Among the 4 figures, one was a human cultivator, while the other 3 were completely different from the human race. They had 4 limbs like humans, but their bodies were covered in green scales. Their cheeks were more like crocodiles, revealing rows of sharp teeth that glinted coldly. These 3 foreign cultivators were not weak, and they forced the human cultivator into a desperate situation. When Zhuo and the others approached, the human cultivator had already been completely killed by the 3 foreign cultivators. One of the foreign race cultivators took the human cultivator's command medallion and storage artifact before joining up with the other 2 foreign race cultivators. They looked at Zhuo Wen's group of 4 with vigilance. Are they the foreign cultivators from other places? Zhuo Wen looked at the 3 foreign cultivators silently and asked Duan Jipeng with interest. These 3 foreign cultivators did not have a high level of cultivation. They were around the mid-cosmic Dharma stage, but the murderous aura on them was much more terrifying than that of the Ni Gu Starlight stage cultivators. Clearly, this was the result of years of training in the foreign battlefield. Run. The 3 foreign cultivators could naturally see that Zhuo Wen's overall strength was much stronger than theirs, and they had the advantage in numbers. If they fought, they had no chance of winning. Want to run? It's not that easy. Zhuo Wen shook his head and took a step forward, turning into a shadow in the void. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 3 foreign cultivators. Boom! At the same time, Zhuo Wen's right fist punched out, smashing directly in front of the foreign cultivator. You're courting death. The foreign cultivator saw that Zhuo Wen did not even take out a divine weapon and attacked with his bare hands. He laughed coldly and slashed out with the divine sword in his hand. The terrifying sword light swept out like a crescent moon and landed heavily on Zhuo Wen's fist. But to his horror, the sword light that he had thrown out with all his strength was easily shattered by Zhuo Wen's fist force. Clang! Zhuo Wen's fist force was unstoppable. It landed heavily on the foreign cultivator's divine sword and smashed it into pieces. The fist force was like a rainbow. Amidst the countless fragments of the divine sword, it landed on the foreign cultivator's chest and directly penetrated it. Chapter 45:22. Pucci. Blood gushed out like rain. The foreign race cultivator's eyes widened in fear, and he died with his eyes wide open. When Zhuo Wen finished off the foreign race cultivator, the other 2 foreign race cultivators retreated in fear. XDW-8, the foreign race cultivator in the lead, was the strongest among the 3 of them. Now that he was killed so easily, there was no need to mention them. However, not long after the 2 of them retreated, they encountered Duan Jipeng's group. With Duan Jipeng's strength, he killed the 2 foreign race cultivators in one move. After finishing off the foreign race cultivators, Duan Jipeng took the qualification tokens and storage divine tools from the 3 foreign race cultivators. He threw the 3 qualification tokens to Zhuo Wen, Li Ying, and Li Shuo and said, most of the contribution points in the extraterritorial battlefield come from killing foreign race cultivators. The stronger the foreign race cultivator you kill, the more contribution points they have in their qualification tokens. Then you can get the contribution points in their tokens. Zhuo Wen took the token Duan Jipeng threw over and checked it. He found that there were a total of 30,000 contribution points in the token. He didn't argue and put the 30,000 contribution points into his own token. Zhuo Wen sighed in his heart. No wonder he improved so quickly in the extraterritorial battlefield. Entering the extraterritorial battlefield, one could fight with all kinds of foreign races. Not only could one train their battle experience and strength, but they could also get rich contribution points to exchange for cultivation resources. Under such high-intensity training, it was impossible for one's strength not to become stronger. Of course, the extraterritorial battlefield was also extremely dangerous. While you were hunting others, others were also hunting you. Here, you could be killed by someone stronger than you at any time. Duan Jipang divided the items of the 3 foreign race cultivators, and the 4 of them set off again. Along the way, they basically buried their heads in rushing. Even if they encountered a battle, they didn't pay attention to it. Of course, some foreign race cultivators treated them as prey. Those who took the initiative to attack them were basically killed. 3 days later, the 4 of them arrived at an area full of ring-shaped mountains. The ring-shaped mountain in this area was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its surroundings were like high walls, and the central part was concave. The inheritance is in the center of this area. There is the largest ring-shaped mountain there. The inheritance is in that ring-shaped mountain. Duan Jipang stopped at the foot of a mountain, and his gaze became serious and solemn. The 3 of you, that ring-shaped mountain is extremely dangerous. You must be prepared. At that time, I didn't have the confidence to go in, so I just made a mark and left in a hurry, Duan Jipang solemnly reminded. Zhuowen and the other 2 nodded. Duan Jipang had already mentioned the dangers of the ring-shaped mountains many times. Suddenly, an ear-piercing buzzing sound came from the horizon. Look, what's that? Liang raised his head and pointed to the sky. There was a trace of doubt in his voice. Zhuowen looked in the direction Liang was pointing at and saw a huge black cloud in the sky. The black cloud was sinking rapidly. To be more precise, it was rushing towards them. When the black cloud gradually approached them, they finally saw the true appearance of the black cloud. It was actually made up of many black insects. These insects looked like beetles, and the iron armor on their backs flowed with strange black lines. Countless insects rushed over without any regard for their lives, forming a huge black cloud that enveloped Zhuowen's group of 4. Let's go, we can't touch these insects. They specialize in devouring divine power. Once we are entangled, we will be sucked dry by them. Duan Jipang's eyes revealed a look of horror, and he quickly led everyone to the depths of the ring-shaped mountain belt. He had seen with his own eyes that many cultivators were quickly sucked dry by these insects. Among them were experts at the level of Starlight defying Ancient. The 4 of them quickly fled, and the black cloud chased after them, and its speed was getting faster and faster. It's over, these insects are too fast. Li Shuo looked back and found that the black cloud was less than 100 meters away from them, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Despair rose in his heart. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He didn't even think about it and took out the chariot. Come up. Zhuowen jumped up and shouted at Duan Jipang, Liang, and Li Shuo. Duan Jipang and the other 2 had no time to think and jumped on the chariot. At the moment when the black cloud was about to wrap them up, the chariot moved completely and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When the chariot stopped, they had appeared in the deepest part of the ring-shaped mountain belt. There stood a huge ring-shaped mountain with a diameter of 100,000 feet. This ring-shaped mountain was much larger than the other ring-shaped mountains around it. It was incomparably tall, and the whole mountain was filled with an ancient and vicissitudes aura. What was more strange was that the surface of this ring-shaped mountain was densely covered with cracks. If one looked carefully, they would find that there was a certain pattern in these cracks, as if there were some kind of alien language, telling the ancient story of this ring-shaped mountain. Brother Duan, is the inheritance you mentioned in this ring-shaped mountain? Zhuowen jumped down from the chariot, his eyes falling on the huge mountain in front of him, and asked faintly. At this moment, Duan Jipang, Liang, and Li Shuo were still in a state of confusion. The speed of the chariot was too fast, and they had not completely reacted until now. When Zhuowen asked again, Duan Jipang finally reacted. Yes, the inheritance is here. My mark is still here. Duan Jipang pointed at the handprint on a rock not far away and said with a smile, "The inheritance is in this ring-shaped mountain." In other words, We have to enter the central depression of the ring-shaped mountain? Li Ying asked. Yes. Whether there is danger inside or not, in fact, I am not sure. I have not entered before, but I confirm that there is an inheritance inside. Duan Jipeng said with a wry smile. Let's go in and explore, won't we know? Zhuowen kept the chariot and took the lead, flying up the mountain. This ring-shaped mountain was too high, more than 100,000 feet. Zhuowen and the others spent a lot of time to reach the top of the mountain and enter the central area of the ring-shaped mountain. In the central depression of the ring-shaped mountain, clouds and mist lingered, hazy drizzling, and it felt like an otherworldly paradise. Zhuowen and the others did not dare to be careless. In the process of going in, their nerves were completely tense. When they finally reached the bottom, they did not encounter any danger, and everything seemed very calm and peaceful. At the bottom, there was a vast plain, and the fog was much thinner than above. What are these stone statues for? Li Ying noticed that around the plain, there were stone statues that were dozens of feet tall, and his eyes were full of surprise. These stone statues were very strange. Each of them had a huge head, occupying 2/3 of the entire stone statue, but their bodies were very short. The stone statues had strange smiles on their faces, and their eyes were slightly squinted, as if they were laughing at something. What a strange stone statue! Why does it look a little creepy? Li Shua muttered to himself, rubbing his arms with a trace of fear in his eyes. Chapter 45:23. Don't stare at these stone statues. These stone statues are not good people. Follow me. Duan Jipeng hurriedly reminded them and took the lead to walk forward. Li Ying and Li Shua hurriedly withdrew their gazes and did not dare to stare at the stone statues again. Zhuowen was very calm from the beginning to the end. When they left, they did not notice that the strange stone statues suddenly changed their positions and turned to face their backs. The smile on their faces became more and more strange and unfathomable. The surroundings were still, shrouded in fog, and the range of visibility was about 30 to 40 feet. Even their divine senses were restrained by some strange power. We're back. Suddenly, Duan Jipeng stopped. He looked around and found that this was the place where the stone statues stood just now. Moreover, he also found that the position of these stone statues was not the same. At first, the stone statues were facing the back, but now they were facing the group with the same eerie smile on their faces. Illusory array? Li Ying frowned. Zhuowen shook his head and said, There is no aura of any array pattern here. It should not be an illusory array. When Duan Jipeng and the others heard that, they all fell silent and frowned. They naturally trusted Zhuowen's level of array principle. Then, if it was not an illusory array, what was it? It made them return to the original place. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a pondering look and fell on the surrounding stone statues. Let's continue forward. Zhuowen suddenly said as he lifted his foot and walked forward. Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shua were puzzled. However, out of their trust in Zhuowen, they did not say anything. When the four of them had just walked more than 10 steps, Zhuowen, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around. His eyes became sharp and cold, as if they contained an iceberg. It is indeed the problem of these stone statues, Zhuowen said coldly. Duan Jipeng and the others also turned around and were shocked to find that the position of the stone statues behind them had changed again. These stone statues were facing the front, and facing them, the strange smiles on their faces became more and more intense. They instantly understood that the reason why they hadn't made any progress was because of the stone statues. Kakik! Cold and terrifying laughter came from the many stone statues behind him, like the howling of owls in the middle of the night, making people feel very uncomfortable. Clang! Clang! A strange cracking sound resounded in the empty space. Zhuowen and the others noticed that cracks had appeared on the surface of the stone statue in front of them. When the cracks spread to the entire stone statue, the latter completely shattered and black shadows rushed out from the stone statue. More and more black silhouettes darted out, continuously gathering and fusing in midair. Finally, they manifested into a huge, worm-like thing that was over 1,000 feet long. The head of this worm had the face of a stone statue. There was a strange smile on its face, as if it was sneering or mocking. The strange laughter in the surroundings grew louder and louder, lingering in everyone's ears. It seems that the only way to solve this puzzle is to destroy this thing. Zhuowen's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. He took a step forward and rushed toward the black shadow worm at an extremely fast speed. The moment he arrived in front of the worm, sword light flashed in his right palm, and the Taiyu sacred sword appeared in his hand. As he slashed out, the terrifying sword light burst out like endless thunder and landed heavily on the worm's body. Zhuowen passed by the worm and frowned. He turned around and found that the worm was unharmed, while Zhuowen's sword light had pierced through the worm and landed on the ground, creating a huge crater. Is it an illusion? Zhuowen looked at the worm turning around and looking at him as if it was mocking him, and his heart sank slightly. Brother Zhuo, we're here to help you. Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shuo were the first to arrive. They rushed over and attacked the worms with all their strength. This time, Zhuowen saw clearly that the moment their attacks landed on the worm's body became illusory. Then all three of their attacks missed, and they fell to the ground one after another. The moment their attacks missed, the worm's body suddenly became solid, and a palm grew out of its huge body and slammed heavily on Li Ying's body. Li Ying was caught off guard and was hit by the palm. He groaned and spat out blood and flew backward, landing heavily on the ground. Li Shuo and Duan Jipeng had already retreated and landed not far away from Zhuowen. Li Ying, are you okay? Li Shuo quickly came to Li Ying's side and helped him up. XDW8, Li Ying shook his head and said, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury, but this thing is too strange. It's hard to tell if it's real or fake. The worm was silent. It looked fat, but its speed was extremely fast. It continued to rush towards Li Ying and Li Shuo like a bolt of lightning. What shocked Li Ying and Li Shuo was that a huge mouth suddenly appeared on the worm's body. Every mouth was filled with white and sharp teeth, looking ferocious and terrifying. Run! Li Shuo was shocked and quickly retreated with Li Ying. But what made their faces ugly was that the worm's speed suddenly increased. It was much faster than them. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of them. A huge mouth rushed towards them, wanting to swallow them both. At this critical moment, Zhuowen silently appeared and stomped on the worm's head, smashing it to the ground. Only then did Li Shuo and Li Ying escape from the tiger's mouth. They looked at the worm under Zhuowen's foot with lingering fear. Roar! The worm suddenly roared, and its body became illusory again. It directly passed through Zhuowen and escaped far away. It looked at Zhuowen with fear. It could naturally feel that Zhuowen was the most powerful person among the four. If it was a one-on-one fight, it would definitely not be a match for him. However, it was quite proud and did not run away. It was very confident in its special ability. Even if it was no match for Zhuowen, it could use its special ability to toy with these people in the palm of its hand. Roar! The worm attacked again. This time it learned its lesson and did not fight with Zhuowen head-on. Instead, it focused on interfering. If there was a chance, it would mercilessly attack Li Ying and Li Shuo. Obviously, it could see that Zhuowen and Duan Jipeng were not to be trifled with. Therefore, it did not fight with the two of them head-on. Li Ying and Li Shuo were unlucky. Under the repeated attacks of the worm, their injuries became more and more terrifying. They were almost covered with cuts and bruises. Brother Zhuo, save us! Li Ying was on the verge of collapse as he pleaded to Zhuowen. He was really driven crazy by the worm. Every time he was forced into a life and death crisis. If Zhuowen and Duan Jipeng did not react fast enough, he and Li Shuo might have died. Chapter 45-24. Brother Duan, protect Li Ying and Li Shuo. I'll kill it. Zhuowen's eyes flashed coldly as he stomped the ground with his right foot. Suddenly, the ground seemed to explode as deep cracks appeared one after another. Zhuowen leaped up and charged toward the worm like a violent bolt of lightning. The worm sneered and charged at Zhuowen with its huge body. However, its body was becoming more and more illusory. Obviously, it intended to penetrate through Zhuowen and attack Li Ying and Li Shuo. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind swept over. In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen and the worm collided. The worm had already turned into an illusory body and penetrated Zhuowen. However, at this moment, a strong chill burst out from the depths of Zhuowen's eyes. He held the Taiyu sacred sword in his right hand and suddenly flicked it. The sword swept out like water and slashed toward the worm's head. Slash! A jet of dark green blood spurted out. The worm suddenly screamed as its huge body fell not far away. The worm's strange face and its eyes were wide open as it stared at Zhuowen in disbelief. Half of its forehead had been sliced off, and dark green blood spurted out. It looked very tragic. You. The worm looked at Zhuowen in disbelief as its huge body trembled slightly. His originally illusory body also gradually solidified. Just as I thought. Little worm, I've been observing you for a long time. Every time your body turns illusory, your head will be the first to become solid. That's your flaw. Zhuowen's expression was calm as he continued. However, your reaction is quite fast. That sword was going to cut off your head. What a pity. The worm's body trembled even more violently. The ability that it was most proud of had been completely seen through. Run. Without thinking, the worm wriggled its huge body and fled into the distance like a bolt of lightning. It wasn't strong enough to begin with, and the only reason it was able to contend with Zhuowen and the others until now was because of its special ability. Now that its special ability had been seen through by Zhuowen, if it didn't escape, wouldn't it be courting death? Do you think you can escape? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly, but the depths of his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He used the primordial movement technique and turned into a purple-gold shadow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the worm. Heaven and earth hung Meng a silver lining. Zhuowen swung his sword and used all his divine arts. A sword light seemed to have connected heaven and earth as it stood on the worm's head. The worm groaned and immediately entered its illusory body. Its head also became illusory, but Zhuowen was in no hurry. He slashed out with a sword again, displaying the divine ability, sword shaking 9 heavens. Countless sword lights turned into a terrifying sword chi storm and quickly enveloped the worm's huge body. Zhuowen was hidden in the sword lights. The Taiyu sacred sword in his hand turned into a sword light and quickly landed on the worm's head. At this moment, the worm's head happened to leave its illusory state, and the Taiyu sacred sword directly penetrated its head. Have a safe journey. Zhuowen looked down at the worm indifferently. He suddenly flipped his right palm, and the Taiyu sacred sword spun rapidly. The worm's head suddenly exploded. The worm's huge body fell to the ground and gradually became illusory. Finally, it completely disappeared. When the worms disappeared, the strange fog that shrouded the surroundings also dissipated a lot, and the vision suddenly became much clearer. Look, there's a staircase in front. Suddenly, Li Ying pointed ahead. There was a white jade staircase that went up diagonally. There was still a hazy fog in front of the white jade staircase. They couldn't see clearly what was in the depths of the white jade staircase. Li Ying and Li Shuo, heal your injuries here. Then we'll go. Zhuowen said as he sat cross-legged, not far away, and narrowed his eyes. Li Ying and Li Shuo smiled bitterly. They each took out healing pellets from their storage divine treasures, sat straight, and began healing their wounds. After about half a day, when Li Ying and Li Shuo's injuries were almost completely healed, the group of 4 resumed their journey. It's so cold. When the group of people stepped onto the white jade stairs, they immediately felt a wave of extreme coldness sweep over them, causing them to involuntarily tremble. What is this white jade staircase made of? Why is it so cold? Duan Jipeng asked in surprise. Let's continue. The chill on the white jade staircase is not good. It's harmful to stay on it for too long. Zhuowen urged as he stepped forward toward the white jade staircase. The white jade staircase's slope was very gentle. It didn't extend upward. Instead, it extended forward. The group of 4 quickly climbed up the white jade staircase and headed toward the depths. The white jade staircase seemed to have no end. The surrounding fog blurred their vision. After an unknown period of time, they finally reached the end of the white jade staircase. That's a palace? Li Ying exclaimed, attracting the attention of the others. Zhuowen looked over. Indeed, at the end of the path, he saw many palaces floating in 5-colored, auspicious clouds. Inside the palaces, there were colorful lights, red lights, and green lights. Graceful figures were looming in the palaces. It was a scene of singing and dancing. It's strange. Why are there such palaces in the ruins? Duan Jipeng frowned and found it unbelievable. In his impression, the land of inheritance should be dead and gloomy. Such a scene of singing and dancing was really against common sense. Is this an illusion? Li Shua frowned. No, it's not an illusion. It should be real. It's not now. It's a scene of the past. Zhuowen stepped forward slowly and walked toward the palaces in front of him. His expression was calm and indifferent. His divine soul was much stronger than Duan Jipeng's, and his array Dao had reached the 4th heavenly layer of the eternal realm. Therefore, he could see at a glance that what was in front of him was not an illusion, but something that had happened in the past. However, the terrain of this place was very special. It was like a projection, reenacting something that had happened at a certain time in the past. Duan Jipeng and the others looked at each other, but they all chose to follow Zhuowen and followed closely behind him. As Zhuowen walked through the hall, he saw the banquet being held, the dancers dancing gracefully and the experts chatting freely. When he reached the end of the hall, there was a huge divine throne floating there. A stalwart, middle-aged man was sitting on the divine throne. His right elbow was supporting the armrest, and his palm was supporting his cheek. The depths of his eyes were full of sadness. The middle-aged man's eyes were deep and profound. He slowly glanced at the scene of singing and dancing in the palaces around him. Finally, his eyes fell on Zhuowen and the other 3. At this moment, sadness swept over them. It moved Zhuowen and the other 3, and they were all infected by his sadness. You have come. The middle-aged man's faint voice came, and then the palaces around him collapsed one after another, turning into a sea of fire in an instant. The middle-aged man finally walked down from the divine throne. His whole body exuded a shocking aura, which was shocking to the world. At this moment, the surrounding scene completely disappeared. Chapter 45:25. When all the images disappeared, what appeared in front of the 4 of them was a broken wall. From the surrounding ruins, they could vaguely see the outline of the Jade Palace. The middle-aged man on the throne in the image should be the owner of this ruin. That should be his starry sky world. Duan Jipeng's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly, but he was quite shocked. Duan Jipeng was also at the inverse ancient starlight level, and his body had nurtured a huge starry sky world. However, his starry sky world was far from the starry sky world in the image, and they were not even on the same level. We should be in the ruins of that expert's starry sky world. It seems that the battle back then was very tragic, and the starry sky world was completely shattered. Zhuowen's eyes became very solemn. The owner of this starry sky world was probably stronger than the 7 emotions, 6 desires, Holy Lord. He was an expert who was half a step into the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Otherwise, the starry sky world in the image would not be so glorious and powerful. The laws inside were more complete and powerful than the starry sky world of the 7 emotions, 6 desires, Holy Lord. This person's inheritance must still be in the ruins of this starry sky world. Let's search here. Let's see if we can find anything. If we find anything, send a signal immediately, Zhuo Wen said as he walked forward. He was walking in the direction where the divine throne of that expert was located. Duan Jipeng and the other 2 searched in the other 3 directions. Zhuo Wen walked slowly to the divine throne. The divine throne that appeared in front of him had long been torn apart and turned into countless fragments. Even though countless years had passed, the fragments of the divine throne were still flowing with a unique divine light, as if they were spiritual. Beside the divine throne, a skeleton stood tall and straight, staring straight ahead. The skeleton was golden, as if it was gilded, and it exuded a powerful aura. Zhuo Wen stared silently at the golden skeleton. He knew that the middle-aged man had been defeated in the battle back then, and it was a crushing defeat. He could feel the unwillingness, resentment, and anger contained in the golden skeleton. Give me your inheritance. When I become strong enough, I will avenge you. Zhuo Wen looked straight at the golden skeleton and said indifferently. The moment he entered the ruins, his divine sense had already scanned the area, but he didn't find any mechanisms or passageways. He understood that the resources in this starry sky world had either been plundered or hidden by the owner of the starry sky world. Now Zhuo Wen was gambling. He was betting that the resources of this ruin were hidden by the master of the starlight world. No matter how angry you are, you have already fallen, but your obsession is still here, which proves that you are very unwilling. But so what? A mere obsession will not be able to take revenge. Zhuo Wen continued, only by finding a successor and allowing that successor to inherit your will would you have a trace of a chance to take revenge. Now you can only choose me. Otherwise, I will erase your obsession, and your hatred will disappear forever. You have no choice. As soon as his voice fell, the originally motionless golden skeleton suddenly moved, and a strange, creaking sound came from the entire skeleton. The golden skeleton raised its right hand and pointed its sharp finger bone behind it. Zhuo Wen looked up and found that behind the golden skeleton, there was a huge rock that was dozens of feet tall. At first glance, this rock looked very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one could find many patterns on the surface of the rock, which had a specific pattern. Zhuo Wen walked in front of the rock and carefully observed it, and immediately found that these patterns were array patterns. These array patterns should have been inlaid into the surface of the rock by an array master with special means. If not for Zhuo Wen's high array Dao level, he might not have been able to discover the uniqueness of the patterns, let alone other cultivators who didn't understand array Dao at all. In order to hide the array patterns on the surface of the rock, forming a special pattern, I'm afraid there should be something important under this rock. Zhuo Wen couldn't help but look at the golden skeleton behind him again, and he vaguely understood that the golden skeleton had chosen him. And under this rock, there was a great possibility that the inheritance of the golden skeleton existed. Peak of the 3rd level of the eternal level array pattern. Zhuo Wen walked around the rock a few times and completely determined the level of the array pattern on the surface of the rock, his eyes full of confidence. A formation pattern of this level was not too difficult for him. Zhuo Wen jumped up, landed on the rock, and sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his right sleeve, a series of array discs swept out and surrounded his body, rotating in a special trajectory. Zhuo Wen's hands formed a complicated seal, and a series of complex and mysterious array patterns swept out with his every move and finally fell on the surface of the rock. As the array patterns fell, the patterns on the surface of the rock gradually lit up, as if they were stimulated by some mysterious force. When the light of the rock patterns reached its peak, these mysterious patterns separated from the surface of the rock and floated in midair. In the end, the glowing patterns formed a sword chi in the air and then fiercely smashed down on the rock. Zhuo Wen had already noticed that something was wrong and left the rock. Boom! The sword chi was extremely terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, the rock was blasted into pieces. Zhuowen noticed that under the rock fragments, there was an array that emitted a dark, golden light. A teleportation array! Zhuowen's eyes lit up, and he immediately recognized the type of dark, golden array. First, summon Brother Duan and the others. Zhuowen did not rush into the array, but instead sent a signal to Duan Jipeng and the others. Brother Zhuo, did you find anything? After a while, Duan Jipeng was the first to arrive, and he asked with bright eyes. Zhuowen nodded, pointed to the dark, golden array under the rock fragments, and said, "This array should be the teleportation array that leads to this place of inheritance." Duan Jipeng was pleasantly surprised, and he could not help but give Zhuowen a thumbs up. As expected of Brother Zhuo, you found something so quickly. Why haven't Li Ying and Li Shuo come yet? Zhuowen saw that Li Ying and Li Shuo had not returned after a long time, and he frowned slightly. Duan Jipeng shook his head and said, "I searched separately from the two of them, and I don't know their situation. I'll send a signal to them to see." As he spoke, Duan Jipeng took out a communication jade talisman and sent a signal to Li Ying and Li Shuo. However, the situation was the same as Zhuowen's. Li Ying and Li Shuo did not reply at all. Did something happen? Duan Jipeng frowned. Let's go. Let's go to the direction where Li Ying and Li Shuo are searching." Zhuowen also noticed that something was wrong, and he called out to Duan Jipeng, and they rushed to the west of the ruins. He remembered that when Li Ying and Li Shuo had been searching, they had been heading towards the west. Chapter 45:26. The two of them headed west, passing by ruins, and found many skeletons. When they reached the western edge, they found a swamp in front of them. This swamp was full of strange, white weeds that looked like human hand bones. They just stood in the middle of the swamp. The water in the swamp was dark green, and it kept bubbling like some kind of poison. It was horrifying. In the swamp, Zhuowen and Duan Jipeng saw two figures. These two figures were Li Ying and Li Shuo. The two of them had intoxicated eyes, and saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths as they walked toward the center of the swamp. It was as if there was something beautiful in the center of the swamp that made them intoxicated. However, in the eyes of Zhuowen and Duan Jipeng, there was a huge whirlpool in the center of the swamp that swallowed everything that approached. There was no doubt that as long as Li Ying and Li Shuo entered the whirlpool, they would likely die without a burial place. What's wrong with these two guys? I'll go and pull them back. Duan Jipeng frowned. He snorted coldly and prepared to charge into the swamp, but he was stopped by Zhuowen. "Brother Duan, there's something wrong with this swamp. Don't enter rashly," Zhuowen said in a low voice. Duan Jipeng calmed down and also felt that something was wrong. Li Ying and Li Shuo were elites of the cosmic manifestation, and their minds were quite firm. It was impossible for them to fall into a trap so easily. Obviously, this swamp was definitely not simple. Zhuowen thought for a moment and summoned a heaven-breaking realm demonic beast from the large world. As soon as this demonic beast appeared, it received Zhuowen's order and charged into the swamp. The moment the demonic beast entered the swamp, the bone-like weeds that grew in the swamp suddenly moved and stretched out, tightly grabbing the demonic beast's limbs. Roar! The demonic beast roared in shock and anger, struggling with all its might, but it was useless. These bone-like weeds pushed the demonic beast into the swamp, and then spurted out waves of strange green mist. After inhaling the green gas, the struggling demonic beast immediately calmed down, and its eyes became lifeless. The hand-bone weed released the demonic beast, and the demonic beast obediently walked towards the whirlpool in the middle of the swamp. I see. It seems like the problem lies with these hand bones and weeds. Zhuowen's gaze was heavy as he stroked his chin with his right hand. The green gas emitted by the hand bone could even affect Li Ying and Li Shuo. It was definitely not simple. A bitter smile appeared on Duan Jipeng's face as he said, "Brother Zhua, thank goodness you stopped me. This swamp is indeed not a friendly place." Duan Jipeng saw very clearly just now that the hand bones in the swamp were extremely powerful, and their speed was so fast that even he couldn't react in time. If he were to barge in rashly, the odds would indeed be against him, unless we're faster than the hand weeds. Duan Jipeng couldn't help but look at Zhuowen. He knew that Zhuowen possessed a chariot, divine chariot, and its speed was unparalleled. "Let me save them. You wait for me here." Zhuowen waved a sleeve and took out the chariot, divine chariot. The hand bones and weeds in the swamp were indeed too fast. Even Zhuowen might not be able to dodge them, so he directly chose to use the chariot, divine chariot. Whoosh! The chariot, divine chariot was like a bolt of lightning, disappearing on the spot and instantly appearing beside Li Ying and Li Shuo. Whoosh! 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 The moment the chariot, divine chariot appeared above the swamp, countless hand bones and weeds in the swamp crazily emerged and grabbed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he lifted Li Ying and Li Shuo with both hands and drove the chariot, divine chariot away from the swamp. Rumble! The moment Zhuowen left, countless hand bones and weeds heavily bombarded the place where Zhuowen was standing. The space exploded with extremely terrifying and ear-piercing sounds. Whoosh! The chariot, divine chariot, returned to Duan Jipeng's side. Zhuowen put away the chariot and threw Li Ying and Li Shuo to Duan Jipeng. What's wrong with me? I seem to have had a dream, a very long dream." Li Ying and Li Shuo quickly woke up, their eyes filled with confusion. "The two of you were confused by the swamp and almost entered the whirlpool at the center of the swamp." Duan Jipeng pointed at the swamp in front of them and said to Li Ying and Li Shuo. The two of them looked at Duan Jipeng and finally saw the true appearance of the swamp, especially the whirlpool at the center. It was like a giant mouth that could never be full and could devour anything. Li Ying and Li Shuo were frightened. Of course, they could see how dangerous the whirlpool in the middle of the swamp was. If they rashly entered the central whirlpool, they would be dead for sure. "Many thanks to young Master Zhuo for saving our lives." Li Ying and Li Shuo quickly thanked Zhuowen. If it weren't for Zhuowen, they would have been dead by now. "Let's go. Brother Zhuo has found the entrance to the land of inheritance," Duan Jipeng said with a smile. Li Ying and Li Shuo nodded. Just as they were about to leave with Zhuowen and Duan Jipeng, a terrifying roar came from the swamp behind them. Roar! 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 The roar was louder than the previous one. It was a powerful sound wave that shook their eardrums and resounded through the clouds. Immediately after, Zhuowen and the others were shocked to find that the swamp suddenly collapsed and the whirlpool at the center closed. Boom! 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 Deep in the swamp, there were rapid vibrations. The vibrations were getting stronger and more terrifying. It was as if something was quickly approaching from the depths of the swamp. "Let's go." Zhuowen didn't even think about it. He took the three of them and rushed toward the ruins of the divine throne. The moment they arrived at the ruins of the divine throne, the ground began to shake violently. Then the ground cracked into pieces and terrifying abyssal cracks appeared one after another. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came. Zhuowen and the others saw a huge black shadow leap out from the swamp. This black shadow's appearance was filled with strange and smelly mud. It was very large, almost 100 feet in size. On the dirty surface of the mud, strange eyeballs appeared one after another, and they were spinning rapidly. Suddenly, these eyeballs seemed to have locked onto a target and shot their gazes toward Zhuowen and the others. Roar! This strange mud shadow let out a terrifying roar again and began to charge toward Zhuowen and the others without any regard for its life. So fast! Duan Jipeng's face was filled with shock. The speed of this strange black shadow shocked Zhuowen and the other three. Quickly activate the teleportation array. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He took out a pile of chaos gems and began to activate the teleportation array. Suddenly, the dark gold array burst out with dark gold light and enveloped the four of them. When the four of them were successfully teleported away, the black shadow happened to rush over, but it pounced on empty air. Roar! The mud shadow let out a furious roar and began to unleash terrifying attacks. Countless viscous liquids filled the entire space and corroded everything. Chapter 45:27. The light of teleportation flashed and disappeared. When Zhuo and the others opened their eyes, they found that they were no longer in the ruins, but in a new and unfamiliar environment. This was a stone tunnel, and the surroundings were inlaid with blazing gems, brightly illuminating the dark tunnel. What a rich medicinal smell! Duan Jipeng's eyes lit up as he sniffed lightly and said ecstatically. Zhuo was surprised. He did not expect to smell such a rich medicinal smell when he had just teleported here. It could be seen that there should be a considerable number of divine herbs in the depths of this tunnel. Let's go and take a look, Zhuo said, and the four of them walked into the depths of the tunnel in an orderly manner. Zhuo had become the backbone of the four of them. His words were like an order in the eyes of Duan Jipeng and the others, and it was difficult to disobey. The tunnel was not long, and the four of them soon reached the end. At the end of the tunnel was a huge underground palace. The entire palace was golden and dazzling, with carved railings and jade bricks. It was magnificent, and one could tell at a glance that it was high-end and luxurious. Look, what's that? Li Ying suddenly exclaimed and pointed at the center of the palace with his right hand. Zhuo and the others looked and found that there were 4 large pools in the center of the palace. Each pool had a different color: red, yellow, black, and white. The surface of the pools was steaming hot and bubbles were rising. A rich medicinal smell diffused from each pool and spread throughout the entire palace. These are medicinal pools. Such a rich medicinal smell. How many divine herbs were added in here? Duan Jipeng came to the center of the palace and stopped in front of a red medicinal pool. Breathing in the rich medicinal smell, he felt refreshed and comfortable. Li Ying and Li Shuo could not help but walk forward, and their eyes were also intoxicated. Zhuo, on the other hand, did not move at all. His gaze swept across the 4 medicinal pools before finally landing at the front of the palace. There, an incomparably huge cauldron was suspended in the air. This cauldron was divided into 3 levels. The upper level was where the medicine was placed, the middle level was where the medicine was refined, and the lower level was where the fire was stored. The entire cauldron was forged from pure white divine jade, and it was bright and flawless. It was like a pure and holy celestial maiden that floated in midair and couldn't be disrespected when viewed from afar. Zhuo could tell at a glance that this furnace was absolutely a top-grade furnace. Looks like the owner of this ruin was an extremely powerful alchemist when he was alive. Zhuo muttered to himself. From this furnace, he could tell that ordinary alchemists definitely did not have the qualifications to possess such a top-grade furnace. Brother Zhuo, these 4 medicinal pools. Although Duan Jipeng's eyes were filled with desire, he knew that he had to obtain Zhuo's approval before using the medicinal pool. After all, Zhuo was their leader. Li Ying and Li Shuo also turned their heads, looking at Zhuo with eager eyes. The 4 pools will be divided equally. You 3 can choose first. I still want to look at the other areas of this palace to see if I can find anything else. Zhuo glanced at the 4 medicinal pools in the center of the palace and said lightly. Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shuo cheered and could not wait to jump into the medicinal pools that they had chosen. As expected of the medicinal pools, the essence of the divine medicine is gathered here, and it is far more effective in assisting cultivation than divine medicine and divine pills. Li Ying sighed with relief. I really didn't expect that after so many years, these 4 medicinal pools still have medicinal efficacy. I'm afraid these 4 medicinal pools are of extremely high grade. Li Shuo also said happily, Stop talking nonsense. This is a rare opportunity. Absorb the medicinal efficacy of the medicinal pools as soon as possible. With the vigorous medicinal efficacy in the medicinal pools, one day is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation in the outside world. Duan Jipeng said in a low voice. Li Ying and Li Shuan nodded in agreement, then closed their eyes and sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the medicinal efficacy seriously. Zhuowen, with his hands behind his back, walked around the medicinal pools and observed the underground palace. He found that the walls around the palace were densely engraved with words. The records were basically the life stories of the palace's owner. Zhuowen looked carefully and learned that the owner of the underground palace was called Jing Hongwen, an alchemist at the middle stage of the fourth heaven of the eternal realm. Jing Hongwen came from the divine spark realm, which ranked first among the super realms. He was the ancestor of a prestigious force in the divine spark realm. In the divine spark realm, Jing Hongwen was the famous pill god. It should be known that in the supreme realms, even in the 9 supreme realms, alchemists at the middle stage of the fourth heaven of the eternal realm could be counted on one's fingers, and there were very few of them. Jing Hongwen deserved to be called the pill god. He was worthy of such a title. There is no record of who killed Jing Hongwen. Zhuowen looked around and did not see the truth of Jing Hongwen's death, which made Zhuowen slightly disappointed. The enemy came too suddenly, catching Jing Hongwen off guard. He did not have time to record what happened to him before he died. Zhuowen arrived at another wall. To his pleasant surprise, what was recorded on this wall was actually a series of pill formulas. There were many pill recipes for the early, middle, and even late stages of the fourth heaven of the eternal realm. There are even pill recipes for the late stages of the fourth heaven of the eternal realm. It seems that Jing Hongwen's level of alchemy is about to reach the late stages of the fourth heaven of the eternal realm. Zhuowen muttered to himself, extracted the pill recipes on the wall one by one, and stored them in a jade slip. After doing all this, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the white jade cauldron floating at the very front. Maybe Jing Hongwen's alchemy inheritance is in this white jade furnace. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. He lifted his foot and walked towards the white jade cauldron. The closer Zhuowen got to the white jade furnace, the more he felt a strong medicinal aura. This medicinal aura was much stronger than that of the 4 medicinal pools in the center of the palace. The white jade cauldron was surrounded by formless runes. However, these runes had no effect on Zhuowen. It was as if these runes knew Zhuowen and made way for him. Finally, Zhuowen came to the front of the white jade furnace, silently looked at the delicate and elegant lines on the surface of the furnace, and whispered, "Your master has promised to leave his inheritance to me." The white jade furnace seemed to have spirituality, trembling slightly, and then emitting a blazing white brilliance. A milky white light shot out and rushed into the depths of Zhuowen's eyebrows. At the same time, a clear picture appeared in the depths of Zhuowen's mind. This picture was the scene of Jing Hongwen fighting with several figures. While the cultivation of these figures was not weak. Like Jing Hongwen, they were experts infinitely close to the law phenomenon realm. Jing Hongwen fought bitterly with these figures, his eyes full of shock and anger. The faces of these figures were rather blurry, and Zhuowen could not see clearly, but not far from the battle, there was a figure suspended in the void, and Zhuowen could see it clearly. This figure was dressed in a green robe, holding a long flute in his hand, and was leisurely playing a strange tune. He was very handsome, and his long and narrow phoenix eyes were full of ridicule and sarcasm. This person is called Qing Qixio. He is a mighty figure of the divine flame domain, and he deliberately set up my master to obtain my master's alchemy inheritance. After the picture disappeared, a young and resentful voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Chapter 45:28. You're the weapon spirit of the cauldron. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and asked, "Yes, since my master left his inheritance to you, you have to take responsibility and avenge my master." Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes and found that in front of the white jade cauldron, there was a beautiful woman in white floating within the blazing white light. The woman in white had eyes like peach blossoms and was devastatingly beautiful. She stared at Zhuowen with a trace of expectation and hatred in her eyes. "If you promise to avenge my master, I will not only leave my master's inheritance to you, but I will also assist you. I am a cauldron born from heaven and earth and have a natural talent for refining pills. I can greatly increase the success rate of refining pills." The woman in white stared at Zhuowen with some expectation and some apprehension. "What is Qing Qixio's cultivation level?" Zhuowen pondered for a moment and asked. "He is at the middle stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth." The woman in white hesitated for a moment and said. Zhuowen nodded. Qing Qixio was indeed not an ordinary cultivator. He was at the middle stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. He was probably a famous expert in the divine spark domain. "I know that Qing Qixio is very strong, but as long as you have my help, you will be able to step into the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth sooner or later. When your strength surpasses Qing Qixio, you can take revenge. I won't force you to die." The woman in white hurriedly said, "Oh, you can help me step into the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth?" Zhuowen looked at the woman in white in surprise and asked curiously. He was only at the middle stage of the cosmic embodiment of heaven and earth. He was still far from the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. The weapon spirit of the cauldron said that she could help him enter the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. This boast was a bit too big. The woman in white said, "I am a natural cauldron. I can cultivate by myself and refine divine pills. Moreover, my cultivation can be absorbed by other cultivators and allow them to advance quickly without any side effects." Hearing this, Zhuowen suddenly understood. No wonder the woman in white was so confident. "What is your name?" Zhuowen asked. "My name is Xianya. Master bestowed this name upon me. Did you agree?" Xianya nervously asked Zhuowen, "If I have enough strength in the future, I will avenge your master. I've told your master about this as well." Zhuowen said calmly, "Thank you." The white-clothed woman cried tears of joy and threw herself into Zhuowen's arms. To Zhuowen's surprise, the white-robed woman was clearly just an artifact spirit, but she was gentle and soft like a human cultivator, as if she had a physical body. What surprised Zhuowen even more was that at the moment of contact with the white-clothed woman, a dense energy rapidly flowed from the white-clothed woman into his body. This sort of energy absorption efficiency far exceeded that of a supreme-grade chaos gem. The woman in white noticed Zhuowen's strange behavior and blushed slightly. However, she did not leave Zhuowen's embrace. "Like I said, my cultivation base can be absorbed by other cultivators. As long as you touch me, you will be able to absorb my cultivation and allow your cultivation to rise rapidly." The white-clothed woman said bitterly. Zhuowen gently pushed the white-clothed woman away. Seeing her surprised expression, he said calmly, "Every living being's cultivation is difficult." After saying so, Zhuowen turned around and walked towards the medicine pool in the center of the palace. Xianya stared at Zhuowen's back blankly for a moment before a strange emotion flashed across her beautiful eyes. "What's your name?" Xianya suddenly asked. "Zhuowen." Zhuowen did not turn around and jumped into the medicine pool in the center of the palace. "After I'm done cultivating, you can give me the inheritance. In the future, please guide me in the path of alchemy." Zhuowen sat cross-legged in the medicine pool. He glanced at Xianya and said casually, then began to cultivate the immemorial primordial technique. Xianya silently looked at Zhuowen with a mesmerizing smile on her face. "Master, Perhaps you've really chosen the right person this time. Xian Yi silently said in her heart as her beautiful figure slowly disappeared. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Zhuowen borrowed the rich medicinal power of the medicine pool and smoothly broke through to late-stage cosmic aspect. The medicine pool's medicinal power was still very rich. Zhuowen was confident that with the medicinal power of this medicine pool, his cultivation would be able to break through again and reach the peak of cosmic aspect. 10 days later, Zhuowen opened his eyes again. His aura was soaring like a hurricane, like a dragon or a tiger, his momentum unstoppable. I've finally broken through to the peak of cosmic aspect. Zhuowen stood up from the medicine pool and used his divine power to evaporate the water on his body. At the same time the medicine pool Zhuowen was in was completely absorbed, turning into a pool of clear water. Zhuowen looked at the other 3 medicine pools and saw that Duan Jipeng and the other 2 were still cultivating, trying their best to absorb the medicine pool's medicinal power. He couldn't help but sigh at the power of the immemorial primordial technique. Its efficiency in absorbing energy was extremely high. With Duan Jipeng and the other 2's speed, it would probably take another 10 days or so. Now that he had reached the peak of cosmic aspect, he had fully grasped the 9 cosmic aspects in his body, increasing his strength by several times. Zhuowen walked out of the medicine pool, his gaze falling on the floating, white jade cauldron at the very front. Perhaps sensing Zhuowen's gaze, the white jade cauldron let out a white glow, which then turned into a beautiful figure. The beautiful figure was none other than Xianya. Xianya, it's time for me to accept your master's inheritance. Zhuowen stared at the beautiful figure in front of him and smiled. Xianya's eyes narrowed as she smiled. Come here. Master's inheritance is inside the cauldron. If you enter the cauldron, you will naturally be able to accept his inheritance. Saying so, Xianya lightly waved her slender hand. The lid of the white jade cauldron behind her slowly opened, letting out white smoke. Zhuowen nodded, not doubting her at all. He took a step forward, turned into a streak of light, and entered the white jade cauldron. Xianya looked at Zhuowen in disbelief and asked, You trust me that much? Zhuowen sat inside the cauldron and casually replied, You have no reason to harm me at all. Why wouldn't I trust you? Xianya was stunned. Then a hint of gentleness slowly bloomed from deep within her beautiful eyes. Thank you for your trust. Xianya smiled sweetly, her smile filled with sincerity and gratitude. Clang! The lid of the cauldron finally closed. Zhuowen sat cross-legged inside the cauldron, his gaze sweeping through his surroundings. He noticed that there were complex runes on the walls of the cauldron that seemed to be alive. These runes began to rearranging themselves to form new runes, ever-changing and unpredictable. Only by unraveling these runes will you be qualified to receive all of my inheritance. An old voice resounded from inside the cauldron. Zhuowen smiled, not at all surprised. It seems that Jing Hongwen was still very persistent. Even if he was the only candidate, he still wanted to test whether or not he was truly qualified. Don't worry. Choosing me is definitely the right choice. Zhuowen laughed faintly. His eyes were focused on the lines on the surrounding walls. His expression revealed that he was deep in thought. Chapter 45:29. Zhuowen sat upright in the center of the furnace, forming seals with both hands, changing unpredictably, only to see the patterns on the furnace's inner wall begin to squirm. Under Zhuowen's influence, they rearranged and reassembled. After repeatedly observing the pattern of the patterns, Zhuowen had long found a way to crack it. As the patterns squirmed faster and faster, the patterns on the inner wall formed a new pattern, like a key opening the original lock. In the end, all the lines dimmed completely, and the inner walls of the cauldron became dark. After the dimness, it emitted a blazing light. This light manifested a figure in front of Zhuowen. This figure had the appearance of a burly middle-aged man. His eyes were like torches, as if containing the sun. Zhuowen looked straight at this middle-aged man's phantom, his gaze calm. He recognized the identity of the phantom. It was precisely the owner of the inheritance, Jing Hongwen. When he just entered the inheritance land, he saw the middle-aged man sitting on the divine throne in the projection. "Fellow Taoist, what's your name?" The middle-aged man stared at Zhuowen, asking with a complicated look in his eyes. "Zhuowen, I said before, leave your inheritance to me. If I have the ability in the future, I'll help you take revenge. Are you still unwilling now?" Zhuowen asked coolly. Jing Hongwen smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. With your alchemy level and strength, obtaining my inheritance is naturally no problem. The reason why I came out is not to mention the matter of revenge." Zhuowen raised his brows and said, "It's because of the furnace's artifact spirit?" Jing Hongwen gave Zhuowen a deep look and said, "Fellow Taoist, you're very smart. Xuanya is an existence that I cherish the most. I've already fallen for so many years, but she has always been guarding by my side. If you can promise me to take good care of her in the future, I'll pass my inheritance to you without reservation. As for revenge, it's already been so many years. I already don't have extravagant hopes. Qing Qixio is too powerful. You might not be his match." Zhuowen said coolly, "Since I promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word. If I really become strong enough, I will definitely kill Qing Qixio." Jing Hongwen was stunned for a moment. Then he revealed a gentle smile and bowed deeply to Zhuowen. "Thank you. I'll leave Xianya to you." After saying that, the essence Hongwen's shadow burst out with a blazing light. Then it collapsed into countless light spots and rushed into Zhuowen's glabella. Zhuowen's mind was instantly flooded with knowledge and experience regarding alchemy. These were the knowledge and experience that Jing Hongwen had accumulated over countless years. Zhuowen's alchemy Dao level was only around the late stage of the second heavenly layer of eternal realm. But now, after receiving the experience of the essence Hongwen, he immediately had an epiphany. The doubts he had in the past regarding alchemy were all cleared up at this moment. The moment he received the knowledge, Zhuowen's alchemy Dao immediately broke through, reaching the peak of the second heavenly layer of eternal realm. Zhuowen believed that if he continued to research, his level of alchemy Dao would break through to the third heavenly layer in a short time. And after he thoroughly digested the essence Hongwen's inheritance, he believed that he could break through to the fourth heavenly layer of eternal realm. However, all of this would take a lot of time. "Congratulations, you've completely obtained Master's inheritance." A crisp voice came, and then the lid of the furnace opened. Xian, you floated in the air, looking at Zhuowen with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and walked out of the furnace. The furnace shrunk to the size of a palm in a blazing light and fell into Zhuowen's palm. "You are my new master from now on." Xianya smiled sweetly at Zhuowen, then turned into a stream of light and drilled into the white jade furnace. Zhuowen put away the white jade furnace and immediately looked at the medicine pool in the center of the palace. He found that Duan Jipeng and the other two were still cultivating. Zhuowen spent 10 days cultivating in the medicinal pool, and 3 days accepting the inheritance in the white jade cauldron. Zhuowen estimated that it would take about 10 days for Duan Jipeng and the other two to finish cultivating. He didn't disturb Duan Jipeng and the others. Instead, he sat cross-legged in a corner of the palace and began to consolidate the realm he had just broken through. Through the huge medicinal power of the medicine pool, he broke through 2 minor realms in a row. For him, the progress was relatively fast. He needed to consolidate his foundation, otherwise it would be unstable. While Zhuowen was still cultivating in the inheritance land, in the immemorial Heavenly Tao Academy's encampment, in a luxurious pavilion, the Ice Wraith King and the Ghost Child sat on the main seat. Mi Hao Miao, Su Jiaying, Xing Hangshu, and the others sat below. Sir Ghost Child, recently, Zhuo Wen's group has been staying in the encampment all along. They really can keep their composure. Xing Hangshu frowned and said with some displeasure. During this time, they had sent many spies to monitor Zhuo Wen's group. They were waiting for them to leave the encampment so that they could take action. However, since 10 days ago, Zhuo Wen's group had been staying in the inn. Occasionally, Elder Anqi would take Zhuo Wen's group to other places in the encampment and introduce some of the buildings and features of the encampment. This made the ghost child, who had been watching Zhuo Wen's group, a little depressed. There must be something wrong here. The ghost child frowned, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Sir Ghost Child, is there a problem? Xing Hangshu asked in surprise. The ghost child's eyes flickered. He stood up and said, I'll go take a look myself. With that, the ghost child left the pavilion, leaving Xing Hangshu, Su Jiaying, and the others looking at each other. Let's go take a look too. Although I don't have much contact with Zhuo Wen, I have some understanding of his character. He is not afraid of anything. He will not be so cowardly because of Sir Ghost Child's threat. Su Jiaying said slowly with a gloomy face. Mei Haomiao nodded in agreement. It was not the first time they had dealt with Zhuo Wen, so they knew some of Zhuo Wen's character. Hearing this, Xing Hangshu did not object. The three of them left quietly and followed the ghost child's footsteps. After a while, the four of them came to the inn where Elder Anqi, Zhuo Wen, and the others were staying. When their informants saw the ghost child and the others coming, they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed, trembling. The ghost child waved his hand and sent these informants away. A pair of sharp eyes fell on the entrance of the inn. At this moment, the entrance of the inn was bustling with people coming and going. The ghost child waited patiently. After a while, his eyes narrowed slightly. He saw Elder Anqi and the others coming out of the inn. Elder Anqi walked in front, followed by Zhuo Wen, Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shua. Li Yinglong was at the back. Su Jiaying and Mei Haomiao frowned. They carefully observed Zhuo Wen and found that the latter's appearance and aura were exactly the same. Has this guy really become so cowardly? Su Jiaying and Mei Haomiao looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Chapter 45:30. The ghost child didn't say a word. He just looked at Zhuo Wen behind Elder Anqi, and his eyes grew colder and colder. Suddenly, the ghost child stretched out his right hand and flicked his finger. A finger force flew out at an extremely fast speed and rushed toward Zhuo Wen behind Elder Anqi. Elder Anqi, who was leading the way, sensed the attack and quickly reacted. The finger force was so weak that it was crushed by Elder Anqi. But at that moment, another finger force flew through the air, passed by Elder Anqi, and landed on Zhuo Wen. Elder Anqi's face changed. He had focused all his attention on the first finger force and ignored the second one. He could only watch as the finger force blasted into Zhuo Wen's body. Boom! Zhuo Wen was expressionless. His body turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. Damn it! Elder Anqi's face was gloomy. He looked at the finger force and saw the ghost child and the others in the dark. Ghost Child's lips curled into a cold smile. Without even looking at Elder Anqi, he flicked his sleeves and left. Elder Anqi, you tricked us for so long. Before he left, Ghost Child left behind such a cold sentence. Elder Anqi and Li Yinglong's faces changed as they watched the Ghost Child and the others leave. We miscalculated. I didn't expect the Ghost Child to attack in the station. Elder Anqi said with a gloomy face. Li Yinglong frowned and said, Taoist Anqi, the Ghost Child has violated the station's rules. We can report it to the Central Palace and arrest him for trial. Elder Anqi shook his head and said, Family Headley, the station's rules forbid private fights. The Ghost Child is very smart. The finger force he used didn't cause any real damage. He was just testing whether Zhuo Wen was real or not. Hearing this, Li Yinglong's brows furrowed tightly. He thought to himself, this brat is really watertight. What a terrifying fellow. We have to inform Lord Jua as soon as possible, Li Yinglong said solemnly. Old man Anqi nodded and waved his sleeve, erasing the shadows of Duan Jipeng and the others. Now that their trick had been seen through by the ghost child, there was no point in continuing to pretend. Li Yinglong took out a communication jade talisman and sent a message to Zhuowen, Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shua. However, after waiting for some time, Li Yinglong did not receive any reply. What's going on? Why didn't they reply to me? Li Yinglong asked doubtfully. Old man Anqi smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that they are now in a place with a shielding formation, so they can't see our message. Then what should we do? Li Yinglong said anxiously. Li Ying and Li Shua were the most outstanding members of the younger generation of their Xuemei family. If they were to die here, it would be a huge blow to their family. Old man Anqi frowned and said in a low voice, Now we have to follow the ghost child. Once they find Zhuo Xiaoyu and the others, we can help them. Li Yinglong nodded. He and old man Anqi were both lawful embodiment of heaven and earth cultivators. Although the ghost child was stronger than them, as long as they were far away and avoided direct confrontation, the ghost child would not be able to do anything to them. How cunning! I'm afraid that Zhuowen has already left the base and entered the extraterritorial battlefield, Xing Hangshu said indignantly as he followed the ghost child. Su Jiaying and Mei Haomiao's faces were also extremely gloomy. They had been fooled by Zhuowen. The ghost child looked calm and said with a smile, It's okay. As long as we can confirm that Zhuowen has left the base, I have a way to find him. Now, let's go to the extraterritorial battlefield. Su Jiaying and Mei Haomiao were puzzled. The extraterritorial battlefield was extremely vast. It was extremely difficult to find someone there. However, the ghost child looked as if he had already won. Xing Hangshu did not doubt him. He had already heard from Sakyamuni that the Ice Ghost King was extraordinary. He knew that the latter would never lie. When the ghost child and the others arrived at the blood-red door, Xing Hangshu frowned and said, Lord Ghost Child, Old Man Anqi, and Li Yinglong are following us. The ghost child did not change his pace and said calmly, Ignore them. Su Jiaying and Mei Haomiao thought for a while and followed the ghost child. When the ghost child left the blood-red door, Li Yinglong and Old Man Anqi also hurried out of the blood-red door. As soon as they walked out of the blood-red door, Old Man Anqi's pupils shrank. An ominous feeling rose in his mind. Without thinking, he took out the heaven and earth furnace and placed it in front of him. As soon as the heaven and earth furnace appeared, it became hundreds of feet large and floated above Old Man Anqi and Li Yinglong's heads. Terrifying flames erupted from the furnace like fire dragons. They looked powerful and terrifying. Boom! In front of the heaven and earth furnace, countless black ice spears shot toward it, but they were all blocked by the flames in the furnace. Old Man Anqi looked ahead, gloomily. There, the ghost child floated in the blood-red void. His right hand was in front of him and his left hand was behind his back. Countless black ice spears were floating around him. Su Jiaying, Mei Haomiao, and Xing Hangshu followed, closely behind the ghost child. They looked at Old Man Anqi and Li Yinglong with hostility. Anqi, you seem to be very worried. The ghost child looked at the heaven and earth furnace floating above Old Man Anqi and continued. The heaven and earth furnace? I didn't expect that you would be able to get this divine artifact back. It wasn't easy. Old Man Anqi said coldly, Ghost child, what do you mean by this? We have no grudge against each other. Why are you attacking me? The ghost child sneered. We have no grudge against each other, but it's your fault for following me. Now go back to your base. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Old Man Anqi and Li Yinglong's expressions changed slightly. What if I say no? Old Man Anqi said coldly. Then I'll have to ask you to go back. The ghost child stepped lightly in the void with his right foot. The terrifying aura of a late-stage lawful embodiment of heaven and earth burst out. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to collapse and countless cracks appeared. The aura of a late-stage, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth was so terrifying that it began to affect the void and many of the laws. Boom! Boom! The ghost child stepped forward step by step. His aura became more and more terrifying. Cracks appeared around him. Old Man Anshi and Li Yinglong felt more and more pressure. They did not expect the ghost child to be so strong. Go! Old Man Anshi did not hesitate. He drove the heaven and earth cauldron and fled to the west. The ghost child stepped out with his right foot and chased after him relentlessly. The three of you continued to look for Zhuowen. Once you find him, kill him, no matter what method you use. After the ghost child left, he left behind an indifferent voice. Su Jiang, Mihao Miao, and Xing Hangshu stayed where they were, deep in thought. If we go to look for Zhuowen now, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack. How about... Xing Hangshu's eyes revealed a cunning look as he spoke slowly. Su Jiang and Mihao Miao clapped their hands in joy after hearing Xing Hangshu's plan. They knew that, as long as this plan was carried out, Zhuowen would become the prey of most of the experts in the base. Chapter 4531. 10 days later, Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shua woke up from the medicinal pool one after another. Their eyes seemed to contain blazing divine light. At the same time, Li Ying and Li Shua's aura reached the peak, exuding a powerful tribulation aura. It seems that Li Ying and Li Shua are about to break through. Zhuowen nodded inwardly. Li Ying and Li Shua's cultivation had reached the peak of the cosmic law phase. Foam, with the help of the medicinal pool, smoothly advanced to the early inverse ancient starlight realm. Duan Jipeng jumped out of the medicinal pool and landed beside Zhuowen. At this moment, Duan Jipeng's body was exuding a glass-like brilliance, crystal clear and unstoppable. Brother Duan, congratulations on advancing 2 levels in a row. Zhuowen smiled at Duan Jipeng. Duan Jipeng's harvest was not small. His cultivation was originally at the early inverse ancient starlight realm. Now, after absorbing the medicinal pool, he reached the late inverse ancient starlight realm in one fell swoop. His strength increased extremely quickly. Duan Jipeng smiled excitedly and said, "This is all thanks to the miraculous medicinal pool. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly." With that, Duan Jipeng's gaze fell on the center of the palace. Li Ying and Li Shua had already walked out of the medicinal pool, but did not dare to approach. The 2 of them have also broken through. They're about to undergo tribulation. Duan Jipeng said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded and said, "We can't intervene in the tribulation. We can only hope that the 2 of them can pass it smoothly." Duan Jipeng's eyes were solemn as he nodded in agreement. Li Ying and Li Shua separated from each other. They looked hesitant and were strongly suppressing the aura of the breakthrough in their bodies. Li Ying, Li Shua, you don't have to suppress your aura. Just break through here. If there's any problem, we'll help. As Zhuowen spoke, he waved his sleeve and numerous runes shot out like swimming fishes. They densely covered the sky and covered the entire surface of the palace. Zhuowen's current level of array, Dao, had barely reached the early 4th heavenly layer. The array runes he casually arranged were indeed enough to block the impact of ordinary inverse ancient starlight realm tribulation. Li Ying and Li Shua felt the power of the array runes around them and felt a little relieved. They no longer suppressed their auras and began to transcend their tribulations. One terrifying black hole after another appeared around the palace, and from each black hole came one terrifying calamity after another. Although these calamities were terrifying, they didn't affect the array patterns at all. It was like an egg hitting a wall. Zhuowen silently stood at the edge of the palace with his hands behind his back. He watched Li Ying and Li Shua struggle against the disaster. Once the 2 of them were in danger, Zhuowen would use the array patterns to help them get through the crisis. Li Ying and Li Shua's calamity lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before they finally passed. Plop! When the calamity finally disappeared, the two of them fart. Sitting on the ground, he was in an extremely sorry state. Zhuowen and Duan Jipeng walked to the two of them. Zhuowen took out healing divine pellets from his storage divine artifact and handed them to the two of them. Thank you for your help, young Master Zhuo. Li Ying and Li Shua took the healing divine pellets and thanked Zhuowen profusely. They knew very well that if it weren't for Zhuowen's help, they would have died in the calamity. It's just a small matter, Zhuowen said indifferently. Li Ying and Li Shua looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The reverse ancient starlight calamity that was so important to them was just a small matter to Zhuowen. We should get out of here. After Li Ying and Li Shua had finished repairing themselves, Zhuowen said calmly, Brother Zhuo, do you know where the exit is? Duan Jipeng asked in surprise. This palace was completely sealed off. Duan Jipeng couldn't think of a way to leave this palace. Kuya, you tell us. Zhuowen smiled and summoned the white jade cauldron. A beautiful woman in white slowly appeared in front of everyone. Brother Zhuo, who is this woman? Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shua looked at the white-clothed woman in front of them in surprise and asked. Zhuowen casually introduced Ku Ya's origin. Only then did Duan Jipeng and the others know that Kuya was an artifact spirit. Zhuowen also obtained the inheritance of the master of this ruin. Master, follow me. This palace is a hidden place carefully designed by the previous master to prevent Qing Qixio from discovering it. If you want to leave here, you can only leave through a special teleportation array. Kuya floated in the air and flew towards the south of the palace. Zhuowen and the others followed closely behind. After a while, the group arrived at the southern border of the palace. Here, there was a huge white jade wall with all kinds of strange beast patterns drawn on it. Kuya stopped in front of the white jade wall and gently placed her slender hand in the center of the wall. The strange beast patterns on the wall began to collapse and fused into a ring. In the center of the ring was a complicated teleportation array. This teleportation array is really hidden deep. If I don't obtain the inheritance, does that mean I'll be trapped here forever? Zhuowen asked in surprise. Kuya nodded and said, This is the old master's arrangement. If you don't obtain the inheritance, someone will definitely hold a grudge and expose this place. At that time, the old master's inheritance may be destroyed. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded in agreement. Jing Hongwen's arrangement was reasonable and he could understand. Kuya's slender hand lightly touched the runes. On the surface of the white jade wall, ripples appeared and spread out. Then the teleportation array released a blazing white light and a powerful suction force came from it. Under Kuya's instructions, Zhuowen, Duan Jipeng, and the others did not resist the suction force and were completely sucked into the teleportation array. When Zhuowen opened his eyes again, he found that he was no longer in the palace, but in a huge crater. The sky above his head was filled with the color of blood, as if it had been dyed red with blood. We're finally out. A month's time is almost up. We have to return to the base as soon as possible. Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shua nodded. Elder Anqi's clone could only last for a month, so they had to return within a month. Kuya returned to the white jade cauldron and was taken into Zhuowen's great world. Zhuowen took out a divine warship, called Duan Jipeng and the others aboard, and flew towards the base. Not long after the divine warship left, they noticed another divine warship in front of them. This divine warship was heading towards them, with a total of 3 figures on the deck. These 3 figures were a short midget man, a beautiful young woman, and a silent and cold middle-aged man. Zhuowen glanced at the 3 of them indifferently. After discovering that they were human cultivators, he didn't pay them too much attention. In the outer realm battlefield, human cultivators rarely faced each other head-on. Their main opponents were the foreign races. Therefore, when human cultivators met, they would basically just brush past each other without any conflict. However, when the two divine warships were about to pass by each other, Zhuowen had a bad premonition. The divine warship on the other side suddenly accelerated and crashed into Zhuowen's divine warship. Rumble! A terrifying explosion suddenly resounded, and the huge divine warship under Zhuowen's feet directly split into pieces. Waves of fire that soared into the sky and scrupulously swept out in all directions. Chapter 4532. Zhuowen's face was gloomy. The moment the divine warship collapsed, he used his movement technique and left the divine warship. Duan Jipeng, Liang, and Li Shua's reaction speed was not slow either. They followed closely behind and scattered in several other directions. It seems that you are Zhuowen? You are exactly the same as the image we saw. Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from behind Zhuowen. It was bone-chilling and full of ridicule. Zhuowen's face turned cold. His right hand shot out like lightning and grabbed behind him. Zhuowen held a thin and small arm in her palm, and in the palm of that arm was a dagger that glinted with a cold light. Zhuowen turned his head slightly and saw the midget looking at him with a sneer. I have no enmity with you. I don't even know you. Why do you want to kill me? Zhuowen asked with a gloomy look. The dead have no right to know anything. You'd better accept your death obediently. The midget laughed. His arm suddenly secreted a lot of mucus and slipped out of Zhuowen's palm. The midget man, on the other hand, quickly retreated like a fish, distancing himself from Zhuowen. The moment he left, the midget loosened his palm. The dagger in his palm fell out of his hand and fell in front of Zhuowen. Explode! The midget chuckled and spat out a word softly. Immediately, the dagger that had fallen in front of Zhuowen exploded with extremely astonishing energy and exploded with a bang. Brother Zhuo! Young Master Zhuo! Not far away, Duan Jipeng, Liang, and Li Shua were shocked. The midget's strength was not weak. He had reached the late stage inverse ancient starlight realm. Moreover, the midget's assassination method was extremely good. Duan Jipeng and the other two did not notice how he got close to Zhuowen. If the midget had launched a sneak attack on the three of them, they would have been seriously injured, even if they did not die. So weak. A guy with a bounty of 100 million chaos gems is only this kind of trash? What a disappointment. The midget shook his head. There was a strong disdain in the depths of his eyes. I thought he was at least a late-stage inverse ancient starlight realm. So the three of us moved out. I didn't expect him to be just a peak cosmic Dharma idol trash. The middle-aged man with a sinister look stepped out of the void and stopped behind the midget. He muttered indifferently, This time we got a great bargain. To think that a guy with a bounty of 100 million is so weak. That 100 million chaos gems was really easy to get. The beautiful young woman giggled. Her eyes sparkled as if they could drip water. However, the words she spoke were filled with mockery. Just as the three of them were feeling complacent and thought that they had gotten a great bargain, a cold voice came from above their heads. A 100 million chaos gems? Could it be that someone is looking for me? The dwarf, the midget, and the midget, the midget, the midget, the midget, and the midget, the midget, the midget. You didn't die? The midget was in disbelief and could not help but ask. He had used almost all of his strength in that move. Even an inverse ancient starlight realm expert would be seriously injured if not killed. However, the young man in front of him was only at the peak cosmic Dharma idol. How could he be unharmed? The midget and the midget were also shocked. They had the same thought as the midget. Speak. Who put a bounty on me? If you tell me, I can be merciful and let you live. Zhuowen looked calm as he looked down at the midget and the other two. His tone had become a little impatient. His strength had long surpassed most inverse ancient starlight realm experts. Even if the three of them joined forces, they were no match for him. If he wanted to kill them, he could do it easily. However, he wanted to find out who was scheming against him in the dark and wanted to eliminate him with 100 million chaos gems. This was really a big deal. Humph! You're lucky to have escaped in advance. After the midget calmed down, he snorted coldly and rushed toward Zhuowen again like a flash of lightning. The moment the midget dashed out, daggers appeared around him, densely covering his entire body. At the same time, the midget's starlight world was completely released. His starlight world was very strange. It was filled with densely packed daggers, or it could be said that his starlight world was completely composed of daggers. Whether it was mountains, rivers, or wastelands, they were all composed of sharp daggers. It looked very strange. Die. The midget was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhuowen. He stretched out his right hand and slammed it down. The terrifying starlight, divine power, crushed down. The densely packed daggers turned into a long dragon and blasted on Zhuowen's body. At this moment, the countless daggers exploded with extremely terrifying, explosive energy. Boom! This time, the explosive energy was even more powerful and terrifying. It almost formed a flaming vortex that was close to 1,000 feet wide and tore the surrounding void into thousands of holes. The midget's breathing was rapid. His chest heaved up and down, but his face was blooming with a smug smile. He had even used his starlight world. He did not believe that this kid could survive. However, when the explosion completely subsided, the midget man was dumbfounded. This was because he realized that the figure in front of him, who should have been torn into pieces by the explosion, was unscathed and untouched. I told you, my patience is limited. Zhuowen's body was surrounded by strands of soul sword intent, protecting him from any harm. The impatience in his eyes was growing stronger. Whoosh! Zhuowen turned into a stream of light and turned into shadows in the void. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the midget. The midget felt extreme danger. Without hesitation, he used his starlight world to block in front of him. Endless starlight spread out like clouds and turned into the world's sturdiest barrier, protecting the midget. Boom! 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 Streaks of purplish gold and black soul sword essences fell like rain and blasted on the midget's starlight world. To the midget's disbelief, the starlight world that he was so proud of was so fragile under the attack of the soul sword essences. It completely collapsed. Uft! The midget spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying in a sorry state. Before he could stabilize his body, Zhuowen had already appeared in front of him. Zhuowen's arm was like an iron hoop, tightly choking the midget's neck in his palm. You! The midget looked at the young man in front of him in shock and anger. He was so afraid that he did not dare to move. This was because the young man in front of him did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. He knew very well that if he dared to move, the young man in front of him would definitely kill him. The beautiful young woman and the middle-aged man were petrified. They stared blankly at the scene before them. Chapter 45:33. Don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll talk. The midget man was trembling in fear. His eyes were wide open as he shouted. Zhuowen's eyes were cold and emotionless. I've said that my patience is limited. You've completely exhausted my patience just now. Zhuowen was expressionless as he poured out divine power from his right hand. Instantly, the midget man in his palm screamed in pain. His entire body could not withstand the terrifying divine power and collapsed. The moment the midget man's body collapsed, a small person escaped from it and fled into the distance with a terrified expression. This small person was the midget man's divine soul. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the midget man's divine soul was caught in his palm. Sir, please let me go. The midget man's divine soul knelt in Zhuowen's palm and pleaded with tears in his eyes. Zhuowen did not say a word. Instead, he poured out divine power and enveloped the midget man's divine soul. Then he began to search his soul brutally. Ah! The midget man's divine soul screamed, and his face was distorted. The pain of a soul search was not something that ordinary people could endure. There was no pity in Zhuo Wen's eyes. The midget man had tried to kill him the moment he arrived and had even declared that he would be a dead man. He would not tolerate such a person who wanted to kill him. When Zhuo Wen let go of the midget man's divine soul, the latter's divine soul became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. When the beautiful woman and the middle-aged man saw this, they were completely frightened. Run! The two of them were very decisive. They did not even think before they used their movement techniques and fled into the distance. Their strength was almost the same as the midget man's, since the young man in front of them could easily kill the midget man. Naturally, he had the strength to kill them easily. They could not afford to offend such an enemy. Zhuo Wen had a mocking smile on his face. He took a step forward with his right foot, and his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning as he dashed out. Heaven and earth, primordial, one-line sky. Zhuo Wen instantly appeared in front of the beautiful woman and slashed out with his sword. Blazing sword light shot out, piercing through the heavens and the earth. It was as if the heavens had been split in half. The beautiful young woman turned pale with fright. She hurriedly summoned a blue long sword and held it in front of her. At the same time, she tried her best to expand her starlight world to form a powerful defensive barrier. The beautiful young woman's starlight world was much more normal. Everything in it was composed of blue water. The entire world was an ocean world. Her starlight world was clearly focused on defense, and its power was not weak at all. However, in the face of the heaven and earth primordial chaos one line, the young woman's starlight world was simply too weak. Since Zhuo Wen's cultivation had been promoted to the peak of the cosmic Dharma form, his strength had become even more powerful. Naturally, the superpowers he displayed had also increased in power, and their power could not be compared to before. After the terrifying sword light quickly destroyed the beautiful young woman's starlight world, it pierced through her delicate body. The beautiful young woman didn't even have the chance to scream before she died. After killing the beautiful young woman, Zhuo Wen's hands did not stop moving, and he slashed out again. Sword winds and clouds. With one slash, the winds and clouds rose. The terrifying sword chi storm was like an unprecedented hurricane, sweeping out and enveloping the middle-aged man who was fleeing. When the sword chi storm dissipated, the middle-aged man was only left with a broken body. He fell not far away from Zhuo Wen, and he was on the verge of death. Zhuo Wen looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. He didn't expect the latter to survive after taking his superpowers head-on. It seemed that this person's strength should be the strongest among the three of them. Duan Jipeng quietly came to the middle-aged man's side, lifted him up, and came in front of Zhuo Wen. "Brother Zhuo, since this person is not dead, let's ask him," Duan Jipeng said. Zhuo Wen shook his head and said, "When I searched the dwarf's soul just now, I already knew the cause and effect. This person has no value." Duan Jipeng nodded and decisively erased the middle-aged man's divine soul. "Brother Zhuo, who put a bounty on you?" Li Ying and Li Shua rushed over, their faces full of doubts. "It's Xinghang Shu, Su Jiaying, and me Hao Miao," Zhuo Wen said slowly, but his eyes were terrifyingly cold. The three of them were really persistent. They were willing to pay such a high price to put a bounty on him. It hasn't been a month, right? Xinghang Shu and the others already know that we have left the encampment?" Duan Jipeng asked in surprise. "I am afraid, Senior Anqi, and the others have encountered some trouble." Zhuo Wen's eyes flashed. He knew very well that since Xinghang Shu and Su Jiaying had put a bounty on him so brazenly, they must have confirmed that he had left the encampment. Either Elder Anqi and Li Yinglong had betrayed them and leaked the information, or Elder Anqi and the others had encountered some trouble and finally exposed themselves to the ghost child. Zhuo Wen was more inclined to the latter. He trusted Elder Anqi and Li Ying longed very much and didn't think that they would betray him. We have to hurry back to the encampment as soon as possible. However, we have to be careful. Now, we have been targeted by many people. Zhuowen reminded them and continued to lead them to the encampment. However, what they didn't know was that their battle had already been seen by some people in the dark. This kid is very strong. We need as many people as possible to deal with him. Let's go. Spread the news. We need at least a group of experts at the peak of the inverse ancient starlight realm to be Zhuowen's opponent. The people who were watching in the dark sent out messages to inform the experts they were familiar with. In an instant, the news of Zhuowen's location and location spread to every corner of the extraterritorial battlefield. Many experts gave up their pursuit of the alien tribe and rushed toward the location of Zhuowen and the others. When Zhuowen and the others came to a basin full of potholes, Zhuowen, who was leading the way, stopped. "Brother Zhuo, what's wrong?" Duan Jipeng asked curiously. Zhuowen took a deep breath and swept his cold gaze across the surrounding highlands. "We are surrounded," Zhuowen said in a deep voice. "What?" Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shuo looked around and used their divine senses to observe the surroundings. However, they didn't find anything strange. "Young Master Zhuo, are you mistaken? There is no one here at all," Li Ying said with a smile. Zhuowen said in a low voice, "They are very smart. They have set up a powerful shielding array here, so your divine senses can't see through it." Zhuowen's heart sank. He was too careless. He only cared about rushing back to the encampment and didn't notice that there was a problem here. When he realized the problem, it was already too late. Chapter 45-34. Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shuo's faces suddenly became serious. After experiencing so much, they had long been convinced by Zhuowen. They knew that the latter would not joke about this issue. In an instant, the three of them became vigilant, cautiously glancing around. Suddenly, there was a crisp applause around the basin. Very keen perception. We obviously hid perfectly enough, but we were still discovered by you. After the applause, there was an indifferent and playful voice. Zhuowen looked up and saw a bald man with a round face slowly walking out from the north side of the basin. The bald man's aura was as vast as the sea. Step by step, the entire basin seemed to be caught in a terrible pressure. At the same time, a large group of people followed behind the bald man, slowly gathering together. Peak Ancient Starlight Expert. Duan Jipeng and the other two's faces changed slightly. They naturally felt the powerful aura exuding from the bald man. The people following behind the bald man are basically NI, Gu, Starlight, rank powerhouses. It seems that you are Zhuowen. You can see the shielding array here at a glance. Obviously, your array Dao level should be good. In the south side of the basin, there was also a crisp and pleasant female voice. A young woman with a graceful figure and revealing clothes also slowly walked out, followed by an old man in a long robe. This old man was surrounded by a formation plate that was emitting all kinds of brilliance. Complex formation runes were swirling around him. Array Dao Master at the early third sky of Eternal Realm? Zhuowen looked deeply at the old man in a long robe beside the young woman. With his eyesight, naturally, he could see the old man's array Dao level at a glance. The young woman's strength was also not weak. Like the bald man, she was also at the peak ancient starlight realm. At the same time, two groups of people came out from the east and west side of the basin. The two people in the lead were also at the peak ancient starlight realm. Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shuo's faces became very gloomy. They did not expect that there would be so many people around the basin. Moreover, the strongest four people were actually at the peak of the inverse ancient starlight realm. Such a lineup was really too terrifying. You are Zhuowen, and here I was wondering how powerful you were. I didn't expect him to only be at the pinnacle of the cosmic Dharma plane. He's too weak. On the east side, a young man with a pale face said in a sharp voice. He was like an evil spirit that had returned from hell. His gloomy eyes stared straight at Huwen. This kind of trash actually has a bounty of 100 million? Did water enter the brain of the person who put the bounty? Among the group of people in the west, the leader was a muscular man. His skin exuded a greenish-black color, and he looked like a wild beast instead of a human. He stared viciously at Zhuowen as if he was staring at his prey. It's over. For peak anti-ancient starlight experts, 15 late anti-ancient starlight experts, and dozens of early and middle anti-ancient starlight experts. Duan Jipeng's face was pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Among the four, his cultivation base was the most powerful, but he was only at the late ancient starlight realm. Facing such a terrifying lineup, Duan Jipeng was simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot, unable to withstand a single blow. The three of you, Scram. Our target is not you, but Zhuowen. The bald man in the north looked coldly at Duan Jipeng and the other two, and said with disgust. Duan Jipeng and the other two looked at each other. They didn't expect that this group of people didn't intend to attack them. Zhuowen looked on coldly. How could he not understand the sinister intentions of the bald man? He wanted to drive a wedge between them. Duan Jipeng's eyes showed a decisive look and said in a low voice, Brother Zhuo has done us a great favor. We can't give up on him and leave alone. Although Li Ying and Li Shuo were pale with fear, they stood firmly on Zhuowen's side. Along the way, Zhuowen had saved them so many times. They owed him a great favor, and they couldn't be ungrateful. You have a lot of backbone, but the price of backbone is your life. The muscular man on the west side sneered and suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying power erupted, and the entire basin cracked open. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. The muscular man was like an arrow that had left the bowstring. He rushed toward Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shuo at an extremely fast speed. Duan Jipeng's face changed slightly. Without thinking, he summoned his starlight world and blocked in front of him. Li Ying and Li Shuo also summoned their starlight worlds and stood beside Duan Jipeng. They joined forces to resist the muscular man's attack. A group of chickens and dogs that can't even withstand a single blow. The muscular man's eyes showed disdain. His huge body erupted with a terrifying power. The moment he appeared in front of Duan Jipeng and the others, he also summoned his starlight world. The muscular man's starlight world was filled with extremely heavy and tall mountains. It was as if the heaviest mountains in the world were gathered there. Rumble! The muscular man's heavy body slammed down. With a loud explosion, the starlight worlds of Duan Jipeng and the other two were blown away. Duan Jipeng and the other two vomited blood and were sent flying backward. They crashed heavily on the edge of the basin. Chickens and dogs are just chickens and dogs after all. The muscular man smiled disdainfully. His fierce eyes fell on Zhuowen, who was not far away. The cultivators around the basin looked at Zhuowen indifferently as if they were watching a joke. They knew very well that with the muscular man's attack, Zhuowen and the other three would definitely die. After the muscular man killed Zhuowen, they would snatch Zhuowen's head to claim the reward. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He slowly walked to Duan Jipeng and the other two, helped them up and slowly fed them healing pills. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at the muscular man. It was as if the latter did not exist at all. Are you ignoring me? Seeing that Zhuowen ignored him, the muscular man's face suddenly became gloomy. His scarlet eyes were filled with intense anger. XDW 8-inch, you're not qualified. Zhuowen was still slowly healing Duan Jipeng and the others. He did not even turn his head. The surroundings were silent. No one expected Zhuowen to be so arrogant. He did not take the muscular man seriously at all. You're courting death. The muscular man was so angry that he laughed. He quickly rushed over like a small mountain. Brother Zhuo, be careful. Duan Jipeng saw that the muscular man was getting closer, and his face finally changed completely. He could not help but warn him. Zhuowen slowly turned around. The aura in his body suddenly surged out like a volcanic eruption. Brother Duan, you guys step back first. After saying that, Zhuowen no longer concealed his aura. He released all the 9 cosmic forms in his body. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the ground was filled with terrifying, beastly roars. It was deafening. 9 huge cosmic forms appeared around Zhuowen. Zhuowen was clustered in the center. He was like an emperor, high and mighty, sacred and inviolable. 9 cosmic forms. The muscular man's eyes twitched, revealing a look of horror. Didn't ordinary cosmic Dharma adepts only have 1 cosmic Dharma power? Even those talented geniuses only had 2 or 3 cosmic forms at most. However, the young man in front of him had 9 cosmic forms. Moreover, each of them was 10,000 feet tall. Their aura was terrifying and vast. It was really shocking. Chapter 45:35. Humph. Cosmic Laksana is just an ant in the end. So what if you have 9 cosmic Laksana? You will still die without a burial place. The burly man snorted coldly as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The huge starlight world swept over in an unbridled manner. Whoosh! 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 The burly man's starlight world was too heavy. As it swept over, the space exploded and the aura became chaotic. The entire surrounding environment became extremely heavy. Zhuowen stood in place as his cold eyes looked indifferently at the huge starlight world that was quickly approaching him. The 9 Dharma Laksana surrounded him, including the 3-eyed winged dragon, the lion body, the white-haired, red-faced giant ape, and the other Dharma Laksana. They were all ready to attack as they let out a shocking roar. Go! Zhuowen pointed his right hand in the air. The 9 Dharma Laksana roared as they rushed out and attacked the burly man in front of them. Boom! 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 The 9 Dharma Laksana collided with a huge starlight world, and terrifying shockwaves erupted without restraint. The burly man's eyes widened as he looked at the 9 Dharma Laksana in disbelief. They were on par with his starlight world. No wonder you are so arrogant. Your 9 Dharma Laksana are so powerful. After the burly man said these words in a sinister manner, his huge body leaped up and directly swept towards Zhuowen. Your Dharma Laksana is so powerful, but I don't believe that you are so powerful yourself. The burly man sneered as he squeezed the void in his right hand. A huge ghost head divine blade appeared in his hand. Rumble. Suddenly, the burly man slashed out with his palm. The divine blade carried terrifying power as it swept over and slashed toward Zhuowen's head. Blade energy could be seen crisscrossing, wild and domineering. Waves of powerful star god energy spread out, causing the surroundings to be filled with a blazing atmosphere of starlight. Zhuowen was not in a hurry. He held the Taiyu sacred sword in his right hand and slashed out with it. Clang! The blade and sword collided, and countless sparks flew out as if there was an endless rain of fire. It looked bright and mournful. The sword chi and saber chi were like a storm, sweeping out in all directions, causing the surrounding basin to explode into a terrifying abyss. The expressions of the group of people who were originally surrounding the basin changed slightly, and they all retreated one after another. This kid is so strong that he can actually fight evenly with Qiuyan? The curvaceous young woman looked up at the 2 figures fighting fiercely in the air above the basin, which had already turned into an abyss. The bald man's face darkened. Looks like the person who offered the 100 million bounty isn't a fool. He probably already knew that this Zhuowen isn't simple. Not good. Look, Qiuyan has been forced back. He's actually at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the pale-faced youth who was also at the peak of the defying ancient starlight stage exclaimed. The bald man and the young woman hurriedly raised their heads. Sure enough, they saw that the burly man was actually fighting and retreating at the same time. He was in an exceptionally sorry state. As for Zhuowen, it was as if he had the help of a god. Every step he took, he unleashed a sword strike. His sword intent was like the heavens, and his aura was like a dragon. Heaven and earth, primordial one line. All of a sudden, Zhuowen slashed out with his sword and performed a divine ability. A terrifying sword light slashed out horizontally as if it was splitting heaven and earth. It quickly swept out and slashed toward the burly man. The burly man named Qiu Yan roared loudly. He held the saber in his right hand and performed a divine ability as well. The saber intent turned into a crescent moon that lay horizontally in front of him. It was blazing brightly. Crack! However, what shocked Qiu Yan was that his divine ability was directly crushed. Puff! Qiu Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying backward and fell heavily on the ground. Qiu Yan was actually defeated? The bald man's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Not only him, but the young woman, the pale-faced youth, and the other onlookers were also dumbfounded. All of you can come together. I've said that one is not enough. Zhuowen hovered in the air and looked down at the bald man, the young woman, and the others as he spoke slowly. His words were like the might of heaven that shook everyone's ears, causing them to be absent-minded for a moment. Damn it, he's too arrogant. Does he really think that we can't do anything to him? The bald man had a fiery temper. Without thinking, he summoned the Starlight World and rushed toward Zhuowen. The young woman, the pale-faced youth, and dozens of other experts of the anti-ancient Starlight World swarmed forward and joined forces to besiege Zhuowen fearlessly. Oh no, there are so many experts of the anti-ancient Starlight World. Duan, Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shuo, who had retreated to a certain distance, were shocked when they saw that Zhuowen was surrounded by a group of experts of the anti-ancient Starlight World. The bald man was the first to appear in front of Zhuowen. He held a trident in his hand, and terrifying star god power spread out like an ocean. In the void behind the bald man, a huge starry sky world filled with ice and snow appeared. Terrifying cold air spread out, and even the surroundings turned into a world of ice. It was bone-chilling. A beautiful red flower appeared in the slender hand of the graceful woman. It was as if it was dyed red with blood. It was bright and demonic. The Starlight World that appeared behind her was also filled with all kinds of strange flowers. It was like a world of flowers. The Starlight World of the pale-faced youth was filled with all kinds of skeletons and was filled with a strange death energy. It was as if it was a world of death. Behind these three people, the Starlight Worlds were densely packed like stars. They were arranged in a complete formation and swept over. Zhuowen was in the center of these Starlight Worlds and became a live target for these terrifying Starlight Worlds. However, Zhuowen looked calm and didn't show any fear. Just in time. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled into a playful smile. He suddenly waved his right hand and a ray discs appeared around him. After that, numerous complicated formation markings suddenly appeared around him, covering the surroundings like swimming fishes. Within the runes, rolling thunderbolts burst out in a dense manner and quickly spread in all directions. In an instant, the surroundings turned into a sea of thunder. Peerless lightning god array, open. Zhuowen spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. Then, he disappeared from where he stood like a ghost. Boom! Boom! The power of the Starlight Worlds was all drowned out by the thunder. As soon as he defeated the burly man, Zhuowen expected that this group of people would besiege him. Although his strength was strong enough, in the face of so many reverse ancient Starlight World experts, it would still be difficult to resist. Therefore, he had already begun to secretly arrange the peerless lightning god array, using himself as bait to lure everyone into this array. And now his plan had clearly succeeded. Ah, this is a great array. It's so powerful. How can these thunder be so strong? No, I don't want to die yet. Save me. The instant the unparalleled lightning deity array was activated, terrifying howls rang out one after another from within the array. Most of the early stage NI, Goo Starlight Realm experts couldn't withstand the terrifying lightning inside the peerless lightning god array, and their souls were blown away. Only the middle reverse ancient Starlight World experts, and above, could barely resist the thunder attack. However, as the thunder became more and more powerful, the middle reverse ancient Starlight World experts gradually couldn't resist. Chapter 4536. This is the peerless thunder god array. The robed old man, who was originally beside the young woman, did not join the siege. Instead, he stood in the distance and watched quietly. The instant he saw the grand array that Zhuowen set up, he recognized the details of this array. The peerless thunder god array was infinitely close to the fourth heavenly layer eternal realm. It could be said that it was a half-step fourth heavenly layer eternal realm array. The long-robed old man didn't expect that Zhuowen still had such a trump card on him. It really surprised him. Elder Lin, why don't you help us break this array? In the peerless thunder god array, the graceful woman shouted at the robed old man with an ugly face. The robed old man smiled bitterly. Miss, I can't break this array. It has exceeded my level of array Dao. Break it for me. If you can't break it, I will make you die miserably. The young woman said with cold eyes. The robed old man trembled all over. Thinking of the young woman's means, he shuddered in his heart. He quickly used the array disc and began to crack the peerless thunder god array seriously. However, the robed old man's array Dao level was only at the early third heavenly layer eternal realm, which was far from the peerless thunder god array. After a while, the robed old man caused the peerless thunder god array to backfire because of his mistake. A terrifying sea of thunder poured down and enveloped the robed old man. The robed old man screamed and was completely submerged by the sea of thunder. In the end, there was no movement at all. Inside the peerless thunder god array, the young woman who was resisting the terrible thunder saw this scene, and her face changed completely. Roar! At this moment, the thunder god's phantoms were completely formed in the array. This time, more than a dozen thunder god phantoms appeared in the array. Each of them was incomparably powerful and imposing. Since Zhua Wen's array Dao reached the early stage of the fourth heavenly layer of eternal realm, he had made some slight improvements to the peerless thunder god array, making it even more powerful. Now it had no problem trapping a peak ancient starlight expert. When more than a dozen thunder god phantoms appeared, the casualties in the array suddenly became tragic. The middle ancient starlight realm cultivators were the first to collapse. They couldn't resist the power of the thunder god's phantoms. One of the defying ancient starlight intermediate stage cultivators wanted to resist the thunder god's shadow, but the latter's punch destroyed his body and soul. After seeing the fate of this cultivator, the rest of the defying ancient starlight intermediate stage cultivators did not dare to confront the thunder god's shadow and kept hiding inside the grand array. However, the thunder god's phantom was much faster than them, and it would even work together. Therefore, the NI ancient starlight intermediate stage cultivators were successively killed by the thunder god's shadow. Each of them ended up with their body and soul destroyed. After the middle stage ancient starlight stage cultivators were killed, the thunder god's projection began to target the late stage ancient starlight stage cultivators. XDW8 among this group of cultivators. There are more than a dozen late ancient starlight stage cultivators. They were all in danger and gathered behind the young woman, the pale-faced youth, and the bald man. These three people were currently the strongest among them. They had all reached the peak of the defying ancient starlight realm. Naturally, they would seek their protection. Everyone, I have a secret technique that can increase your strength in a short period of time. However, I need you to give me around 30% of your blood essence. Are you willing to help me? Suddenly, the bald man's face turned gloomy and said to the dozen cultivators behind him, The pale-faced youth and the young woman standing beside the bald man frowned slightly. 30% of their blood essence was enough to make them extremely weak and lose most of their combat power. The rest of the dozen or so people also fell into hesitation. Obviously, they were weighing the pros and cons. We can't hesitate anymore. These phantoms are approaching us soon. If you don't make a decision, we will all die here. You must have seen that this grand array is infinitely close to the fourth heavenly layer of the eternal realm. The bald man shouted in a low voice, his face full of solemnity. The young woman and the pale-faced youth showed a look of interest, especially when they saw the approaching thunder god's shadow. Their minds were shaken. They all knew that if they continued like this, they would be defeated by the thunder god's shadow one by one and would inevitably die in the grand array. Now, the bald man's method was the only way to break through. Good. Brother Mutong, I believe in you. The pale-faced youth and the young woman looked at each other and nodded heavily. After the two of them agreed, the rest of the dozen or so people also agreed. Since even the two strongest experts had agreed, the rest of them naturally did not have any objections. There's no time to lose. Let's start now. The bald man did not hesitate at all. He took out a dagger and cut his palm, and a large amount of blood splashed out. The thick blood floated in the air, constantly fusing and recombining into a complex blood-red magic array. Everyone, inject your blood essence into this array. Be quick, there's not much time left. The bald man said anxiously. The pale-faced youth and the young woman did not hesitate. They cut their palms respectively. Blood rushed out like a twisted tap and condensed in the blood-red magic array. The rest of the dozen or so cultivators did the same. A stream of bright blood essence turned into bloodlines and was injected into the magic array above the void. The blood-red magic array became more and more viscous, and its color became more and more vivid. The pale-faced youth and the young woman, led by the dozen or so people, became pale, and their auras became weak. The bald man's eyes burst out a sharp light. He made a gesture with his right hand, and the blood-red magic array, floating in the void, turned into a bloodline and rushed into his glabella. In an instant, a blood-red mark appeared between his eyebrows. His aura skyrocketed rapidly, and he directly broke through the shackles of the peak of the inverse ancient starlight and stepped into the level of law embodiment of heaven and earth. Brother Mutong, it's up to you. The pale-faced youth supported the young woman, looked at the bald man and said hopefully. The bald man grinned and said, "Don't worry." With that, the bald man suddenly grabbed the pale-faced youth's head with his right hand. "You, what are you doing?" The pale-faced youth shouted in horror. 30% of the blood essence is not enough. I need all of it. As long as I advance to the level of law embodiment of heaven and earth in a short time, I will be able to break this magic array and kill Zhuowen. The bald man grinned and poured out his divine power. The pale-faced youth exploded, and countless blood essence turned into a blood mist and was absorbed by the bald man. In an instant, the bald man's aura skyrocketed again. "Mutong, you bastard! You didn't want to save us at all." The young woman looked at the bald man with resentment. "You're right. You're a group of burdens. You're really stupid. After being forced into a desperate situation, I encouraged you a little, and you obediently sent your blood essence to me like idiots. Don't blame me for being cruel and merciless. You can only blame yourself for being too stupid." The bald man grinned, grabbed the young woman in his hand, and unceremoniously absorbed the latter's blood essence. Next, the bald man almost went on a killing spree, constantly absorbing the remaining cultivator's blood essence for his own use. The bald man's aura continued to skyrocket, almost reaching the threshold of law embodiment of heaven and earth. With his current strength, he could kill any cultivator at the peak of the inverse ancient starlight in seconds. Chapter 45:37. After the bald man slaughtered more than 10 cultivators, his cold eyes turned and fell on Zhuowen, who was outside the formation. "Zhuowen, The formation you set up can't trap me, and you are even less likely to be my opponent. Just give up and let me capture you." The bald man grinned, his face full of confidence. Now he had touched the threshold of the law phenomenon, and his strength was more powerful than that of a half-step law phenomenon. He only needed to pass the tribulation of the law phenomenon, and then he could become a real law phenomenon elite. Joie, when calmly looked at the overconfident bald man in the array, and sneered. "Your strength has indeed increased a lot, but you are still not an embodiment of heaven and earth expert. How could someone like you be a match for me? How ridiculous!" Hearing this, the bald man's face changed. Jouin's disdain had completely hurt his self-esteem. "In that case, don't blame me for being rude. I will kill you," the bald man said coldly. The muscles all over his body suddenly swelled up, and his aura burst out. In the void behind him, the vast starry sky world had expanded by several times. The temperature within 100 million miles dropped sharply. Strange black ice crystals condensed on the ground, and bone-chilling black snow fell from the sky. Duan Jipeng, Liang, and Li Shua were trembling, and their faces were pale from the cold. So powerful. Duan Jipeng frowned and hid in his starry sky world, resisting the black snow around him. His eyes fell on the bald man in front of him, who was confronting Zhuowen, and he was faintly worried. Lord Zhuowen's peerless thunder god formation is very powerful. I think that even if Mutong's strength has increased a lot in a short time, he may not be able to break this formation, Liang said, more confident in Zhuowen. "I hope so." Duan Jipeng nodded. Boom! Boom! In the peerless thunder god formation, more than 10 huge shadows of the thunder god launched a fierce attack. The lightning within the formation became denser and denser. They condensed together and turned into a sea of lightning liquid. Whoosh! A sea of lightning liquid formed from countless lightning bolts poured down, creating terrifying waves that slammed fiercely towards the bald man. More than a dozen thunder god phantoms followed closely behind, overturning the sea of lightning liquid. Controlling this terrifying sea of lightning liquid. Rumble! The lightning liquid poured down like a monstrous wave, drowning the bald man in an instant. Humph! Not long after the sea of lightning drowned the bald man, a cold snort came from the sea of lightning. Boom! All of a sudden, an even more powerful aura exploded out, after which the terrifying lightning liquid was actually frozen by some kind of strange chill, solidifying in the air. Clang! In the depths of the solidified thunder liquid, a figure suddenly broke out of the ice. With an extremely fast speed, he instantly appeared in front of the thunder god's shadow at the very front. This shadow was the bald man. The bald man's right hand, the shadow of the thunder god of the thunder god. Naturally, the thunder god's illusory figure was not to be outdone. It waved its huge arm and swept it towards the bald man. Boom! The two instantly collided, and the entire space exploded with a terrifying sound. The loud bangs continued to reverberate in the surroundings. They were deafening and shook one's soul. Rip! The bald man's strength was too terrifying. His fist was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It pushed against the arm of the thunder god's shadow and smashed it into pieces. It burst into pieces. The thunder god's silhouette exploded into countless drops of thunder liquid, then solidified into black ice crystals and shattered into pieces. The bald man knew very well that the thunder god's shadow in the peerless thunder god formation could be reborn endlessly by relying on the power of thunder in the formation. Therefore, he was very decisive. After dispersing the thunder god's shadow, he used the power of his starlight world to condense it into ice crystals and then smashed it into powder. Boom! Boom! The bald man's aura was like a rainbow. He was like a ferocious wild beast. He pushed his way forward. Wherever he passed, the thunder god's shadow was no match for him. The thunder god's phantoms were smashed into smithereens one by one. They couldn't be any more dead. When all the thunder god's shadows were destroyed, The bald man stood in the center of the formation. He looked coldly at Zhuowen, who was outside the formation. His eyes were full of provocation. It was as if he was telling Zhuowen that the formation was just SOSO. Zhuowen's expression was calm. He was not in a hurry. He waved his right hand and cast out a formation plate. His hands formed a seal and began to increase the power of the peerless Thunder God formation. Humph! I said that the peerless Thunder God formation can't trap me. The bald man sneered. His hands suddenly formed a seal, and then he suddenly spread them out in front of him in a strange way. Suddenly, the starlight world behind him swept out a terrifying black snowstorm. In the center of the black snowstorm, a huge ice sword gradually emerged. The ice sword was hundreds of feet long. The surface of the blade emitted a black cold light. It was strange and evil. The bald man grasped the hilt of the ice sword with his right hand and then threw it forward. Whoosh! The ice sword pierced the sky and burst out a huge mushroom cloud. In the blink of an eye, it blasted the edge of the formation. Crack! Crack! The huge, peerless divine lightning array let out a series of cracking sounds. Countless cracks covered the entire surface of the array. In the end, the peerless Thunder God formation could not withstand the attack of the ice sword and completely collapsed. The bald man let out an unbridled laugh. He took a step forward and stood on the hilt of his sword. His eyes stared coldly at Zhuowen. In the countless cracks, the ice sword was like a hot knife through butter. It swept across the sky and blasted directly at Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, you're dead," the bald man said indifferently. Zhuowen slowly raised his head, looking at the ice sword that was getting closer and closer. A sarcastic smile appeared on his face. Mo ran. He waved his right hand in the air, and a strange demonic mist naturally surged out of his body, enveloping his entire body. In an instant, under the state of Mo ran, Zhuowen's aura rose step by step. His eyes exuded a strange scarlet color. Soul sword intent. He tapped his forehead with his right hand, and a powerful soul power condensed at his fingertip. His right finger pointed at the void in front of him. Black soul power surged out and condensed into a black sword shadow. The sword shadow grew larger and more terrifying. In an instant, it grew from 10 feet to 100 feet. Demonic flame, Zhuowen said softly. The scarlet in the depths of his eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. A scarlet demonic flame swept out and landed on the black sword shadow. The black sword shadow that was 100 feet long burned with an inextinguishable demonic flame. Its power reached an extremely terrifying level. Go! Zhuowen stood in place. His right finger flicked the sword hilt. The sword shadow that was burning with an inextinguishable demonic flame shot out like an arrow. This sword condensed Zhuowen's strongest attack at the moment. The bald man's eyes were still full of contempt. He looked down on Zhuowen and naturally looked down on the latter's attack. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the sword shadow that was burning with demonic flame collided with the ice sword. Continuous explosive sounds rang out in the void. Wave after wave of air waves swept out in all directions like ripples. The ground exploded, space collapsed, and black holes cracked open. Chapter 4538. The power of this collision was too terrifying. It had almost reached an earth-shattering level. It was truly shocking. Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shuo were directly blown away by the aftermath of the collision and vomited blood. It could be seen how terrifying the collision between the two was. So powerful. What's the situation of the battle? Duan Jipeng and the other two looked forward in horror, which was the core of the battle. There, two figures stood facing each other in the distance, suspended above the void like two immortal gods. Zhuowen was surrounded by demonic creatures, his eyes flashing with scarlet light, and his momentum was like a rainbow. On the other hand, although the bald man was still facing each other, his face was getting uglier and paler. Pucci, Suddenly, the bald man spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up at the sky and let out a shrill scream. In front of his chest, there was a huge crack, and a sword shadow slowly drilled out. The scarlet flame burned quickly and enveloped the bald man in an instant. The bald man kept roaring, constantly urging his strength to resist the demonic flames in the sword shadow. Joie, silently looked at the bald man, a look of surprise in his eyes. He knew very well how terrifying the demonic flames in the state of demonic corruption were. If his cultivation was still in the middle stage of the cosmic Dharma phase, perhaps the demonic flames he released might not be able to do anything to the bald man. But his cultivation had improved again, reaching the peak of the cosmic Dharma phase, not far from the reverse ancient starlight. The peak of the cosmic Dharma phase, coupled with the enhancement of demonic corruption and the power of the demonic flames, was enough to kill any reverse ancient starlight expert. But the bald man withstood it. It could be seen that the former had absorbed the blood essence of more than 10 reverse ancient starlight experts, which had brought him a lot of benefits. His strength was not weak. "Let me send you on your last journey." Zhuowen glanced indifferently at the bald man, and then his right hand grasped the void. The Taiyu sacred sword was held in his palm. Heaven and earth, a line of heaven. Sword shaking the 9 heavens. Life in the morning, death in the evening. Zhuowen slashed out with the sword in his right hand at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had slashed out 3 times, each strike more terrifying than the last. The 3 divine abilities came together, creating a shocking sword chi that blasted on the bald man's body. The bald man was struggling to resist the demonic flames on the sword shadow. At the same time, he summoned all the power in his body and controlled the starlight world in front of him, hoping to resist Zhuowen's 3 divine abilities. Unfortunately, the bald man was too weak. His starlight world had also become dim, and its power had decreased sharply. The starlight world was only able to resist for a moment before it was repelled by the 3 magical powers. Then, all of them landed on the bald man's body. The bald man let out a blood-curdling scream as his body collapsed into pieces. He no longer had the strength to resist the demonic flames on his body. The demonic flames were like maggots that latched onto the bones. They instantly enveloped the bald man and burned his body, god power, flesh, and bones. In the blink of an eye, the bald man was burned to ashes by the demonic flames. The bald man's god soul wanted to find an opportunity to escape, but it could not escape the wrapping of the demonic flames. In the end, it turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. When Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shua saw this scene, they were all shocked. The bald man who had crossed the threshold of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth was defeated by Zhuowen just like that. They had to admit that the latter was really powerful. "Everyone in the extraterritorial battlefield, if you want to kill me because of the reward, then feel free to come. I, Zhuowen, will accept any challenge, but correspondingly, you will have to pay the price of killing me. As long as you have the resolve to do so, come and kill me." Zhuowen floated in midair with his hands behind his back. He spoke slowly, and his voice resounded through the entire extraterritorial battlefield through his god power. He was very clear that the battle just now had alarmed most of the cultivators in the extraterritorial battlefield. His divine sense had already sensed that many powerful auras had gathered in the dark and were observing this place from afar. His words seemed to be a provocation, but it was actually a warning. He was warning those greedy cultivators that they could come and kill Zhuowen, but they had to understand that he, Zhuowen, was not that easy to kill. The bald man's group was the best outcome. Many experts, hiding in the dark, looked at the figure in the void in the distance with fear in their eyes. At this moment, they did not act rashly. The battle just now had also shocked them. In the extraterritorial battlefield, there were not many experts at the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Most of them were below the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Moreover, even if they were below the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, they would not be too interested in the reward of 100 million. This was because all experts at this level were extremely wealthy. They would not be interested in a reward of 100 million. As for those interested experts, it was unlikely that they would be a match for Zhuowen. Also, tell the people who put the reward on me. I, Zhuowen, know who they are. If they want to kill me, they have to come personally. Don't be so cowardly. I'm standing right here. Zhuowen shouted again. After saying this, he landed on the ground, crossed his arms, and waited silently. How courageous! Many experts in the dark nodded their heads. Many of them quietly retreated to pass on the message. Brother Zhua, are you trying to lure Su Jiaying, Miao Miao, and the others here? They are all lawful embodiment of heaven and earth experts. They won't be easy to deal with. Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shua hurried forward and advised him anxiously. The best thing to do now was to rush back to the encampment as soon as possible. If he continued to cause trouble in this place, he would most likely be met with a fatal disaster. They believed that Zhuowen was very powerful, but they still felt that there was a gap between him and the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Moreover, Su Jiaying, Miao Miao, and the others were working together with the Ice School King. The Ice School King was stronger than Su Jiaying and Miao Miao. You guys go back to the encampment first. Their main target is me, so they definitely won't notice you guys. Zhuowen said to Duan Jipeng and the other two. Brother Zhua, how can we leave you behind? Duan Jipeng flatly refused. Brother Duan, trust me. When have I ever done anything to seek my own death? If you are my friend, then trust me, okay? Zhuowen stared at Duan Jipeng and said solemnly. Duan Jipeng was stunned. Then he recalled the powerful sacred chariot that Zhuowen had taken out. He was slightly relieved. Then you must be careful. Don't try to be brave. Duan Jipeng cupped his fists at Zhuowen and left quietly with Li Ying and Li Shua. Zhuowen closed his eyes and waited silently. The reason he was waiting here was naturally intentional. With his current strength, even if he wasn't a match for the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth experts, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill him. Moreover, even if the Ice School King came personally, Zhuowen wasn't afraid. After all, he had the chariot. If he couldn't defeat them, he could just run away. The only reason why he did that was because of Xing Hangshu. That was because the scale of chaos was in short supply for the Aeon-killing God Array. As long as he could get the scale of chaos, he would be able to set up the Aeon-killing God Array. With the Aeon-killing God Array, he would have more confidence in entering the relic. Xing Hangshu, I hope you won't disappoint me. You must follow me, Zhuowen muttered to himself. Chapter 45-39. Within the encampment in a luxurious inn, Su Jiaying, Miao Miao, and Xing Hangshu sat around a round table, each pouring wine for themselves. This plan is truly ingenious. It hasn't been long, and Zhuowen's whereabouts have already been found. Next, Zhuowen will be hunted down by most of the cultivators in the extraterritorial battlefield. Su Jiaying laughed heartily, raised his wine cup, and toasted Xing Hangshu. Miao Miao followed suit and toasted Xing Hangshu. When Zhuowen was found, they had already received the news. At this moment, they were naturally in a good mood. Originally, Su Jiaying and Miao Miao had treated Xing Hangshu as a junior. Now, they treated him as an equal. Xing Hangshu's plan was something that even the two of them could not help but admire. Patriarchs, you flatter me. This is just a small trick. I can only embarrass myself in front of the two of you, Xing Hangshu said humbly. Su Jiaying and Miao Miao nodded in their hearts. Their impression of Xing Hangshu had improved. XDW 8-inch this Zhua when will be exhausted from running for his life in the pursuit. We just need to wait and reap the benefits. However, there is still no news of Lord Ghostchild. I wonder how he is doing now. Xing Hangshu's eyes flickered as he asked worriedly. Lord Ghostchild is an elite in the late stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. It is not difficult for him to deal with Elder Anshi, and Li Yinglong alone. I'm afraid that Elder Anshi and Li Yinglong are running away in panic." Mi Hao Miao smiled faintly. He was confident in Ice Ghost King and was not worried at all. Su Jiang nodded in agreement. Ice Ghost King was an elite in the late stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. He was much stronger than them who were in the early stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. My informant sent me a video." Suddenly, Xing Hangshu exclaimed in surprise. He waved his right hand and a video appeared in the air in front of him. In the middle of the video, a figure was suspended. "It's Zhouwen." Xing Hangshu's pupils shrank as he said coldly. Su Jiang and Mi Hao Miao narrowed their eyes as well. "And tell the person who put a bounty on me. I, Zhouwen, know who they are? If they want to kill me, then come over personally. Don't be so cowardly. I'm standing right here." Within the influence, Zhouwen hovered in the void, and his voice was filled with energy as it resounded through the starry sky. After Zhouwen finished speaking, the video stopped abruptly. Is this kid trying to provoke us?" Su Jiang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he grinned. Hee, I can't wait any longer. Since this kid has delivered himself to my doorstep, it's just what I want." Mei Hao Miao laughed sinisterly. Xing Hangshu frowned and said, "Patriarchs, don't you find it strange? This Zhouwen clearly knows that our lineup is extraordinary. Why would he take the initiative to challenge us? This was completely illogical. Unless he's doing it for some purpose." Su Jiang said indifferently, "No matter what his purpose is, he is nothing but a paper tiger in front of the absolute gap." Xing Hangshu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Mei Hao Miao. "Nephew Xing, you don't have to be so worried. Patriarch Su and I are both lawful embodiment of heaven and earth experts. So what if Zhouwen is up to something? He can't escape from our grasp in the end." Mei Hao Miao stood up and continued, "There's no time to lose. Let's go over now and take down Zhouwen in one fell swoop." Su Jiang nodded, stood up and looked at Xing Hangshu. "Nephew Xing, why don't you come with us?" Xing Hangshu laughed bitterly. Although he felt that something was wrong, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Hence, he didn't refuse. In the spacious wilderness of the extraterrestrial battlefield, Zhouwen crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood silently in the ruins of the basin, waiting silently. In the surrounding darkness, many figures began to stir like the wind blowing through the grass. While waiting, more and more experts gathered in the darkness, silently spying on Zhouwen. These spying gazes were filled with greed, fear, and hesitation. In short, up until now, these cultivators in the darkness had not shown any signs of making a move. They weren't fools. Naturally, they knew that Zhouwen must have a stronger trump card if he dared to stand there so openly. Now, no one wanted to be the first to make a move. Suddenly, Zhouwen, who was standing in the middle of the field, opened his eyes abruptly. A pair of sharp eyes slowly lifted up and looked at the sky in the east. Many cultivators in the darkness seemed to have sensed something and looked in the direction of Zhouwen's gaze. In the sky in the east, 3 streaks of light were flying over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the 3 streaks of light appeared in the sky above the basin. Only then did the crowd see that they were 3 men. 2 of them were middle-aged men in luxurious robes, while the other was a young man. Everyone's gaze was on the 2 middle-aged men. This was because the auras of the 2 middle-aged men were too powerful. It was so powerful that it made everyone feel suffocated. Heavens! Both of them are lawful embodiment of heaven and earth experts. Such powerful auras. Many of the cultivators in the dark were shocked. No one expected that a reward of 100 million would attract such experts. Moreover, there were 2 of them. Zhouwen looked indifferently at the 3 people floating in the sky. His gaze finally landed on Xing Hangshu as he said, "You're finally here. I didn't wait in vain." Xing Hangshu's eyes narrowed. He felt that Zhouwen's gaze was a little strange. Oh no, could it be that this guy's goal is to lure me here? Suddenly, Xing Hangshu thought of something, and a sense of anxiety appeared in his heart. Humph, so what if this guy's goal is me? Not to mention that he might not be a match for me. Just the two lawful embodiment of heaven and earth experts, Family Head Su and Family Head Mei, are not people that he can fight against. This guy won't be able to escape, even if he grows wings. Xing Hangshu's mind was filled with thoughts, but he quickly regained his composure. Zhuowen, you're really bold to provoke us. Is it because you know that you have nowhere else to go, so you've given up on yourself? Su Jiang looked down at Zhuowen indifferently and said in a sarcastic tone. Zhuowen's expression was calm as he said, You guys are really generous to offer a reward of 100 million to kill me. It's a pity that even if you guys came personally, you wouldn't be able to kill me, let alone those useless people who surrounded me out of greed. In the dark, the group of experts was furious. Zhuowen's mockery made them very angry. This guy's mouth was really vicious. At the same time, they finally knew that the three people who had just arrived were the ones who had offered the reward. Humph. Zhuowen, you only have the strength to speak now. You won't have the chance later. Mi Haomiao sneered and took a step forward. A terrifying aura erupted without any concealment. In an instant, the area within a radius of 100 million miles was plunged into a powerful gravitational force. The ground was forcefully sunk dozens of meters deep. Many experts who were hiding in the dark were shocked. They trembled under the pressure and found it difficult to move. So powerful. The cultivators who were hiding in the dark looked at Mi Haomiao, who had released his aura with fear in their eyes. This was the aura of a true lawful embodiment of heaven and earth expert. It was much, much stronger than that half-baked bald man. Chapter 4540. Zhuowen, you killed so many of my clansmen and even my successor. Now, it's time for me to make you pay. Now it's useless even if you kneel down and beg for mercy. Mei Haomiao looked down at Zhuowen. His voice was bone-chilling and merciless, filled with killing intent. Su Jiang floated nearby and looked down at Zhuowen calmly. His eyes were filled with arrogance. He knew clearly that Zhuowen couldn't escape, even if he had wings. Mei Haomiao alone was enough to kill him. Zhuowen looked at Mei Haomiao indifferently. His aura suddenly exploded, and he activated the demonic state. Rolling black fog covered his body. Zhuowen, who was in the demonic state, was barely able to resist Mei Haomiao's aura that targeted him. He's much stronger than the bald man. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. It wasn't his first time facing Mei Haomiao and Su Jiang. However, it was his first time facing them head-on. Now, I declare your death sentence. Mei Haomiao's eyes were filled with a sinister coldness. His right palm suddenly came crashing down like a huge mountain, landing heavily on Zhuowen's head. Above the void, terrifying energy swept out like a gust of wind. Eventually, it condensed into a huge energy palm. The energy palm flew through the air and landed heavily on top of Zhuowen's head. Rumble. The huge energy palm finally landed and drowned Zhuowen's tiny body completely. The ground exploded, forming a huge ravine. The void was torn apart and turned into numerous black holes. An invisible wave of air swept out like a ring-shaped ripple. Everywhere it passed, the laws crumbled and space collapsed. The experts hiding in the dark were forced to retreat. They only stopped after they had retreated a great distance. You can't even withstand a single blow. At the beginning, you stood here arrogantly waiting for us. Now, you can't even withstand a single blow from me. Mei Haomiao clapped his hands lightly and looked down at the trash who was shrouded in dust. With this move of his, a huge abyss appeared in the ruins of the basin below. Upon closer inspection, the shape of the abyss was exactly the same as a palm. XDW8 Mei Haomiao was indeed a lawful embodiment of heaven and earth expert. A casual attack had such terrifying power. It was truly frightening. Indeed, I can't feel his aura. Su Jiang glanced at Zhuowen and frowned. He felt that Zhuowen was too weak. If this kid was really so weak, why would he be waiting here to die? Xing Hongshu's eyes flickered. He didn't know why, but his heart was beating extremely fast, and a sense of irritation rose in his heart. What's going on? Why did my heart suddenly become so irritable? Xing Hangshu murmured. He felt that something was not quite right. Let's go. Let's go down and search. This kid still has a map fragment on him. With that map fragment, we can auction it off for a sky-high price. Su Jiaying and Mei Haomiao looked at each other. They didn't suspect anything and quickly flew down the abyss. They were both powerful. Even if Zhuowen wasn't dead and was hiding in the abyss to ambush them, they weren't afraid. When Xing Hangshu reacted, Su Jiaying and Mei Haomiao had already entered the abyss. In the blink of an eye, Xing Hangshu was left alone, hovering above the abyss. Xing Hangshu didn't follow them. Instead, he waited silently in the air. Actually, in his bones, he also looked down on Zhuowen. What was Zhuowen? He was just a rogue cultivator. Xing Hangshu was a genius taught by the sage master. How could a rogue cultivator compare to him? Junior apprentice Brother Shortian kept mentioning this kid before, and I thought this kid was very powerful. I didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand a normal attack from an early-stage, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth expert. What a piece of trash! Xing Hangshu's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Although his talent and strength were far from Sakyamana's, he was still a famous genius in the ancient Heavenly Tao Academy. His cultivation was only at the late-stage lawful embodiment of heaven, but he had fought with an early-stage lawful embodiment of heaven and earth expert. Although he was defeated, he managed to escape with his life. The difference between the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth and the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Xing Hangshu was able to fight with an early-stage lawful embodiment of heaven and earth expert with his late-stage lawful embodiment of heaven and earth cultivation, but he wasn't killed. This showed how powerful he was. While Xing Hangshu was waiting, he didn't notice that on the wasteland not far below, an invisible water was slowly seeping out of the soil. The invisible water continued to take shape on the desolate land, and eventually took the shape of a human. The human figure gradually solidified. A youth with a cold expression slowly walked out. This youth was Zhuowen. Rumble. Zhuowen stomped the ground with his right foot. His whole body emitted a strange black fog. Within the black fog, there were surging, scarlet flames. The moment he made his move, he entered the demonic state and displayed the demonic flame. His aura completely erupted. Xing Hangshu's expression changed slightly. He sensed that something was wrong. He abruptly lowered his head to look and saw a black shadow rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen? He's not dead. Xing Hangshu recognized Zhuowen in the demonic state at a glance. He was startled at first, but soon revealed a cold smile. It's good that you're not dead. Today, I'll kill you with my own hands. This way, Junior Brother Sakyamuni will think highly of me. Xing Hangshu grinned. His aura suddenly erupted and his right hand grasped the void. Suddenly, divine swords emitting golden light rushed out of his body one after another. A total of 108 golden divine swords circled around Xing Hangshu, forming a huge sword formation. Genjin's sword array. Rise! Xing Hangshu formed a sword seal with both hands and slammed it down. The 108 divine swords that circled around him shot toward Zhuowen like raindrops. The terrifying sword qi swept out like a violent snowstorm, causing the surrounding space to be completely covered by a brilliant golden light. Zhuowen's expression was calm. He held the Taiyu sacred sword in his right hand, and streaks of soul sword essence rushed out from between his eyebrows. Boom! 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 The densely packed soul sword essence collided with the Genjin sword array. The sword aura whizzed out with peerless power. What? You actually blocked my Gingjin sword array? Xing Hangshu was shocked when he saw his Gingjin sword array being blocked by countless soul sword essences. Zhuo Wen, on the other hand, turned into formless water again and passed through the Gingjin sword formation. He then turned back into human form and shot toward Xing Hangshu. It seems like you used this secret technique to dodge family head Mei's attack. However, even so, you are still no match for me. Xing Hangshu snorted coldly. He clenched his fists, and a blue and red divine sword appeared in his hands. He charged toward Zhuo. Clang! 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 In an instant, the two of them collided. Sword aura and sparks exploded like rain between the two of them. The terrifying aftershock of the battle turned into ripples that swept out in all directions. Bang! At the moment of collision, Xing Hangshu's pupils shrank. He was sent flying by the huge force and landed on the ground in a sorry state. Zhuo stood in the void, as steady as Mount Tai, and looked down at him indifferently. How? How is this possible? How are you so strong? Xing Hangshu struggled to stand up. He looked at the young man in the sky with a horrified expression and lost his rationality. Chapter 45-41. Zhuo looked at Xing Hangshu, who was in a slightly sorry state, in astonishment. Xing Hangshu's strength was above the bald man's, yet he was only at a disadvantage after withstanding his full-powered attack. The sage master of the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy is really something. A disciple he casually taught has such talent and strength. Zhuo sighed with emotion. He felt a sense of reverence and curiosity toward the 9 sage masters of the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy. He had already learned about Xing Hangshu's background from Elder Anqi. As one of the 9 sage masters, Ji Yuanqing's status was extremely high. Over the countless years, he had taken in many disciples, and he was the one with the most disciples among the 9 sage masters. Xing Hangshu was said to be Ji Yuanqing's personal disciple, but in reality he had only received some guidance from Ji Yuanqing. He wasn't a true personal disciple at all. As for Sakyamuni, who was personally taken in by Ji Yuanqing, it was naturally different. However, even a disciple like Xing Hangshu, who was casually taught, had such extraordinary strength. It could be seen that Ji Yuanqing's master was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, Zhuo frowned. He sharply sensed that Mi Hao Miao and Su Jiaying, who were searching in the abyss, had begun to rush up. It seemed that the two of them had sensed the aftermath of the battle outside and were rapidly rushing over. I should end this quickly. Zhuo Wen's eyes shone with a chilling light. He took a step forward, and like a shooting star he plummeted downwards. Rumble! He held the Taiyu sacred sword in his right hand and fiercely slashed horizontally. One after another, divine abilities exploded from the Taiyu sacred sword and blasted toward Xing Hangshu like a waterfall. Heaven and earth, primordial silver lining. Sword shakes the 9 heavens. Life in the morning, death in the evening. At this moment, Xing Hangshu struggled to stand up. When he felt the terror of Zhuo's divine abilities, his face revealed a look of fear. Hold on. As long as I hold on, the 2 patriarchs will arrive soon. At that time, this kid will have no way to escape. Xing Hangshu gripped the divine sword with both hands, gritted his teeth, and brought out his starlight world. Xing Hangshu's starlight world was a world of swords. His starlight world was filled with astonishing sword chi. Divine swords were stabbed into the depths of the starlight world. The sword chi was piercingly cold. Rumble! In the vast sword world, a surging and terrifying sword chi suddenly exploded. It shot forward like a ray of starlight and collided with Zhuo Wen's 3 skills. The blinding light produced by the collision spread over a few hundred million, countless experts hiding in the dark subconsciously narrowed their eyes. It seems that Sakyamuni's high regard for you is not without reason. Your strength is indeed not bad, even above mine. It was unknown when Xing Hangshu had appeared in his starlight world. Countless streaks of sword qi swirled around him. At this moment he looked indifferently through the starlight world and spoke slowly with a serious tone. However, the gap between you and junior brother Sakyamuni is still too big. You are not qualified to be his opponent. Of course, you will die here today, Xing Hangshu said with a faint smile. The moment he blocked Zhuowen's attack, he judged that the outcome of this battle had been decided. Zhuowen had no chance of winning. That may not be the case. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the top of the starlight world. Xing Hangshu frowned slightly and could not help but look up. He saw Zhuowen leaping down from the sky with a large seal in his right hand. He formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, the large seal in his hand grew in the wind, from the size of a palm to more than 10 feet. The surface of the large seal emitted a dazzling golden light. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out like ripples and suppressed Xing Hangshu's starlight world. This large seal, the moment Xing Hangshu felt the large seal in Zhuowen's hand, his heart trembled violently and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He felt a strong sense of danger from this large seal. Boom! The large seal that was more than 10 feet in size suddenly fell and collided with the huge starlight world. Compared to the huge starlight world, the large seal was too small. However, the moment such a small seal collided with the starlight world, it exploded with a shocking sense of weight. Under Xing Hangshu's horrified gaze, the huge starlight world collapsed with a loud rumble. It scattered into countless fragments before finally exploding. The countless divine swords in the starlight world shattered one after another. Under the attack of the large seal, they were as fragile as paper. Uft! The moment the starlight world collapsed, Xing Hangshu flew out in shock and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was unable to withstand the power of the seal, and cracks began to appear all over his body. It was as if he was a piece of porcelain that was about to shatter. Fortunately, Xing Hangshu calmed himself down in time and used his divine power to stabilize his body that was about to collapse. Even so, Xing Hangshu was still severely injured, and it was difficult for him to even move. Bam! Xing Hangshu fell heavily to the ground. He could only watch as Zhuowen slowly walked towards him. He was so heavily injured that he couldn't even say a word. When Zhuowen walked to Xing Hangshu's side, he looked down at the latter condescendingly, his eyes filled with indifference. The Grand Emperor's seal emitted a dazzling golden light and was held in his palm like a sun that would never be extinguished. What level of divine weapon is this? Why is it so terrifying? Xing Hangshu's body convulsed. He lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Zhuowen unwillingly. The large seal in Zhuowen's hand was too powerful. With just one blow, he was severely injured and on the verge of death. A dead man doesn't have the right to know. Zhuowen held the Grand Emperor's seal in his left hand and the Taiyu sacred sword in his right as he stabbed at Xing Hangshu's forehead. No, Xing Hangshu roared in fear. Stop! At the same time, two terrifying roars came from the abyss behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't stop at all. The Taiyu sacred sword pierced through the air and stabbed into Xing Hangshu's forehead. Xing Hangshu screamed as his forehead was pierced. His soul collapsed and he died. The moment Xing Hangshu died, Zhuowen swiftly took the spatial divine weapon from Xing Hangshu's body. He then turned into an invisible stream of water and went deep into the ground. The moment he turned into the invisible stream of water, a huge palm came from the sky and slammed into the place where he had been. Rumble! The earth cracked, shaking the heavens and the earth. Where Zhuowen had been, a huge palm-shaped, bottomless abyss had appeared. It looked very strange and deep. Dozens of feet away, the invisible water seeped out from the depths of the ground and slowly condensed into a complete human figure. This human figure was Zhuowen. Chapter 45-42. Bastard! Zhuowen, do you know what you've done? Su Jiaying and Mi Haomiao rushed over and stopped not far away. They stared at Zhuowen in shock and anger. They didn't expect Zhuowen to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and they fell for it, which led to Xing Hongshu's death. Good thing. Zhuowen glanced at the two of them and repeated, Do you know Xing Hongshu's identity? He's a disciple of one of the 9 sacred masters of the primordial heavenly Tao Academy, Master Yuanshen. You've caused a disaster by killing him. Mi Haomiao looked at Zhuowen furiously. Xing Hongshu had died in front of them. If this matter reached Master Yuansheng's ears, they wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Disaster? What a joke! Zhuowen sneered, his face full of mockery. Die! Mi Haomiao and Su Jiaying attacked Zhuowen out of anger. They didn't hold back their lawful embodiment of heaven and earth aura, which was suffocating. Boom! 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 Both of them slapped out, and terrifying energy wreaked havoc in heaven and earth. Zhuowen didn't intend to tangle with the two of them. Instead, he took out the chariot of chariot and disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. Where are you going? Su Jiaying and Mi Haomiao quickly chased after him, but after chasing for a distance, they returned with ugly expressions. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. Zhuowen's speed was too fast. They had just chased after him, but they lost him. That kid's mount! Su Jiaying's expression was ugly as he said in a low voice. His mount is extraordinary, and its speed far surpasses ours. Even though my aura locked onto him, I lost him in the blink of an eye. Mi Haomiao muttered. Could it be that this kid is luring us out on purpose? Could his target be? Su Jiaying suddenly reacted. He looked at Mi Haomiao with a gloomy expression. They're here for Xing Hongshu, Mi Haomiao said through gritted teeth. They were too confident that as long as they made a move, no matter what tricks Zhuowen played, it would be completely useless. However, they did not expect that they would still be tricked by Zhuowen. What a hateful little bastard! Su Jiaying was so angry that he smashed the small hill in front of him with his palm. This matter must be reported to Lord Ghostchild. Mi Haomiao regained his composure and said in a low voice, Xing Hongshu's identity was special, and he had a close relationship with the ghost child. They couldn't hide this matter any longer, so they had to report it to the ghost child. I wonder how Master Ghost Child is doing after chasing Elder Anqi and Li Yinglong? Su Jiaying asked with a frown. Humph. Although that old man Anqi has the heaven and earth furnace, the gap between him and the ghost child is too big. If nothing goes wrong, he should be able to kill the two of them. Mi Haomiao snorted coldly. He took out the communication jade from his waist and sent a message to the ghost child. He knew very well that it would be very difficult for them to kill Zhuowen. They could only hope that the ghost child would be able to kill Anqi and Li Yinglong. The two of them were Zhuowen's protection. Once they died, he would no longer have any protection when the ruins opened. Moreover, the ruins were sealed. No matter how fast this kid's mount was, as long as they were prepared in advance, they would definitely be able to take him down. After sending the message, Mi Haomiao and Su Jiaying left the place. In the depths of the extraterritorial battlefield, there was a dangerous zone filled with spatial cracks. This zone was filled with spatial cracks. It was an extremely dangerous zone in the extraterritorial battlefield called the Extreme Fissure Abyss. This place was filled with spatial cracks. If someone accidentally entered it, they would immediately be torn to pieces. Even if they were strong enough to withstand the tearing of the spatial cracks, they would still be teleported to an unknown region. It was a dangerous zone that many experts were unwilling to enter. At this moment, a short figure was rapidly shuttling through this area, avoiding the powerful suction force coming from the depths of the spatial cracks. Humph. Anqi, you can't escape. So what if you're hiding here? I can still find you. If you obediently come out and surrender, I might even let you die a quick death. This short figure shuttling through the spatial cracks was the Ice Ghost King of the alternate Ghost Clan, the Ghost Child. He had chased after Anqi and Li Yinglong, injuring both of them and forcing them to hide in the extreme fissure abyss. The ghost child's heart was filled with irritation. With his strength, it would not be too difficult for him to kill Anqi and Li Yinglong. The reason for this was that the heaven and earth furnace that Anqi controlled was not ordinary. If it were not for the furnace, Anqi and Li Yinglong would have died long ago. The ghost child's eyes kept darting around, scanning through the black spatial cracks. However, he did not find the two's auras. His brows gradually furrowed, and a sense of impatience rose in his heart. He had wasted too much time. Suddenly, the ghost child sensed something and took out the jade communication talisman at his waist. After he finished reading the message in the communication jade token, his expression changed greatly. He said darkly, "Zhuowen, you sure have hidden your strength well. Even Mi Hao Miao and Su Jiaying were unable to take you down." The ghost child put away the jade communication talisman, and a look of contemplation appeared on his face. Then he continued to search this area, unwilling to give up. 3 days later, the ghost child left the extreme fissure abyss without hesitation. He knew that Anqi and Li Yinglong were somewhere in this dangerous place, but he couldn't find them in a short time. Instead of wasting time here, he might as well go back and discuss with Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao, especially with Xing Hongshu's death. He was partly responsible for it. He had to ask Sakyamuni for help. Only Sakyamuni could talk to Ji Yuanqing's teacher. A few days after the ghost child left, a dazzling golden flame suddenly surged out of a crack in the depths of the extreme fissure abyss. Inside the golden flame, a cauldron slowly appeared like a blazing sun. The lid of the cauldron opened, and 2 battered figures walked out. "We finally got rid of the ghost child. He's too strong." Old man Anqi's face was covered in dust, and he smiled bitterly. "Brother Anqi, we have to return to the base now. The ghost child knows that young Master Zhua and the others are not here. They will definitely use all means to find them. When that happens, they will be in danger." Li Yinglong's face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were filled with deep worry. He was very worried about the safety of Li Ying and Li Shuo. Among Zhuowen's group, Li Ying and Li Shuo were the weakest. If they were in danger, they would be the first to die. Old man Anqi nodded and said seriously, "Of course, we have to go back. But we still have to be careful. The ghost child might be waiting for us nearby." Li Yinglong's face changed slightly, and then he nodded. At the same time, Zhuowen, who was driving the chariot, arrived at the base. When he entered the base, he found that Duan Jipeng and the other 2 were there. But old man Anqi and Li Yinglong were nowhere to be seen. "Where are Senior Anqi and family head Li?" Zhuowen looked at Duan Jipeng and the other 2 and asked. Duan Jipeng smiled bitterly. "We don't know. When the 3 of us came back, Senior Anqi and family head Li were already gone." "Did you send them a message?" Zhuowen asked. Li Ying's face was gloomy. "We sent them several times, but there was no reply at all." Chapter 45-43. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He didn't expect that neither old man Anqi nor Li Yinglong would reply to his message. Could something have happened? Suddenly, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He remembered that when Xing Hangshu, Su Jiaying, and Mi Hao Miao came to look for him, the ghost child was nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Zhuowen's face turned gloomy. He seemed to have thought of something and muttered to himself. He suspected that Elder Anqi and Li Yinglong had gone to the extraterritorial battlefield to look for them and inform them of the danger after their whereabouts were exposed. However, Elder Anqi and Li Yinglong might have been targeted by the ghost child. It was very likely that they were being hunted down or had met with mishap. Otherwise, Elder Anqi and Li Yinglong would have replied to his message. Zhuowen didn't voice his conjecture. Instead, he sat upright in his room, his brows furrowed as he pondered. Although Duan Jipeng and the other 2 did not know what had happened, they knew that something must have happened to Elder Anqi and Li Yinglong. The family head replied to my message. Suddenly Li Ying exclaimed. His face was filled with surprise. Everyone looked at Li Ying. He glanced at the communication jade token and said, "The family head said that he and Elder Anshi are fine. He asked us not to worry. He also reminded us not to leave the inn before they return." Duan Jipeng, Li Shua, and Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. "Since Elder Anshi and family head Li are fine, I will go into seclusion for a while." Zhuowen stood up and clasped his fists at Duan Jipeng and the other two. Then he went back to his room. Now that he had obtained the last material for the primordial divine array, he was in a hurry to set up the primordial divine array. As long as he could set up the primordial divine array, his strength would increase. Then he would not need to fear Su Jiaying and Mi Haomiao anymore. After returning to his room, Zhuowen set up a large array around his room to ensure that he would not be disturbed. Then he began to take out the materials for the primordial divine array from his macro world. In an instant, the materials in his room were piled up into a small mountain. At the same time, Zhuowen took out the lightning origin array diagram and 2 primordial grand mist stones. With these 2 items, he could greatly increase the success rate of setting up the absolute ancient divine formation. Zhuowen waved his sleeve. Array discs appeared one after another and circled around his body. As he pinched the seal, dense formation markings surged out like flowing water, like water ripples that spread out in the surroundings. The formation patterns were like swimming fish floating in front of Zhuowen, constantly combining to form the embryonic form of a large formation. The aura emitted by the formation became more and more ferocious, filled with a strong murderous intent. The ultimate ancient deity formation was a formation that focused entirely on attacking. It was extremely ferocious and powerful. Even if an expert at the initial stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth was trapped within, he would also be injured. Time flew by, and 3 days quickly passed. Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shua stayed in the inn until old man Anshi and Li Yinglong returned. "Where's Shua Xiaoyu?" After old man Anshi and Li Yinglong entered the inn, they glanced at the 3 of them and asked, "Brother Zhua is in seclusion in his room." Duan Jipeng said. Old man Anshi and Li Yinglong heaved a sigh of relief. On their way back, they had heard rumors of a bounty on Zhuowen. They were very worried about Zhuowen's safety. Now that they saw that Zhuowen was safe and sound, they were naturally relieved. Creak! Suddenly, Zhuowen's door opened, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. When Zhuowen stepped out of his room, a faint smile appeared on his face. In 3 days, he had successfully set up the absolute ancient deity formation with the help of the lightning origin array diagram and primordial grand mist stones. Although he had not tested the power of the absolute ancient deity formation, the moment the formation was completed, it emitted a terrifying aura that shocked him to his core. When the formation was completed, if he had not stored the absolute ancient deity formation in his macro world, the entire inn and the nearby buildings would have been turned into ruins. As soon as Zhuowen stepped out of his room, he saw old man Anshi and Li Yinglong. He was stunned at first, but then he smiled and went up to them. "Elder Anshi, family Headley, you are finally back. I thought something had happened to you when you did not reply to my messages." Zhuowen said. Old man Anshi and Li Yinglong looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This time, the 2 of us had a narrow escape. Li Yinglong smiled bitterly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his pale face suddenly froze, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Family head, are you okay?" Li Ying and Li Shua hurried forward to support Li Yinglong and asked worriedly. Li Yinglong waved his hand and said, "I'm just a little injured. If it were not for Brother Anshi, I would have died. What the hell is going on?" Zhuowen's eyes were serious. He had already guessed what had happened, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Just now, when he saw old man Anshi and Li Yinglong, he knew that they were in a bad state and had suffered extremely serious injuries. Both of them were experts at the early stage of law phenomenon and were considered extraordinary experts in the extraterritorial battlefield. However, they had been seriously injured. Duan Jipeng, Li Ying, and Li Shua also looked at Old Man Anqi and Li Yinglong with puzzled faces. "It's the ghost child," Old Man Anqi said in a low voice with an ugly expression. Then Old Man Anqi told them everything that had happened to the two of them recently. Zhuowen, Duan Jipeng, and the others finally knew the ins and outs of the matter. "It really is the ghost child." Zhuowen took a deep breath, and his face gradually became gloomy. The ghost child was too powerful. He was at the late stage of law phenomenon and was much stronger than Old Man Anqi and Li Yinglong. Zhuowen even had some doubts. He had just successfully set up the ultimate divine formation of eternity. Would it be able to stop the ghost child? When the ruins are opened, we must be extremely careful of the ghost child. Old Man Anqi said in a low voice, "We should try to keep a low profile in the ruins. I think the ghost child's first goal must be the treasures in the ruins. Only after obtaining the treasures will he divert his attention to deal with us." Zhuowen calmly analyzed. The ruins that were open this time were definitely not ordinary and had attracted many experts from the super domains. When he had just returned to the base, he could clearly feel that there were many more experts in the base. There were even some whose auras were not weaker than the ghost child's. It should be known that the Abyss domain was the head of the invincible domains and was mysterious and unfathomable. A powerful expert from such a mysterious and powerful domain was definitely an earth-shattering existence. The place where such an existence had fallen was bound to have many treasures that would make experts at law phenomenon and Earth jealous. Of course, there was also the possibility that the ghost child did not care about the big picture and insisted on killing Zhuowen. However, this possibility was relatively low. Chapter 45-44. The Whole Book Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Elder Anqi and Li Yinglong also learned about what had happened to them from Zhuowen, including how they had been encircled because of the bounty. When they learned that Su Jiaying and Mi Haomiao had joined forces to attack Zhuowen, Li Yinglong slammed the table and scolded them for being shameless. "You killed Xinghang Shu?" Elder Anqi's expression changed slightly as he looked at Zhuowen. "Yes, I needed a material that was in his hands, so I had to get it. If I didn't kill him, he wouldn't have given it to me," Zhuowen said calmly. Old Man Anqi smiled bitterly. "That's bad. Although our Archean, Heavenly Tao Academy doesn't care about the survival of our disciples outside, it doesn't mean that our masters don't care." "You mean that Master Yuansheng will avenge Xing Hangshu?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. Elder Anqi shook his head. "That won't be the case. Master Yuansheng's status is high, so why would he do such a thing? But that doesn't mean that Master Yuansheng's faction will let it go. Xing Hangshu was only below average among Master Yuansheng's disciples, but he was still Master Yuansheng's disciple. They won't let it go if he died just like that." Zhuowen nodded. He wasn't too worried. As long as Master Yuansheng didn't make a move, he was confident that he could escape. The more he improved, the more he felt the power of the chariot. Its speed was much faster than most lawful embodiment of heaven and earth experts. As for whether the 9 great sacred masters could catch up to the chariot, he wasn't too sure. After all, the 9 great sacred masters were all above the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. They were the real top figures in the 100 domains. Elder Anqi saw that Zhuowen didn't care and wanted to persuade him again, but he didn't say anything and just sighed. After this period of contact, he more or less understood Zhuowen's character. He knew that Zhuowen had already made up his mind, so it was useless to persuade him. In the coming period, more and more experts will enter the extraterritorial battlefield, and so will the base. Before the ruins open, it's best that we stay in the base and don't leave, Elder Anqi warned. Zhuowen, Duan Jipeng, and the extraterritorial battlefield. The extraterritorial battlefield was full of experts. Moreover, they were being watched by the ghost child and ghost, At this critical time, at the same time, in another and in the base, Ghost Child sat on the main seat, while Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao sat restlessly at the side. The room was. You said the is Xing, is that? Is that Xing star? Translation. Ghost Child looked at the two of them coldly, suppressing the anger in his heart as he asked again. Mi Hao Miao and Su Jiaying looked at each other. Su Jiaying had to bite the bullet and said, "Yes. That Shuowen is really too cunning. He lured us to his place, and he actually took the opportunity to make a move against Xing, Hangshu." Mi Hao Miao also said, yes. Family head Su is right. It's all Zhuowen's fault. We didn't expect him to have an ulterior motive. We fell for his trick. Bang! The Ghost Child slammed the table and snorted. Family heads, you are both lawful embodiment of heaven and earth experts. Zhuowen escaped even when the two of you worked together. I remember that Zhuowen's cultivation is only at the cosmic embodiment of heaven. The Ghost Child was furious. Xing Hangshu's identity was special. If he died just like that, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Sakyamuni. Mi Hao Miao and Su Jiaying lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They knew that they were responsible for this. There was no point in trying to shirk the responsibility. After the Ghost Child calmed down, he said, "There are less than 2 months before the ruins open. Keep an eye on Zhuowen. The moment he leaves the base, you must take the opportunity to kill him." Mi Hao Miao and Su Jiaying heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the Ghost Child didn't intend to hold them responsible. "Lord Ghost Child, I believe that Zhuowen won't leave the base easily during this period of time. Why don't we wait for the ruins to open and kill him before entering?" Mi Hao Miao said. The Ghost Child looked at Mi Hao Miao coldly and sneered. "The ruins opening this time is different. You want me to give up the opportunity to enter for a mere Zhuowen?" Mi Hao Miao trembled. He knew that he had said something wrong and quickly lowered his head. "If that Zhuowen doesn't come out before the ruins open, then we will kill him after the ruins open. There are too many experts here this time. Some of them are even experts that I have to be careful of," the Ghost Child said in a low voice. Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao looked at each other and suddenly understood. Even an expert like the Ghost Child had come. Would the true experts of the other supreme domains allow the treasures of the ruins to be taken away by others? Your Void Yama realms, Void Yama courts, Void Yama king has also come, the Ghost Child said indifferently as he looked at the two of them. Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected, their king of hell couldn't hold back anymore. The other supreme domains won't be outdone either. The Divine Blaze domain will also participate, the Ghost Child said calmly. Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao immediately felt uneasy. They had thought that the ruins wouldn't be very famous and that there wouldn't be many experts participating. Now, it seemed that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. They glanced at the Ghost Child and rejoiced in their hearts. If they hadn't cooperated with the Ghost Child, just the two of them alone wouldn't have been able to get anything out of the ruins. At the same time, they rejoiced in their misfortune. Although Zhuowen had Old Man Anqi and Li Yinglong, 2 experts at the early stage of the law phenomenon of heaven and earth, following him, their lineup wasn't enough. They probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of the ruins this time. Inside the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy, in a huge courtyard surrounded by dazzling brilliance, a door gently opened. A handsome young man slowly walked out. He had a head of bright golden hair, and his skin was crystal clear. He looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. The strangest thing was that there was a golden vertical eye between his eyebrows. He was Sakyamuni. I've finally broken through to the law phenomenon of heaven and earth. My Tao root has evolved again. I'm really looking forward to what kind of changes this new Tao root will bring to me. Sakyamuni's eyes were filled with divine light, and his entire body was emitting an awe-inspiring aura. Suddenly, he He frowned slightly as he noticed that the communication jade talisman at his waist had lit up. He took off the communication jade talisman and saw that it was a message from the Ice Ghost King. Why did the ghost child send me a message? Sakyamuni looked puzzled. He casually opened the communication jade talisman and browsed through the message inside. When he put down the communication jade talisman, his eyes narrowed dangerously. The message sent by the ghost child was very brief. Xing Hangshu is dead. He was killed by Zhuowen. Zhuowen, you've given me quite a surprise. I thought that the difference between us was like heaven and earth, and that you weren't even worthy of fighting me. Now it seems like you're quite strong. Sakyamuni's lips curled into a smile. However, it was very cold and contained a strong killing intent. I'll report this to Master first. Let Master make the decision. Sakyamuni's eyes flickered as he left the courtyard. Chapter 45-45. In the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy, the 9 sacred masters were revered and transcended worldly affairs. Every sacred master had their own mystic realm. The mystic realm that Yuanqing's mystic realm was called the Epic Mystic Realm. It was a vast world with many living beings and territories. Yuanqing's mystic realm was like a god in the Epic Mystic Realm. He was worshipped by countless living beings in the world. Sakyamuni arrived in front of a huge mountain. He gently reached out with his right hand and pressed it on the mountain. The mountain seemed to be invisible. Sakyamuni's right hand passed through it. Sakyamuni's expression was calm. His eyes flickered with divine light as he said in a majestic voice, Master, Disciple Sakyamuni requests an audience. As soon as he said that, a golden whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of Sakyamuni. Come in. A calm voice came from the depths of the golden whirlpool. It was like the might of the heavens as it reverberated in the surroundings. Sakyamuni didn't dare to delay and hurriedly entered the golden whirlpool. The scenery in front of Sakyamuni changed rapidly. Finally, he appeared on a floating cloud thousands of miles high in the sky. Countless auspicious clouds floated in the sky. Sakyamuni stood on the auspicious clouds as if he was walking on flat ground. Above the auspicious clouds stood a majestic group of palaces. At the front of the group of palaces, a dazzling golden throne floated. It was extremely huge, tens of thousands of feet tall. This throne looked like a golden lotus. On the throne sat a figure that was tens of thousands of feet tall. This figure was covered in dazzling golden light. His huge body sat on the throne motionless. He was high and mighty, sitting on the throne above the clouds, looking down on all living beings in the world. He was one of the 9 sacred masters of the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy, Yuanqing's master. Yuanqing's master was a middle-aged man with a chiseled face. His mottled gray hair was tied into a bun, and he wore a jade crown. He looked elegant and dignified. Yuanqing's master had a dignified expression. He sat on the throne and looked down at Sakyamuni. Disciple, what's the matter? The majesty in Master Yuanqing's eyes gradually dissipated, and a trace of gentleness appeared. Sakyamuni was the disciple he was most proud of. In the future, Sakyamuni might even catch up with him. Master Yuanqing was naturally very satisfied with such a disciple, and his attitude toward Sakyamuni was clearly different from other disciples. Sakyamuni cupped his hands towards Yuanqing and said in a deep voice, Master, Senior Brother Xing has fallen. Master Yuanqing's expression did not change. He said calmly, Xing Hangshu? He was killed because he wasn't skilled enough. Sakyamuni stood in front, motionless. He knew that Master Yuanqing had not finished speaking. However, Xing Hangshu is still my disciple. Even if you don't respect the monk, you have to respect the Buddha. The person who killed him didn't know what was good for him. Do you know who killed him? Yuanqing asked. Sakyamuni said calmly, that person's name is Zhuowen. He came from the same lower realm as me. A trace of fluctuation appeared in Master Yuanqing's calm eyes, and he took a deep look at Sakyamuni. The lower realm you come from is really a place full of outstanding people. It's already very impressive that there's someone like you. There's actually someone who's not weak. Master Yuansheng said with deep meaning. Although Xing Hongshu's talent and strength were very ordinary in Master Yuansheng's eyes, Master Yuansheng had taught him. His strength far surpassed cultivators of the same realm, and he could even kill enemies of a higher realm. Since that Zhuowen could kill Xing Hangshu, he was obviously not simple. This child's talent is indeed not bad, but it's far inferior to mine. Sakyamuni straightened his back, and his entire body emitted a proud and domineering aura. Of course, you're the chosen one. You possess a Tao root bestowed upon you by the heavens that can ceaselessly evolve. So long as you don't die prematurely, you have hope to surpass Master and even break through the restraints of the chaotic starry sky. Master Yuanqing nodded, and then he sighed with emotion as he looked up at the sky. His gaze passed through the secret realm, passed through the chaotic starry sky, and arrived at the enormous star at the very center of the chaotic starry sky. That was the primeval star, the most supreme existence in the chaotic starry sky. Thank you for your praise, Master. Sakyamuni lowered his head and spoke in a rather humble manner. Master Yuansheng lowered his head and looked at Sakyamuni, and then he said calmly, You came specially to tell me this because you want to look for Zhuowen and take revenge for Xing Hangshu? Sakyamuni said, Senior brother Xing is my senior brother after all, and our relationship is deep. I naturally can't sit idly by when he was killed. Master Yuansheng glanced deeply at Sakyamuni and said, I won't stop you if you want to look for Zhuowen. I just want to remind you not to immerse yourself in the past. Your future is bright, so don't let the past drag you down. Hearing this, Sakyamuni seemed to understand something. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily to Master Yuansheng. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Shirtian understands. Master Yuansheng waved his hand and said, Since you understand, then you may go. Sakyamuni bowed again, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the secret realm. After Sakyamuni left, Master Yuansheng was still sitting on the divine throne. His weathered eyes seemed to be able to pass through time. Do you really understand? Master Yuansheng's faint voice echoed throughout heaven and earth, and it didn't stop for a long time. Inside the primeval, heavenly Tao Academy's encampment, the ghost child put away the communication jade talisman, and a smile bloomed on his face. Mei Haomiao and Su Jiaying were rather curious when they saw the ghost child's happy face. Shirtian has replied. He said that Master Yuansheng didn't pursue the matter with Xing Hangshu. The ghost child smiled. Su Jiaying and Mei Haomiao heaved a sigh of relief. And Shirtian is also coming to explore the ruins. The ghost child spoke again. With nephew Shirtian's help, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Su Jiaying and Mei Haomiao were rather happy. They knew how high Sakyamuni's position in the Archean Heavenly Academy was, and he was much stronger than Xing Hangshu. He might not be weaker than the two of them. With the help of such a genius, their chances of exploring the ruins were much higher. XDW ate the ghost child's lips curled up. He still had a piece of news that he hadn't revealed, and that was that Sakyamuni had successfully broken through to the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. He knew very well that with Sakyamuni's strength, once he broke through to the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, his strength would reach a terrifying level. Perhaps even the ghost child himself might not be able to easily defeat the latter if he were to battle with the current Sakra. Time gradually passed. The closer they got to the ruins, the more tense the atmosphere in the encampment became. During this period of time, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the number of experts in the encampment had multiplied by several times and powerful auras were emitted from everywhere. As for Zhuowen, he basically stayed in the inn and cultivated without any distractions. He could feel that he was not far from breaking through to the inverse ancient starlight level. Once he successfully broke through to the inverse ancient starlight level. His strength would undergo another metamorphosis and reach a terrifying level. On this day, an uninvited guest suddenly came to visit. Zhuowen looked at the dignified middle-aged man in front of him with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Old man Anqi and Li Yinglong stood beside the middle-aged man, chatting with him as if they were very familiar with each other. Chapter 45-46. You must be Zhuowen. I've heard of you many times when I was in Suyen City. The middle-aged man was wearing a golden feather robe and a purple gold crown. His face was like jade as he looked at Zhuowen with his long and narrow eyes. Zhuowen did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and bowed to the middle-aged man. He could feel that the middle-aged man in front of him was much stronger than Elder Anqi and Li Yinglong. He was on par with the ghost child. In other words, this person was also a late-stage lawful embodiment of heaven and earth elite. Zhuowen, this is Guan Yihan, the virtual king of hell. He's the real ruler of the virtual king of hell. Old man Anqi introduced him to Zhuowen with a smile. Zhuowen was stunned at first. He did not expect the king of hell to take the initiative to come to him. It seemed that the king of hell was also here for the ruins. Please take a seat first. Zhuowen smiled and pointed to the seats in the hall. After everyone sat down, the king of hell Guan Yihan took the initiative to speak. Zhuowen, I think you should have guessed why I came to find you, right? For the quota of the ruins? Zhuowen asked. Guan Yihan nodded and said, Yes, that's why I'm here. You have a remnant map of the ruins. This is no longer a secret. If you can give me some quotas, I'm willing to exchange other treasures for them. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, Senior Guan is too polite. When I was in Suyen City, the king of hell helped me once. It's time for me to repay you. If you need a quota, I'll give it to you. Guan Yihan could not help but be stunned. He was originally prepared to spend a lot of money. He did not expect that Zhuowen would give him the quota for free the moment he opened his mouth. Haha, Brother Guan, I'm right. Zhuowen is a man who knows how to repay kindness. The king of hell has done him a favor, so naturally he will repay you. Old man Anqi laughed. Guan Yihan smiled and said, Brother Anqi, I've gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. After he finished speaking, Guan Yihan cupped his fists toward Zhuowen and said, Zhuowen, since you are so forthright, then I, Guan Yihan, am not a coy person either. For this trip to the ruins, you can join my team, the King of Hell's team. We will definitely protect you. Zhuowen nodded and did not refuse. Now, his situation was indeed a little dangerous. The ghost child alone was enough to give him a headache. If he was with the King of Hell, the ghost child would be a little wary. Senior Guan, could it be that the Imperial Court level forces of the super domains have all come for this battle for the ruins? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked at Guan Yihan as he said in a low voice. He originally thought that the Imperial Court forces of the super domains would not participate in this battle for the ruins. But when he saw the ghost child, he faintly felt that something was wrong. Although a powerful being from the Abyss domain had fallen in this ruin, his strength might not be much stronger than some of the kings of the super domains. Zhuowen felt that something was not right for the ruins to attract so many Imperial Court forces. Guan Yihan nodded and said, The Imperial Court forces of the 9 super domains have all sent people here. Old man Anqi and Li Yinglong gasped, their eyes full of disbelief. How noble were the Imperial Courts of the super domains. For the sake of a mere ruin, they had all mobilized their forces. You may not know, but we have received news that there is a fragment of the domain's origin in the ruins. It is precisely because of the fragment of the domain's origin that the Imperial Courts of the 9 super domains have all mobilized their forces to participate in this battle for the ruins. Guan Yihan leaned back in his chair, a blazing look appearing in his eyes. Fragment of the domain's origin? Zhuowen muttered to himself in puzzlement. Old man Anqi explained in a low voice, Zhuoshayu, you may not know, but the fragment of the domain's origin is. After listening to Old Man Anchi's explanation, Zhuowen also had a preliminary understanding of the fragment of the domain's origin. Within the 100 domains of the outer domain, each domain had a corresponding origin power. The higher the level of the domain, the stronger the origin power. The strength of the origin energy directly affected the development of the respective realm. The stronger the origin energy, the stronger the comprehension and talent of the creatures born in the realm. Moreover, the energy in the realm would be even denser and rarer. The stronger the origin power, the stronger the natural domain. This was a truth recognized by the 100 domains of the outer domain, and the fragment of the domain's origin was a fragment peeled off from the origin in the depths of the domain. This fragment had many benefits. As long as it was integrated into the corresponding domain, it could increase the corresponding origin power and accelerate the development of the domain. Of course, there were also differences in the level of the domain's origin. As long as the level of the domain was higher, the fragment of the domain's origin that was peeled off would be stronger. Guan Yihan received news that the fragment of the domain's origin that was born in the ruins came from the Abyss domain, which was ranked first among the invincible domains. This fragment of the domain's origin was brought out by the mighty person who had fallen in the ruins. But for some unknown reason, this mighty person had fallen in the ruins and left the fragment of the domain's origin in the ruins forever. With so many benefits from the fragment of the domain's origin, it was no wonder that the imperial courts of the 9 super domains had mobilized their forces. Guan Yihan chatted with Zhuowen, Old Man Anchi, and the others for a while more before he got up and took his leave. They agreed to set off for the demonic corpse cliff in 10 days to wait for the ruins to truly open. As for Zhuowen, he continued to cultivate diligently during these 10 days. He could increasingly feel that he was not far from a breakthrough. He only needed a suitable opportunity to step into the inverse ancient starlight realm. 10 days later, at the entrance of the extraterritorial battlefield, Virtual King of Hell Guanihan and a group of people were already waiting at the entrance. Zhuowen, Old Man Anchi, and the others walked over and happened to meet Guanihan and the others at the entrance. As soon as Zhuowen arrived, his gaze fell on the 3 figures around Guanihan and finally fixed on a middle-aged man in a golden robe. The golden-robed man also felt Zhuowen's gaze and similarly looked back, revealing a smile to Zhuowen. "Little brother Zhua, long time no see." The golden-robed man laughed heartily, stepped forward, and shook hands with Zhuowen. The golden-robed man in front of him was one of the 3 kings of the King of Hell, Gold Lord. The one who announced the virtual King of Hell's decree and stopped Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao from attacking Zhuowen was Gold Lord himself. Speaking of which, Gold Lord had always thought highly of Zhuowen, and their relationship was quite good. The other 2 beside Guan Yihan should be the other 2 kings of the King of Hell, and their strength was not weaker than Gold Lord's. Zhuowen chatted with Gold Lord for a while, then walked side by side with Gold Lord to Guan Yihan. "Let's go!" XDW-8 Guan Yihan smiled faintly and said. Just as the group was about to stand up, a lukewarm voice came from behind. "Guan Yihan, when did you become so depraved? You're actually with a universal Dharma trash." Guan Yihan's gaze froze, and he turned around, coldly looking at the group behind him.